Volume 1, Chapter 24. Light and darkness are one and two, a mysterious sentence. If there was some annotation, it would be fine, but there was nothing that could be explained by that one sentence. Light and darkness are one and two. What does that mean? Yan closed his eyes. Only darkness filled his vision. He did that for 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes. And when he had his eyes closed for about 30 minutes. A vein popped up on Yan's forehead. What the hell is this? There must have been something since the Emperor changed after he got this. In fact, the Emperor had a secret duel with the Duke of the Sea after he collected all the pieces. He couldn't know the result because he was the closest confidant and couldn't watch. The Emperor, who is usually suspicious and extremely cautious about his safety, had a secret duel because he had not just confidence but certainty. I'm going crazy not knowing what the secret is. Light and darkness are one and two. What does that mean? Of course, light is light and darkness is darkness. They can't be one, they can't be two. When light shines on darkness, only light remains, and when light fades, only darkness remains. But this can't be dismissed as nonsense, since the writer is the founder of the empire. He closed his eyes again to think about light and darkness as the text said. No, he even turned off the magic lamp that was brightly lighting the room. Pitch black darkness. Only silence and darkness filled the room, something cozy wrapped around Yan's mind and body. At that moment, a change occurred. The brain can emit the strongest light when it is the darkest. He remembered the first skill he read. Yan's subconscious began to review the skill. That wasn't the end. The tiger never wanders in the darkness. The core of the tiger sword technique. The venom always aims for the heart. The author who used the snake's fangs emphasized the sentence. The most basic thing to achieve indestructibility is the mind that you can do it. The basics of the theory of indestructibility. Hundreds, thousands of skills and theories that he had piled up in his head began to be recalled. They were all for one sentence. Light and darkness are one and two. They were endlessly dissected, broken down, omitted, and reassembled to interpret that one sentence. Yan got up from his seat as if he was possessed, and his eyes opened and he was blinded. The moonlight that came in from the window shone on him, and the long shadow that stretched out in front of him. His head flashed. Light and darkness are one and two. Is this maybe a shadow? A shadow is when light hits an object and a shade appears behind it. Can this be considered darkness? It's darkness, isn't it? He seemed to have solved the riddle. Yan's eyes turned to the birth of the empire on the bed and the shadow behind it. Letters? It wasn't an ordinary shadow. Mana-made letters appeared on the shadow of the book. One splits into two branches. The branch means choice. Light is the beginning and darkness is the end. When the two become one, you will reach eternity. Yan realized what it was as soon as he saw it. A formula. The 72 letters engraved in his head were decomposed and reinterpreted. I guess I don't need that eternity part. He wondered if it was related to another formula, but there didn't seem to be any changes in the flow. So he memorized only the formula he needed. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The energy of the life vessel that was rooted all over his body reacted. Wuang, Wuang, what is this? Why all of a sudden? When he had that question, the energy of the life vessel started to move on its own. Witting. It started to be sucked into the incomplete planet. Yan put his hand near his heart with a flustered face. His heart was beating peacefully as before, and the sun and the new planet he had made didn't show any signs either. No, rather, they had changed to be much more solid and stable than before, and after some time. Ho! Yan exclaimed as he saw the newly reborn planet. The knights who are called superhumans above the third rank have characteristics depending on their mana or skill. In fact, the father of the first trainee Lorna, the Duke of Beowulf, once froze a huge lake with his sword. This is mana specialized for the dark dragon technique. That was what surprised Yan. The first planet, the sun, felt like ordinary mana. But the mana flowing from the second planet was so secretive and dark that it could be called yin energy, yin qi. It was not at the level of controlling the attribute like a third-rank knight, but it was still amazing that the mana had an attribute. Yan clenched his fist. SSSSS. With a faint sound, a black aura covered his fist. It was an energy that suited the quiet and stealthy skill of the dark dragon technique. Yan swung his fist at a vase on the desk far away. Crash! The vase shattered into pieces. Yan smiled with satisfaction as he saw the broken pieces. It was not because of the destructive power. This is perfect for sneaking and assassinating. The energy that Yan shot out was so secretive that it was hard to notice until the vase broke. He didn't even use any artifacts or skills that helped him hide. If I do this well, I don't even need to learn stealth skills, do I? It was impossible to handle yin energy, which could convert mana into yin unless one reached the realm of a third-rank knight. But now he could manifest yin energy to some extent even though he hadn't reached that realm. Let's call this planet the moon. The moon that only rises when it's dark. Since it was a planet that governed yin energy, there was no other name that suited it. I don't know why the first piece had a similar nature to the dark dragon technique. Maybe the origin of the dark dragon technique has some connection to this first piece. It was known that the various skills and visions used by the royal direct organs, including the special core, had their roots in the royal family. They put a leash on the direct organs so they wouldn't turn their backs on the royal family. Yan speculated that maybe the vision of the dark dragon technique itself was an inferior version made by taking some of the many pieces that made up the breath of the divine dragon. If I look at it now, it's much more efficient and profound than the dark dragon technique, and there's no restriction. Yan thought of ways to experiment with this moon. First of all, I need to check if it applies to all the formulas of the dark dragon technique, and if so, how efficiently it manifests. Wuang. He pulled out yin energy from the second planet, the moon, and spun it. As he was about to unfold the dark dragon technique in that state, oh my, what a stupid blockhead. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his head. Yan stopped his body and sharpened his senses, but he didn't feel anything. He swallowed his saliva and focused more on his senses. That way, another 10 minutes passed, but there was no more voice. What is this? A hallucination? It could have been. He hadn't lost his concentration once since he returned. He felt relieved for a moment and thought he might have heard nonsense. The Bahamut bastard will cry in hell when he sees you using the black dragon for just hiding your presence. You stupid bastard. Yan's face twisted. He wasn't mistaken. It was too nasty to be dismissed as a hallucination. And stupid bastard? Yan curled his lips fiercely. He thought the voice was familiar, but it wasn't. It was the way of speaking. It was a very short encounter, but he remembered it vividly, so he could guess right away. Did the thoughts flow in because I absorbed the life vessel? He would know if he talked to him. Hey, Mr. Lick. If you're going to go nicely. Why are you nagging in someone else's head? HMPH. Where do I look like I'm going to go nicely? I'd rather roll in a dung field than go to the afterlife, and if I go to hell, I'll definitely kick the bastard who hit the back of my head. Then do that. Why are you picking a fight in someone else's head? Yan snapped at him, and the Lick Mammon screamed in his head. You bastard, you ate my life vessel and made this happen. I would have resurrected without any problem if I had another 100 years. Yan felt his irritation subside as he saw Mammon's rage. Bury your memories in your heart and let go of the past train. You goblin shit. By the way, what did you mean by black dragon? He was hooked by the words Mammon said in his head, seeing you use the black dragon like that. Heh, do you think I'll tell you? Mammon laughed sinisterly and said, if you kneel down and smash your forehead on the ground and beg me, oh great master of magic, Mammon, please give me a glimpse of your teachings, I might consider it. Yan's face twisted. What the hell, this crazy skull? He had no intention of doing that. No, he couldn't do that to anyone, let alone this skull, above all in the first place. Don't you have something you want from me, that's why you're talking to me? Ha ha. Me? He was a little slow to react, so he seemed to have hit the mark. Yan's lips curled up. He felt like he knew his personality a bit after talking to him. There are people like that, aren't there? They have pride and self-esteem in their achievements, but they have a shallow understanding of others because of that, and their human relationships are very weak. Mammon was also likely to have that kind of personality, so he would never reveal his weakness easily. What he wants is, his mind spun, I need to steal your body and resurrect. I'll find you a body to resurrect. He couldn't see his face to know his exact reaction, but he felt a hint of embarrassment. Do you think you can do that with your pathetic skills? So you have to help me. Yeah, it's not too late now. What? You have to help me. When Yan spoke as if he was asking for his belongings back, Mammon was speechless with absurdity. After a brief silence, "Me? Why? Are you crazy? Why should I help you who ate everything I made with my life?" Maman sneered at his words. "Then don't." As soon as he said that, Yan turned his head and lay down on the bed. He meant he had nothing more to say. An hour, 2 hours passed. A voice that sounded like grinding his teeth came into Yan's head. "Fine." Yan's eyes opened slightly, but he didn't answer. "Fine. You bastard." Maman shouted loudly, but Yan didn't answer. Maman spat out curses for a while, but when Yan didn't react, he shrank. "Damn, is this connection cut off? That's not it. Maybe I'm trapped in his body and can't talk to anyone and disappear. Aw, that's unlucky. Kid, if you answer me now, I'll even teach you magic myself. Or maybe some of the treasures I collected." Ouch, no. When Yan didn't answer even though he offered him tempting things. Or maybe you really can't hear me? Hey. He even started to apologize. Okay, I'm sorry for swearing. I must have been angry being stuck for 1,000 years and suffering this misfortune. Come on, cheer up. I'll give you what you want. At that moment, Yan's mouth opened. Really? You fox-like snake bastard. Tisk. Fine, what do you want? The Great Wizard's magic lessons? Or how to use the mana heart stuck in your heart? The purpose of the divine dragon's breath? Maman blurted out this and that in a hurry. Yan's lips rose. All of them. You son of a bitch. Maman spat out more insults, but Yan's lips didn't go down. How could he feel bad? The sucker was offering everything on his own. I have to grow well so you can get your freedom sooner. Yan was confident that he could fleece the sucker. He wouldn't leave a bone, by the way. In my previous life, the lick and the rare disappeared together, but what about now? Strictly speaking, he didn't disappear since he was still in his head. Yan hid his inner thoughts and asked casually, "Let's start with your lair." He heard a gasping sound from Maman. Bingo! Yan's lips rose involuntarily at Maman's reaction. Chapter 25. Yan thought of the countless treasures that adorned Maman's lair. Just one of them would be enough to make a fortune. He didn't have time to look closely at them then, but he could tell from a glance that they all had extraordinary power. Why my lair? What do you mean why? I just want to borrow something I need for a while. I've never seen such a greedy bastard like you. Maman said in a tone of disbelief. Do you really think you can open my lair with that tiny mana you have right now? Fortunately, the lair was not destroyed, and it seemed that its contents were also intact. Then what do you want? A fight? Yan had no intention of backing down from here. He would give up if it was truly impossible, but he sensed that Maman was hiding something. Fine, listen to me first. Yan slumped down on the spot. Go ahead, I'll hear you out. An hour had passed. During that time, Yan had listened to Maman's long speech about why he couldn't open the lair right now. The lair was a hidden space created by magical manipulation of the space between spaces, which could be summoned at any time. But that means I can't get in now. Is that my fault? The problem was that the amount of mana that Yan had was ridiculously insufficient to summon the hidden space. You couldn't even recover that much after devouring the liquefied mana, and your rotten mana affinity, it's all your fault. What can I do about being born like this? Shut up. When I was 5 years old, I had much more mana than that booger you have now. Even if he was a great mage, how could he believe that? Damn, you're full of crap. Wah, what? Crap? As Maman asked in a stunned tone, Yan chuckled and got up from his seat. Tell me the rest of what you were saying earlier. What? Something about a black dragon. You said it, remember? When he thought that he should apply the moonlight that was added to his heart to his stealth technique, Maman had said this. If you use the black dragon for just hiding your body or presence, the Bahamut offspring would cry in hell. This meant, tell me that, it must mean that I misunderstood something. In other words, it meant that he could grow even higher. Black dragon, maybe that was the original source of the dark dragon he had thought of. Yan smiled, very satisfied. The next day, the schedule of the training camp had changed a lot from before. In the morning, they received comprehensive guidance from the instructors on weapon skills, survival skills, and techniques. And in the afternoon, they practiced their techniques freely at the Royal Martial Arts Hall until bedtime. It was the same now. The trainees who had completed all the education from the instructors lined up to enter the Royal Martial Arts Hall. There were some missing people here and there. The kids who wanted to train separately without going to the martial arts hall were allowed to leave by the chief instructor. Did he put honey in his room or something? Why can't I see him? Cruel stopped looking for Yan and sneered. Well, for a commoner, a single room like that must look like heaven. Roman snickered from the side. He had watched Yan during the escape right next to him. How could such a scheming and extraordinary guy be lying in his room? You must want to think that way. Are you picking a fight with me now, you pig? Who else would I be talking to? Cruel grinned fiercely. His teeth, which grew like saws, sparkled between his open mouth. Hey, pig. Do you find it funny that I'm a bit behind that kid? No. Then, it's just funny. Why? Do you want me to explain more? Try it once. Roman put his hand deep into his pocket and smiled coldly. He looked confident. Just everything you do, it's all pathetic and ridiculous, like a kid who just picked up a sword and thinks he's strong. What did you say? Did you stick something in your ear? Can't you hear? Who? I can't tear you apart here and now. Before that, your fingers will probably be all crushed. You, from now on, stay away from me as much as possible, unless you want to regret being alive. Me. You want me to avoid you? As the confrontation between Cruel and Roman was getting heated. Roman and Cruel's eyes suddenly turned to the door that connected to the outside. Where is he going now? What they were looking at was Yan, who was following behind the instructor. Yan tilted his head. The instructor sent by the chief instructor was heading outside, not to the chief instructor's office. Why did he call me out? Yan looked at the outside scenery that he hadn't seen for a long time and racked his brain to solve the question. Not long after. Oh, you're here. He arrived at where the chief instructor was. He had brought a chair and a table and was enjoying his tea time. What are you doing here? Yan looked at the chief instructor, who was gulping down his teacup, and made a strange expression. Did he want to enjoy the tea time that the young ladies or ladies of the noble families would do? Really, he felt it many times, but he had an incomprehensible personality and taste. Do you want a cup too? I'll pass. Yan didn't think that the chief instructor had done something tricky. If he wanted to, he would rather use his power to crush him openly to poison him sneakily from behind. That was the way he liked to use it. Yan naturally sat down on the chair opposite the chief instructor. The chief instructor lifted the teapot and poured tea into Yan's cup. Peppermint. The mint scent lingered in his nose. But why did you call me here instead of the chief instructor's office? Shall we get to the point right away? I'm not interested in tea ceremony. Yan said cheekily, and the chief instructor chuckled. Then he slowly got up from his seat. Woo, woo, woo. The chief instructor started to raise his mana slowly. Then suddenly, it seemed like the sky was gradually getting darker. Wow, that kid is something amazing, Maman exclaimed in his head. What is he trying to do? Judging by the mana wave, it seems like he's going to show off a big technique. Yan tilted his head at Maman's words. Now, really? Why? The chief instructor seemed to notice Yan's question and smiled slyly. This is the technique, no, the vision that you will learn if you become my disciple. As he said that, boom, he stomped his foot hard. Then the chief instructor's shadow spread abnormally wide, enough to darken the whole surroundings. Swoosh, and in an instant, it rose up and folded towards the point where the chief instructor was standing. Tusk, tusk. And the shape that started to form. A sword? It was a sword. It felt different from the shadow blade that the chief instructor had used against him before. As the chief instructor grabbed the sword, the shadow writhed as if it would pop out at any moment. It's called Black Shadow Sword, doesn't it look decent? As he heard the name of the sword from the chief instructor, Yan's eyes widened. He had heard that name before. Black Shadow Sword. It was the peerless swordsmanship that the chief instructor, who was one of the 3 swords of the continent in his previous life, had used. Watch carefully. The chief instructor turned his body with the black sword in his hand. Far away. He saw the garden that was the route he had escaped from before. The chief instructor's eyes narrowed. Black Shadow Sword first style rake as the chief instructor swung the Black Shadow Sword slowly forward. The black blade wobbled and stretched out. Tusk, tusk. As the shadow that poured out like a ray from the Black Shadow Sword reached the green garden was darkly eroded in an instant. In that state, the chief instructor swung his sword in the opposite direction. Rumble. At that moment, there was a loud noise as if the garden was split in half. He cut all the trees he wanted. Where the shadow had gone, he saw the giant trees that had rooted all over the garden lying on the ground, all cut. Hundreds of trees in the forest were all cut down. Look at that guy. He's absorbing what I told him yesterday. So you should stop doubting and… Yan narrowed his eyes as he recalled the information about the black dragon that he had heard from Maman last night. That's the claw that the chief instructor hid, the black shadow sword. He saw the black shadow that had covered the garden being sucked back into the chief instructor. It was indeed a great level. It didn't seem to be as perfect as when he was one of the 3 swords of the continent, but it was already a great destructive power. One of the biggest reasons why the chief instructor was ranked as one of the 3 swords of the continent in his previous life was because he had a fierce battle with the Duke of the South. That alone confirmed the value of the black shadow sword. He became greedy. Besides, I could handle the dark energy I have now for sure. Maybe it was because the black shadow sword was originally the advanced form of the dark dragon technique. That is, the chief instructor had already awakened the black dragon by himself. How about it? Are you tempted now? The chief instructor looked at Yan, who was staring at his shadow, and smiled slightly. He thought that he had completely fallen for it as he saw Yan's sparkling eyes. Yan wiped his mouth with his hand and asked, "So you're going to teach me this black shadow sword?" "Of course. It'll be hard, though." At first, he just thought of becoming the chief instructor's sidekick and digging up information. But now his mind had changed a bit. He was also interested in the dark energy and the black dragon that he had heard from Maman, and the black shadow sword that the chief instructor had created. So it was better to be a disciple that he liked than a simple sidekick. If he kept buying his favor, he would be able to find out about the tattoo. So, "I'll do it, I'll be your disciple." Becoming a disciple was not something he had thought hard about. Chapter 26. On the way back to the dorm, someone grabbed Yan's shoulder. "What's going on?" It was Roman. He glared at Yan with a fierce look in his eyes. He was angry that Yan didn't hold his hand before, but he understood. He believed that even if he didn't hold his hand, Yan would let him know when it was time to escape. But lately, Yan was being called by the instructors and meeting with the chief instructor more often. He didn't know if it was because he was in the first place or if there was some other reason. For example, if he gave up on escaping and wanted to stay here. What happened to what you said about escaping? What about the promise he made to him? Roman's pupils burned with rage. Yan smirked bitterly. "I had no choice but to become a liar." He felt a slight pang of conscience, but he had his things to do. Postponed. "What? I have something to look into here. So when the opportunity comes, you guys go without me. Do you think that makes sense?" Roman's fierce aura swept over him. Yan's eyes sparkled. This guy, he already learned mana. As far as he knew, Roman couldn't even feel mana, let alone use it, before he was falsely accused. But now, Roman was handling mana, albeit clumsily, in just a day or 2. Is this the talent of the future Empire's 7 stars? He was at least at the level of what they called the 8th rank. Considering that he was not even close to the 10th rank until recently, it was an amazing growth. Yan clicked his tongue at Roman's rapid growth. Anyway, he had no intention of putting up with Roman's childishness. "Do you think it doesn't? Did I have to lead you guys out like a nanny?" Roman gritted his teeth. To him, a promise was sacred. He had to keep it no matter what happened. And if he wasn't confident, he shouldn't have made it in the first place. That was his most important value and belief. Yan didn't care whether Roman gritted his teeth or not, and continued. "I only said there would be another chance, not that I would make it and shove it in your mouth. Don't delude yourself." As he finished, Roman stared at Yan as if he was going to bore a hole through him. Silence ensued, after a few minutes. "Fine, I see what kind of person you are." With that, Roman turned his body and left his own way. Yan smiled bitterly. He hated Roman in his previous life, but he felt somewhat attached to him in this life. They seemed to have some trouble. The one who appeared this time was xperrif. He looked at Roman disappearing in the distance, then looked at Yan and smiled brightly. "It's nothing. He wanted to join hands with me in this project." Yan crossed his arms. He was curious what xperrif would propose. If he brought something that appealed to him, he had no reason not to join hands. "What's in it for me if I join hands?" "First of all, the risk of you dying in this project is almost gone." Yan's eyes showed disappointment. Casa didn't notice that and continued. "Second, when you get out of here, I'll help you to get out of the Empire safely." "How? Did you forget that I'm from the Ifrain family? The traitor of the Ifrain family. How do you think I got here without any trouble from other nobles? The Ifrain family was dragged to the gallows for treason. Among them, if it weren't for the help of his grandfather's close friend, who was the former head of the family, Kasa wouldn't be here either. He barely saved his life, but the world was no different from hell for the successor who lost the glory and authority of a noble family. To the greedy ones, Kasa was like a treasure chest containing the Ifrain family's secrets and various secrets. The main house was safe under the protection of the lords, who had been friendly with the guardian magic circle for generations, but not outside. The reason why Kasa could come here with his limbs intact was, I guess you have a hidden passage or something. When this training center was built, one of the families that participated in the design was ours. So it was no big deal to make a passage that connects this place and our family. Kasa thought that Yan would definitely join hands with him if he heard this offer, but that's nothing. Bring me something better. Yan didn't need any of those things. What does he want from a kid? Kasa blocked Yan's way with a flustered expression. Hey, wait a minute. Kasa had an unexpected face. Yan's eyes narrowed. Are they all too young? Did I expect too much? Roman trusted others too much and didn't prepare for any contingencies. Kasa was either spoiled because he grew up like that, or he was arrogant because he only dealt with kids. This is enough, isn't it? Aren't these what you want? Yan sighed deeply at Kasa's words. You're saying the risk of dying in this project is gone? You'll give me a hole to get out of the Empire? Kasa swallowed his saliva. How are you going to guarantee my safety? You're not stronger than me, you don't show me anything special, you haven't proven anything, and you want me to believe that. Everything Kasa showed him was nothing but inferior to Yan. He didn't care if the instructors praised his dragon art. He gathered the kids and built up his power to deter other trainees, but it was nothing but a sand castle without a clear center. And Kasa was still lacking to be a clear center. That hole, what about it? Do you think the Empire is water? You think you're so great that no one knows about that hole and you got here safely? A hole? What's that? If he tries to escape from here, does he think the special forces will just watch? That's nonsense. He was getting annoyed. He had a lot to do, and he had a headache just thinking about what to do next. He felt pathetic for advising himself. This is not a teacher or anything. If you want to join hands with me, bring me something more tempting. How did such a guy become that legend? Yan spat out his tongue and left his seat. Kasa stood there like a scarecrow, watching Yan's back disappear. Lorna watched them quietly from behind, her eyes narrowed. What's so special about him that those guys are so restless? Number 12, Roman. He was quite different from her in terms of numbers, but he was not an ordinary guy according to what he saw in the first test. He was the one who broke the prejudice that big guys are stupid. He seemed quite used to building his own power and standing above others, and he seemed to have a good head. He was a dark horse who rose to fame in this test. And number 3, Kasa. He was her rival in her mind. Cruel was strong, but he had a vicious personality and was a lone wolf, so she didn't care about him, thinking he would fall as soon as a joint test that required cooperation among trainees came out. But Kasa was different. He skillfully captured and persuaded the trainees in the first test, and hid his own power as much as possible while completing the test objective. She didn't know how good his real skills were, but they weren't low. But she didn't think that Cruel, Roman, and Kasa were better than her. But what about him? The guy who suddenly fell from the sky and surpassed her and became the first place, Yan. She began to feel a slight rivalry with his unknown identity. The next morning, all the trainees gathered in the central hall on the first floor at the call of the instructors. From today, we will start a 2-year intensive training. Intensive training? The trainees tilted their heads. Aren't they already doing something that can be called training? In the morning, they learned various skills and tactics from the instructors, and in the afternoon, they found and practiced the arts that suited them in the martial arts hall. The instructor who stood on the podium seemed to know their questions and said, "This is not a bland lesson like before, but a training to acquire the spirit that suits the Dragon Knights." The instructor twisted his mouth. "There will be casualties. No, there must be casualties." The atmosphere in the central hall froze. The instructor chuckled. "From now on, we will only pick out the gems among you." As he finished, Cruel raised his hand. "I don't see number 974. Cruel had found an art that would pay back all the humiliation he had suffered from Yan in the Royal Martial Arts Hall. He vowed to rip Yan's throat with his own hands, but he was not in the line. The instructor heard a snort from him. "He's an exception." Why? Cruel and some of the trainees widened their eyes. "WHY? He's also training with us?" "Shut up." The instructor cut off Cruel's words. He was the instructor who had argued with the chief instructor a while ago. He also wanted to comfort the soul of his colleague who was torn to pieces and killed by Yan, but he had no choice but to give up because of the chief instructor who was covering him. "Do you think he will be treated the same as you guys who are overwhelmingly the first place?" At that, Casa muttered in a hollow voice. He knew this situation since yesterday. He understood why Yan was so confident. If he knew he was out of this sieve, he would have done that. Roman's face was distorted. This hypocrite bastard. He never intended to leave in the first place. He was convinced that Yan was already on the same side as the chief instructor. The instructor in front smiled. The others might not know, but the ones who could be called the core of this project seemed to have a grudge against Yan. "From now on, 2 years," he shouted in a loud voice. The trainees perked up their ears. "Until you reach the level that the instructors expect, all the instructors will put you in extreme situations." The trainees who heard the instructor's words were divided into 3 categories: those who didn't understand what he was saying, those who turned pale, and those who shone their eyes. "And when this intensive training is over, the second test will be announced soon, so keep that in mind." At that moment, Yan was facing the chief instructor. They were standing near the hill where the chief instructor had demonstrated the black shadow sword the day before. "Do you know why I'm teaching you one-on-one? You told me something before, right? It seemed like it could be profitable." Yan tilted his head. What did he tell him before? Raid the Special Forces commander's money source. Oh, was that it? That's why he suddenly showed this trust. Yan nodded and the chief instructor chuckled and said, "You're lucky. You'll get a completely different training from those trainees over there. But surviving is up to you." The chief instructor laughed and wrapped his arm around Yan's shoulder. "Did you say goodbye to your friends?" "I don't have anyone to call a friend." "Really? What about that? What was his name?" "Ah, Roman, I thought you were pretty close with him since you planned to escape together." "Not really. Let's start the training. Did you learn what I gave you?" "Yes, roughly." Yan dusted off his fists. Then he grabbed one of the training swords on the ground. "From today, the intensive training period begins. The trainees in the training center will be trained in extreme situations for 2 years under the instructor's tyranny. The surviving trainees will grow dramatically in every aspect, from arts to physical and mental strength. Of course, there will be many dropouts along the way, and the eliminated trainees will be mercilessly killed. The instructors won't care about that and only think about the results. And shall we start? I'll count to 10. For the next 2 years, with the vision he gave him and this body, inside the hill. 10, 9, clang. Wow, when did you learn the body enhancement art? You're fast. He had to survive from the chief instructor. 2 years passed like an arrow. During that time, the trainees learned the basic art of the Special Forces, the Dark Shadow. The Dark Shadow consisted of 3 sword styles, 1 body enhancement art, and a mana manipulation method. As a basic art, it not only strengthened the body and the mana road, but also allowed them to handle the attribute of darkness. That is, the negative energy, albeit weakly. But it was not easy to learn it. The instructors trained the trainees almost to death in order to make them perfect in a short time. Out of the nearly 800 trainees, only 200 survived until the end of the intensive training. More than half of the trainees were beaten by the instructors or fell into traps and died. Not to mention, there were countless trainees who died in the life-and-death duels that were held periodically. But the dead trainees were the dead trainees. The level of the surviving trainees rose dramatically, and their eyes were full of fierce hostility because of the Dark Shadow. There were quite a few trainees who became so fierce that they would emit killing intent just by being near. The biggest achievement was the 4 who showed visible results in the first test. The skill test that was held during the 2-year intensive training period. There, Lorna, Cruel, Casa, and Roman never fell out of the top 5. Casa, Cruel, Roman. These 3 always rotated the 3rd place, and the ones below them also kept changing. Of course, as time went by, Cruel gradually solidified his third place. But there was something that didn't change. First place, number 974, Yan's second place. Number 1, Lorna. It was their rank with Yan. He felt nauseous even after training and practicing hard, but every time the scorecard was updated, he was always at the top. Can I see that kid today? Cruel gritted his teeth next to him. Lorna quietly glared at the first place on the scorecard. She would have accepted it if she had seen his skills with her own eyes, but she was annoyed because she didn't. The instructor on the podium looked at the trainees who had a completely different aura than 2 years ago and smiled with satisfaction. Today, we finished the intensive training. There probably had never been such a large number of talents in the Dragon Knight project so far. The other trainees were not disappointed either. But the top 4 were all monsters. Lorna and Cruel handled the sword energy skillfully. They reached the level of a mature 6th grade knight. In this state, they could get any important position in any knight order. When the skill test with the instructor one-on-one was approaching, even the decent instructors avoided them. The strong are respected, the weak are despised. This applied to the instructors as well. No matter how small the difference between the instructors and their level was, the difference in the vision and the art they used was huge. There was even a case where an instructor died by Cruel's sword in a guided duel. Roman and Casa were close to 6th grade, but not quite, but they showed results in something other than power. They built their own forces almost to the level of an organization or an army. Roman mainly gathered the trainees from other lands and had nearly 50 subordinates. Casa made the trainees from the Empire's commoners and the lower nobles from the border, nearly 80 trainees, his fervent followers. Is this kid absent today? Cruel looked around for someone. His eyes were full of killing intent. Number 974. I endured this shitty 2 years to tear your limbs apart. He had been talented since before entering the training center, but his growth was blocked by his arrogance. He met Yan and grew explosively, with the sole determination to take revenge. Where are you, you bastard? Yan was nowhere to be seen for the 2 years of intensive training. He wondered if he was in his personal quarters, but he sneaked in and only found furniture covered with dust. Next to him, a bulky guy and a snake-like guy were also looking for Yan. As the instructor's speech on the podium was about to end, crash, something broke the window and flew in with a fierce momentum. Clack. It grazed Cruel's cheek at the speed of light and slammed into the ground, still trembling. Fuck! Cruel flinched. The blood from his cheek touched his lips. His pupils shook violently as he confirmed what was stuck on the ground. It was a fragment of a training sword. As soon as he saw it, he sensed whose work it was. This son of a bitch. The only one who could use a training sword while not being here. It was Yan, whom he wanted to kill so much. Chapter 27. The chief instructor admired Yan, who was panting in front of him. You're a real monster. 2 years was a long time, but also a short time. But as a time to learn skills, it was a very short time. The usual age for children of noble families to start learning skills was 5 or 7 years old. Those who started at such an early age would practice diligently until they died of old age. But even so, there were many who stagnated at the 7th or 8th level. Compared to him, the chief instructor's eyes swept over Yan's body. Before the first test, he was a barren land with no mana to be found. His physique was small, and his stamina was lacking. He was a lone wolf with only his eyes alive. Now he was at a level where he wouldn't lose to any knight of a decent noble family. Look at that body that had changed dimensionally from 2 years ago. He had grown much taller, and his whole body was filled with muscles. Each and every muscle had a terrifying explosive power hidden in it, and that wasn't all. Huff, huff. Is this the end of the training? Yan had only one training with him for 2 years, something that he couldn't catch in his hands. It was no different from playing tag or hide and seek. At night, he gave him some time to practice the black shadow sword he gave him. For the first year of training, Yan was busy running away from him. He would beat him up if he caught him, but he didn't catch him easily as time went by. And at some point, he started to fight back. At first, he fought a guerrilla-style battle, hitting and running, but as time passed, the fighting time got longer. And now, you're telling me you held on this much even though I only used 20% of my strength? He didn't intend to teach him slowly one by one like other noble families taught their children. He thought that if he pushed Yan to the limit, his body would learn skills on its own to survive, and that would lead to growth. But this was an unexpected growth. He played with him with 20% of his strength, but he didn't expect him to break so easily. He broke all the training swords he had brought, but that was it. And most of all, "I'm pretty sure I taught you the Black Shadow Sword. What are those?" The black wolves stood by Yan's side as if guarding him. The difference from ordinary wolves was that black mist was swirling around them. They were not living creatures, but creations made by Yan's energy. Grrr. Tesk. The chief instructor was annoyed by those wolves. He wanted to squeeze a few more out of Yan, who had grown so much, but those wolves got in his way and changed his direction. It was a bonus that they made his eyes dizzy. And above all, he felt a strong sense of the Black Shadow Sword from those wolves. "How did you add something to my Black Shadow Sword? I never taught you anything like that. Shall I say I reinterpreted it?" "What, reinterpreted?" The chief instructor laughed with his eyes wide open. He was an interesting guy. He said he reinterpreted the Black Shadow Sword, which he had only learned for 2 years since he entered Mana. How could he not be amused? He was looking forward to the achievements that Yan, who had grown explosively in 2 years, would show from now on. "By the way, are you going to end it here, chief instructor?" Yan didn't call him a master. He could have, but, don't make me cringe with that kind of talk." The chief instructor refused first with a disgusted expression. Yan had achieved tremendous growth in the 2-year tag game with him. First of all, he had achieved a little bit of the second stage of body strengthening, stealing birth, by constantly torturing his body. And that wasn't all. As Yan thought, there was a lot in common between the Black Shadow Sword and the Dark Dragon skill. That's why he had no trouble learning the Black Shadow Sword and rather created a new skill that suited him. That's how it came out. Grrr. The black wolves stuck to his side as if guarding him. "Hehaha. Could you have seen such sturdy guys without my help?" As Maman said, Yan considered changing the Black Shadow Sword to a dark skill when he tore it apart. He was good at using the sword, but his specialty was handling the dark. And he thought that was enough. But Maman asked him an unexpected question, and things started to change. "Why are you obsessed with the shape of a dagger? It's a medium that doesn't suit your image at all. The image is something that each individual has that is unique to them. For some, it could be a concept or a background, and for others, it could be an object or a creature." Yan felt something strange at that time. He knew that he had to enter the godhood to realize his image in reality when he stepped into the 3rd level. But he was going to realize it in his current state. But Maman, who was well-versed in theory, said, "Of course, you have to mix magic. Change it from realization to projection. Magic is a discipline that projects thoughts into reality, so it shouldn't be hard. But how do you know how to realize your image or something like that?" Maman meant to mix magic as well. That's how he spent his days playing a fierce game of tag with the chief instructor, learning magic from Maman at night, and using his knowledge to tear apart the Black Shadow Sword. That's how it was reborn as the Black Shadow Thunder. No, the Black Shadow Wolf. You wouldn't have been able to do such an amazing thing without my help. What a load of crap, you got caught trying to pull a fast one. Maman, that bastard, gave him some helpful advice from time to time, but he also tried to pull some tricks in between. He taught him magic that would cause mental breakdowns on purpose. Or he put a spell that would transform the caster into a puppet that only obeyed his words into the structure of the Black Shadow Wolf. But they all backfired on him and were blocked in advance. That was just a test of your mental strength. Try that one more time. I'll cut off the connection for good. Yan learned how to block Maman's thoughts for 2 years. Maman coughed at Yan's attitude. He had been lonely for 1,000 years and finally got to have a conversation, but if he was blocked by Yan again? Fine, just stop it. Yan, who was chatting with Maman, looked at the chief instructor. The chief instructor smiled. He held the Black Shadow Sword he pulled out of the shadows. "Let's end it with this. It would be a waste to end it with what we've done so far." He wanted to see Yan's limit. He looked like he was doing his best, but he felt like he still had some room left. The chief instructor released his mana. It was about 40% of his full power. Goo! Black mana burst out from him. Black mist fluttered from the Black Shadow Sword. A weapon to use? He had only fought with shadow blades until now, but it wasn't hard to blow away the training sword that Yan had. So he didn't have any other weapons in his hand. Mammon clicked his tongue in his head. Then you can use that weird guy's black shadow sword or something. I was going to do that without you saying it. Yan gathered his mana, and the black shadow wolf that was standing next to him disappeared with a flick. Sayak, the shadow that stretched out behind Yan, wriggled and spread out in all directions. The chief instructor's eyes curved like crescents. He liked how he handled his visions skillfully. The shadow stretched out at least 10 million and then seemed to break and twitch. Yan bit his tongue at that. Tusk, still not enough. The chief instructor had covered all the land around him with shadows, but he didn't seem to be at that level yet. The shadow that twitched at 10 million quickly gathered back to the origin, when all the shadows were compressed into one point. Swoosh! Yan bent his waist slightly and touched the shadow. The shadow rose up his hand like a liquid and formed a shape. That's how Yan also made a black shadow sword. Unlike the chief instructor, it was not a perfect black sword shape, but a sword-like shape. But Yan didn't show any signs of being overwhelmed by the chief instructor. Rather, he had a smile on his lips. Should I go, or do you want to come? It would be polite for me to go, right? With that, Yan's figure shot out quickly. Yan's black shadow sword stabbed at the chief instructor's heart. Pewha! The chief instructor laughed as if he was satisfied, and then he raised his black shadow sword. Jaying, he blocked Yan's black shadow sword. The power struggle between them began. K-kijijijik, K-kijijik. The metallic sound spread out from the black shadow swords made of shadows. Sparks flew. Yan bit his tongue and turned his body around to unleash a series of sword attacks. Ki-ki-ki-chang, ki-ki-chang, dozens of hits collided in an instant. The offensive that seemed to never end began to lose strength. A chilly aura flowed from the chief instructor. His black shadow sword suddenly stretched out. The tip of the sword pierced through the front of Yan's black shadow sword. Kwajek, that's how the chief instructor broke Yan's black shadow sword. Kyuluk! When the black shadow sword that was connected to his mind and body with mana broke, a red line appeared on Yan's lips. If I had used all the magic and hidden things, I could have done this much. He didn't trust the chief instructor and didn't show everything he had accumulated. He only revealed what he could. I'm satisfied with this much, how about you? The chief instructor stretched his arms up to the sky and asked, yawning. His black shadow sword was gone from his hand. Not bad. That's how Yan finished his 2 years of intensive training and returned to the training camp. On the way back to the training camp, the chief instructor looked at Yan and chuckled. I wonder if the other kids will despair when they see you. Isn't that why you raised me, chief instructor? 2 years ago, the chief instructor offered him to come down, and he accepted. He had no reason to refuse. He had to learn about the tattoos, and he also needed to make his relationship with the chief instructor more intimate. But, in the end, there was no mention of the tattoos or the Liberation Army. He seemed to have shown enough of his potential, but the chief instructor still seemed to be holding back. He started to feel a little burned. The second test is to go outside. I'll have to make my own information organization while I'm out. He didn't like relying on the chief instructor alone. When he returned to the training camp, the trainees were already lined up in the central hall. Wow, they've improved a lot, huh? They used to be chicks, but now they were sparrows, if he had to put it that way. And Cruel, who was sending him a murderous glare, and Lorna, Roman, and Casa, who were staring at him, were hawks. And he could feel a faint dark energy from them, as if they had learned the dark skill properly. Yujuk. He heard a grinding sound from Cruel next to him. You're gonna break your teeth like that, bastard. Do you see this? Cruel pointed his finger at his cheek. The blood had stopped, but there was a thin cut. What's that? It's a wound from a sword fragment. Was it from the training sword that he had blown away in the last duel with the chief instructor? But what did he want him to do about it? Yan shrugged his shoulders. Do you want me to compensate you or something? You son of a bitch. Cruel was about to explode with anger. Ugh, noisy. The chief instructor, who had climbed up to the podium, muttered. Then Cruel's face turned pale. It was because the chief instructor's aura was focused on Cruel alone. Cruel collapsed, and the chief instructor turned his head. It was the direction of the main gate. Let them in. At the chief instructor's words, the instructors who were waiting at the gate opened the door. People with various equipment came in. Yan knew who they were as soon as he saw them. The Imperial Night Examiners. They were the examiners of the test that measured the trainees' levels. The equipment they were installing was for measuring the user's mana, and based on that, the examiners would record and calculate. That would allow them to objectively judge the trainees' levels. And so far, the accuracy of the test was known to be high and reliable. He's going to make sure of the trainees' levels before moving on. He was interested. He could find out exactly what level the other guys had reached. The chief instructor yawned as if he was sleepy. "I'm going to sleep, so measure them and go." "Yes, sir, chief instructor." The chief instructor disappeared from the central hall, and the oldest-looking examiner among them came forward. "All right, everyone, line up in order of rank and come over here one by one." He pointed to a direction where there was a device that combined a magic circle and a machine. "First, the first-rank trainee will start." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan walked over to the device. The mana that flowed from the device wrapped around Yan's body. Beep, beep, the young examiner, who was recording something next to the device, looked at the result and opened his eyes wide. The old examiner asked him what was wrong, and he answered, "It's 5th level." Yan came down with a matter-of-fact face. Lorna, Cruel, Casa, and Roman were shocked to see him. It was the appearance of the youngest 5th-level knight in the Empire, excluding the current crown prince. Chapter 28. The instructors of the training camp were at least at the level of 6th grade beginner to 5th grade complete, but most of them stayed at the level of 6th grade complete. In that situation, a trainee who reached the 5th grade appeared. The faces of the instructors who had not reached that level turned pale. What did you say?" "That's impossible." "Do it again." Only the crown prince was the one who reached that level at the age of 17. Besides, that trainee only started learning mana 2 years ago. The instructors demanded a re-examination in unison. There were many who reached the 5th grade level, where they could emit sword energy. But it was almost impossible to reach that level at the age of 17. Even the crown prince, the only exception, had started learning mana since he was a baby. The old examiner looked closely at what the young examiner had calculated and recorded and nodded his head. "The result is correct. He barely passed the threshold, though." At that, the instructors protested even more for a re-examination. It was understandable. The guy they had been bossing around until yesterday suddenly rose to their level. "What's so high about that?" Roman frowned. He was from a foreign land, and the knight grade was unfamiliar to him. He didn't know why the authoritative instructors were making such a fuss. Casa answered Roman's question. "Among the instructors here, there are hardly any stronger than him right now." Is that true?" Roman was surprised. He always dreamed of escaping, and he had memorized the instructors' strengths during the 2 years of intensive training. They were all strong, but he thought he could handle 1 or 2 of them by now. He's stronger than most of the instructors. He was sure that Yan hadn't even started learning mana until he was dragged to this training camp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to knock him down with a stone. Roman looked at Yan with his tongue out. He didn't like him, but he understood a little why he wanted to stay here. He had only been in this training camp for 2.5 years. He had become so strong in such a short time, he would have wanted to stay if he were him. "It would be nice if he escaped with me." He felt regretful seeing Yan grow more. Casa laughed bitterly. "Ha ha ha, he's crazy. I should have joined hands with him back then. Then you would have died by my hand too." Cruel grinded his teeth and burned with killing intent. Casa ignored Cruel's furious face and turned his head to look at the last remaining candidate for the top spot. It was Lorna, who had always stayed in second place. She didn't make a fuss like Cruel or the instructors, but she looked as shocked as the others with her eyes wide open. "Is she pretending not to be surprised?" Casa snickered and turned his head. But contrary to his thoughts, Lorna had no intention of hiding her surprise. She just, "Are you sure the result is not wrong?" She was speechless with astonishment. She knew what it meant to reach the 5th grade at the age of 17. She had also heard that she was the best talent in the history of Beowulf. "But my brother was better than me." Her brother, who was no longer in this world, was much better than her. It was not a delusion of nostalgia and embellishment. She could never forget the sight of her brother, who twisted his sword energy and boasted to her at the age of 18. Only the Beowulf Duke knew that fact, and he buried it rather than announcing it. It was too dangerous a talent. That's how the best talent in Beowulf's history was passed on from her brother to her. And now, Yan in front of her. He's much better than my brother? It was a huge shock to Lorna. I can't believe it. Unless he's playing some tricks. She clenched her small fist. Then she remembered the times when Yan had come and gone from the training camp for 2 years. Unlike Cruel, who never met him, she was lucky enough to challenge him to a duel every time she met him, but he ignored her. Was he avoiding my challenges to hide this fact until now? Yan actually avoided her because he was annoyed, but Lorna had no choice but to think so. It was such an absurd result. Someone looked at Yan and gritted his teeth. Padyuk. That kid is 5th grade? He was the instructor who had said that Yan should be punished for not coming out of the Imperial prison a few years ago and got scolded by the chief instructor. My brother died here rolling around, and you have a way out. He had been calling him a peer until now, but in fact, the instructor who died by Yan was his brother. He remembered his brother's face, who died with his tongue sticking out like he was executed. He was angry. That guy was already 5th grade, so he would be pushed up by the higher-ups from now on. If his level reached the Emperor's ears, he might even be appointed as the next special commander. I won't let that happen. His brother died without even blooming, so it was only fair that he died before he could do anything. The senior instructor, Jack, had a gloomy look in his eyes. He clenched his fist. Then his nails dug into his flesh and blood dripped. The Imperial Night exam ended smoothly. Yan, who was first, was in 5th grade. From 2nd to 5th place, they were from complete 6th grade to beginner. Below that, most of them were beginners in 7th grade or 8th grade. Snort, you're good at hiding like a fox. Mammon laughed in his head. Yan cleaned his dusty room and threw himself on the bed. Fluffy, finally I can rest a bit. He had worked hard for 2 years, even though he pretended not to. Not just his body, but his mind was also tortured. He learned magic from Mammon and changed the dark skill to suit the dragon's breath. And the new skills he created. You silly boy. Why? With your skills, you could live here with a lot of respect. Why are you hiding them? From that guy called the chief instructor, and from that exam or whatever it was. Yan smirked. As Mammon said, he hid his skills in the Imperial Night exam that was briefly done. It wasn't hard. He hid his mana all over his body by using the dark energy he got from the dragon's breath for 2 years. And for the cases where it was hard to hide, like the energy spinning around the mana heart. Ha ha ha. So that's why you only used the energy gathered in the mana heart to fight that guy called the chief instructor? Bingo. He used up most of it in the last duel with the chief instructor. But I'm still in 5th grade, right? I don't know the standard well, but I can tell that you're hiding about 30% of your skills. And you didn't even reveal that you can use magic, did you? Yan chuckled at Mammon's words. If he used the magic he was hiding, he could even compete with a complete 5th grade knight. There was a reason why the Empire had a saying to hide 30% of your skills. Anyway, now I have to think about the next exam. The second exam that would start soon was an exam that took place outside. Yan stroked his chin and was about to make a plan. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it at this time? He looked out the window and it was a dark night. Yan got up and opened the door. The person in front of the door was the instructor who had guided him to this room before. He said in a stiff voice, "The chief instructor wants to talk to you about the future." The chief instructor? Did he have something to discuss with him? Yan tilted his head. Then he obediently said he understood. And then he followed the instructor. He must be plotting something. But Yan hid that and followed the instructor naturally. Jack looked at Yan, who followed him without any suspicion, and snickered. This loser is in 5th grade. He must have pulled some tricks. He didn't notice anything strange nor ask anything, he just followed him. Jack went out through the side door that only the instructors could use. He felt Yan tilt his head behind him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Did the chief instructor really call me? Do you think I came out here with you to do some exercise under the moonlight? But he eventually shrugged his shoulders and followed him obediently. After about 10 minutes of walking, the instructor stopped in his tracks, but there was no sign of the chief instructor around him. Only, swoosh. He felt the presence of other instructors. Yan sighed deeply and looked at the bright moon quietly. Annoying, he had to think about the second exam that would start tomorrow, and he had to deal with the instructor's envy and jealousy. but I have to get rid of them now, so I won't have any trouble later. When he thought that, Jack, the instructor in front of him, laughed loudly. You came all the way here without a fuss. I don't know if you're stupid or naive. At Jack's words, the other instructors revealed themselves. There were 5 of them, including Jack. It looks like you have some complaints about me. Can I ask one thing before we start? Their eyes were full of killing intent. Squeak, they drew their swords from their waists. Regardless, Yan spoke. Can you tell me why you're doing this to me? Why do you want to know? This kid has such a loose mouth that he can't even show respect to the instructors. Respect? Yan lifted one corner of his mouth. Respect my ass. Do I have to be nice to the people who are trying to kill me? At that, the instructors let out a sinister laugh. Heh, he seems to know what's going on. If he had just been caught quietly when he escaped, this wouldn't have happened. Captain, do we have to listen to his last words? Let's just finish him and return. As they chuckled among themselves, Yan's eyes sparkled. Captain? There was no position called captain among the instructors in the special training camp. That meant, these guys are not ordinary instructors. As he was thinking that, Jack stepped forward. He bent down and looked into Yan's eyes. When you escaped, one of the instructors you killed was my brother. Oh, I see. It made sense that he wanted to avenge his brother. So struggle as much as you can. That way, my brother's grudge in the underworld will be eased a little. One more thing. Yan cut off Jack's words. Jack was annoyed that his words were interrupted, but he couldn't refuse the last words of a dying man. What is it? Do you think the chief instructor knows about this? At that, Jack and the instructors laughed. Yan's eyes sank low. He doesn't know. Of course, if he knew, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to raise him for 2 years. The chief instructor won't let you go if he finds out later. Don't worry, 974, we'll take care of that. Jack spat out a surprise and blocked the front with his sword. Clang. With a strong impact, Jack was pushed back. This bastard. Jack glared at Yan, grinding his teeth, and his eyes began to tremble violently. What Yan was holding in his hand was the black shadow sword, which he had seen by chance before. It was a vision created by the chief instructor himself. Chief instructor, this bastard is really? Attack! Jack shouted, and the instructors around him rushed towards Yan. 5 sword energies came at Yan, piercing him. For a moment, Yan hardened his expression. It wasn't because they were scary or overwhelming. The sword energy that the instructors were emitting was blood red. There were many skills that used red sword energy, but there were hardly any places that used blood-like red sword energy. As far as Yan knew, there was only one place that used that sword energy. His eyes flashed. Rebels? The force that would cause a rebellion in the future. They called themselves revolutionaries. He encountered their traces in an unexpected place. Chapter 29. Rebels! Zack's face hardened as he saw Yan, who quickly figured out their identity. Who are you? They were revolutionaries. They were not yet at the stage of overthrowing the empire, but they had the goal of someday causing a rebellion. But how did he already know about their goal? The revolutionaries had planted 5 spies in this training camp, excluding himself. 4 of them here were his comrades who had been his subordinates in the organization. And there was the chief instructor who had been secretly working for the special mission team before they entered this training camp. Zack sneered. His yellow teeth gleamed. There was no way that any of the 5 here had leaked the information. They had no reason or time to do so. If the information did not leak from them, then there was only one person left, wasn't there? It's the chief instructor. He was the only one who could talk to him. Besides, he seemed to have inherited the chief instructor's black shadow sword. That meant he was a comrade of the revolutionaries who had been captured by him. But my brother is dead. So even if he was the chief instructor's man, he had no intention of sparing or forgiving him. Zack made up his mind and opened his mouth. The chief instructor won't say anything if I step in myself. No matter how crazy he was, he wouldn't dare to harm him, who worked for the same organization. What should we do? The chief instructor won't stay still. The members waited for Zack's instructions, wavering. Zack was the highest-ranking person here who could talk to the chief instructor. Zack laughed loudly as if he had nothing to worry about. Kill that bastard. I'll take the responsibility. Outside the training camp, a field, there, a fierce metallic sound echoed. Clang, clang, clang. Yan fended off the sword energy that was aimed at him and flew towards the mountain. Ha ha ha, where are you running, you rat-like bastard? Zack chased after Yan, laughing wildly. Yan swung his black shadow sword behind him. SSSSS. A black shadow shot from behind towards the instructors who were pursuing him. The shadow changed into a blade shape right in front of the instructors. It was the skill that the chief instructor had shown before, the black blade. Clang. Zack pulled out a red sword energy and wove it. It was the sword thread, the exclusive weapon of the 5th grade knights. The red thread cut the black blades in one go. The cut black blades fell powerlessly on the spot. Did that bastard chief instructor teach you all this already? I wanted to have a go with him, but this is good too. With your pathetic skills. Yan sneered at Zack, who was completely ignorant of the chief instructor. He could bet his entire fortune that if they fought, Zack would turn into a handful of blood before he could count to 5. Yan spun his body in the air. Then he swung his black shadow sword at the red thread that flew towards him. Clack. It sounded like metal and metal collided. Yan didn't stop there and took out a dagger from his chest and threw it at Zack. Swish. Clang. The dagger that flew fiercely fell futilely in front of the protective device that covered Zack's body. Zack scoffed at that crude move. He had to be at least a sword thread user to hurt him. You thought you could hurt me with this kind of thing? Huh. Zack moved his eyes forward again and was bewildered. Yan's figure disappeared from his sight. That meant he wasn't trying to hurt me but to distract me. Nash. Zack gritted his teeth and shouted, "Where did that son of a bitch go?" He turned the direction over there. Number 2 and 3 are chasing him. Follow him quickly. Zack and his members' figures shot towards the mountain. As Yan ran down the mountain slope, Mammon spoke to him. Why don't you use magic? You could take care of those scumbags right now, couldn't you? I don't know if the chief instructor is watching. And he had to capture and interrogate the instructor who looked like the leader, Zack. He didn't want to waste the golden opportunity that came to him on his own feet. But if the chief instructor saw him somewhere and stopped him, it would be like giving a dog a bone and taking it back. He would have to reveal his hidden magic. He had to move the stage to the mountain where he could avoid the eyes. F-wing. As Yan was thinking, a thin needle flew from the left towards him. Yan lowered his posture as if he fell to the ground and dodged the needle. In that state, Yan put his hand on the ground. Then he blew mana into his shadow. Then the shadow wiggled a few times and sprang up. Grrrrr. It was the Black Shadow Wolf that Yan had reinterpreted from the chief instructor's Black Shadow sword. The Black Shadow Wolf, which had a complete wolf shape from the shadow, growled and looked around. Yan put his hand on the head of the Black Shadow Wolf. You take care of the left. As soon as he said that, the Black Shadow Wolf melted into the shadow. Yan looked at it and turned his Black Shadow sword back into a shadow. Instead, he pulled out a sword from his waist, kicked the ground, and flew to the right bush. Then he quickly stabbed the sword with the negative energy he drew from the mana heart. Squeak, damn, someone swore and jumped out of the bush with a metallic sound. The man was holding his right arm with his left arm. Blood dripped from his right arm. This brat! You call that stealth? Yan sneered at the man and kicked the ground again. He reached the man's front in an instant and swung his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and the sword collided. But the man was not used to his left hand, and his body was gradually pushed back as the offensive intensified. It didn't take long for him to launch a one-sided offensive. Squeak! The man's arm floated in the air. Ah! The man who lost his left arm screamed and fell to the ground. Yan looked down at the man with cold eyes and stabbed his sword into his heart. Gah, gah. The man's focus gradually blurred. Yan confirmed that the man's breath was completely cut off and turned his body. Ah! A scream of another man echoed from afar. The Black Shadow Wolf had taken care of the man on the left. How is it? Isn't it much more useful than the Black Shadow sword? Mammon said in his head with a smug tone. It was amazing. The combination of magic and skill was enough to be called the manifestation of a legendary spirit. He could fight the enemy by himself without fine control. As he admired the Black Shadow Wolf, he heard the sound of leaves falling around him. Swoosh, Yan's eyes sank. He felt the presence of 3 people. 2 of them are already dead. Zack narrowed his eyes as he saw his subordinates who had turned into corpses. He definitely has the quality that the chief instructor would covet. No matter how much he hated him, he had to admit that one quality of his. Zack gave a hint to his subordinates on both sides and spat out words he didn't mean. You're good enough to be highly valued by the organization. Come with me. Crash. The subordinate who was approaching Yan stealthily flew far away as if he was hit by a train. And what was there? A beast, something like a beast, was wandering around. It looked like a black-haired wolf. Grrrrrr. Zack was shocked as he identified the identity of the thing with his eyes narrowed. Magic. It was not just a wolf, but something made of mana in the shape of a wolf. He couldn't make something like that with a normal skill. A force that moves by itself away from the caster. It looked similar to the chief instructor's Black Blade at a glance, but it was clearly different. The Black Blade was just that the chief instructor didn't hold the sword himself, but controlled it with the mana connected to him. But the wolf didn't seem to be controlled at all. Zack stared at the wolf, and he decided that it couldn't do fatal harm to him. The subordinates were killed by surprise without noticing it, but he was different. He had already memorized the wolf's appearance with his eyes. Zack sent a message to the subordinate who stopped approaching from the right. You attack from the right, I'll go in from the front. The subordinate nodded slightly. Zack looked at Yan again. A wolf made of shadow? Interesting trick. Mammon sneered in his head. What a rotten eye. What can he do with that frozen eye? Tusk. Yan didn't react at all and bent his knees in place. Zack laughed. Yan looked like he was surrendering. Good, you're good enough to be used by the organization. Zack pulled out his sword and hung it on his shoulder and walked slowly forward. But you have to pay for hurting my brother. Where should I cut you? Finger, toe. Since we're going to dream of revolution together, I'll take just one. Zack dragged the time with words he didn't mean. He was going to subdue Yan as soon as he entered his range and torture him as much as he could. At that moment, Yan straightened his bent knees and kicked the ground. Bang, crack, the ground cracked like a spider web from how hard he kicked. Zack was startled. He missed Yan's figure. Damn it! Zack turned his head to his subordinate. Ouch. But the subordinate's face was already smashed by Yan's knee. He's fast, Zack tensed up. In an instant, 4 of his subordinates were killed. He was careless, but the guy used some unexpected moves. Zack blew mana into his sword. Then the red thread that he had seen before appeared again. The rebels' skill, the Red Revolution. Yan's eyes sparkled as he saw the red thread. The Red Revolution was a skill that the rebel leader had created himself. It had an excellent feature that it could produce more powerful destructive power than the same grade of the realm. But it burns blood to maintain that state. That's why he could go into a dangerous state of anemia without any countermeasures. The rebels' way of making up for that drawback was bloodsucking. Because of the appearance of taking someone else's blood, the Red Revolution was treated like magic in his previous life. Yan sent the Black Shadow Wolf back into the shadow and took out the Black Shadow Sword. The Black Shadow Wolf wouldn't do its part against the rebels who used the sword thread. Yan bent his knees as before and put strength on his toes. Then he cast the second Circle Magic Body Enhancement on his whole body. Body Enhancement was applied only to the body, unlike other magics. So even if the chief instructor saw it, it would be vague to define it as magic. He felt much more strength in his body than before. He felt a sore feeling in his thighs and a strong load. If he kicked the ground like this, he could charge at a fast speed like an arrow. This was the way he quickly dealt with the subordinate who approached him stealthily from the right. But before Yan kicked the ground, Die! Zack ran towards Yan first. The red thread flew threateningly towards Yan's heart. Yan jumped high on the spot. Dust clouds spread out. Yan jumped up to a height that a normal person couldn't reach and looked down. He saw the red eyes in the dust. He quickly covered his body with the Black Shadow Sword. 2 red threads shot from the dust towards Yan, who was floating in the air. Clack! Clack! Yan fended off the red threads and stimulated the mana heart. Whoosh! A stream of negative energy stretched out from his heart and rotated in his body. Then it overlaid on the Black Shadow Sword. He felt a slight dizziness from the mana deficiency. Yan bit his teeth. Black Shadow First Style Rage, the shadow that stretched out from the Black Shadow Sword, covered the dust and made it dark. Then in no time, it formed a black hemisphere that surrounded Zack and the dust. Yan focused his mind and twisted the Black Shadow Sword. Then, thud! A fierce sound came from inside the black hemisphere. The shadow blades inside the hemisphere indiscriminately chopped the inside. It's still lacking compared to the chief instructor's rage. The rage that the chief instructor showed before wrapped a hill in an instant and cut down the trees. Compared to that, he barely wrapped a distance of 10 meters, and it took a little time. But it's not enough to not kill a 5th-grade knight. A scream of tearing came from inside the black hemisphere. Yan landed on the ground and swung the black shadow sword to release the rage. Huh, huh. Then Zack's figure, who had his right arm and right leg cut off, appeared. Zack, who only had his torso left, had a face that couldn't believe the situation. Yan looked at Zack and walked up to him and stuck the black shadow sword in his shoulder. If you want to die without pain, you better answer well. At Yan's words, Zack gritted his teeth. At that moment, he felt a faint gaze on his back. He finally came to watch. It was the chief instructor, but he couldn't back down. He had to ask Zack what he had to ask. Yan turned his back so that he couldn't see from behind and took something out of his pocket and whispered in front of Zack. Do you know what this symbol is? It was a pendant. Zack's eyes widened for a moment as he confirmed the symbol. Yan rejoiced. He wondered if there was any connection between the chief instructor's tattoo and the symbol on this pendant, but the question was somewhat solved. He definitely has something to do with the rebels. Zack's eyes shook, but his mouth didn't open. Yan smiled and pulled out the black shadow sword and hung it on his shoulder. Where do you want to start? Finger, toe? At that, Zack's eyes froze. The same words he had said before came out of Yan's mouth. I have the confidence to find out. Do you have the confidence to hide? Yan's cruel smile darkened Zack's eyes. Chapter 30. Yan shook off the blood on his hand and returned to the training camp. To put it bluntly, he failed to extract information from Jacques. I expected it, but things got annoying. Jacques was about to open his mouth before even cutting off one of his fingers. In the meantime, why is that symbol on such an old-fashioned pendant? That is, Suddenly, his body swelled up like a balloon, and then, boom. They put a gold seal on it like this, huh? The organization called the Revolutionary Army was made up of thorough cell groups. But even if they were cell groups, they couldn't hide from the Special Task Force, one of the Imperial intelligence agencies, if they were determined to dig. These guys took quite some time because of the gold seal. There was no way to deal with it even if he knew it would explode. The head instructor was watching from behind, and there was no need to show him the scene of breaking the gold seal of the Revolutionary Army. Anyway, he confirmed the most important thing: the head instructor's tattoo and the symbol on this pendant, and the Revolutionary Army. He knew that the three were connected by something. Yan vowed to advance his relationship with the head instructor further and entered the side door. As soon as he entered, Yan stopped his body upright. The head instructor was standing still in front of the side door. He stroked his chin with his index finger and chuckled. Did you do well? At that, Yan's eyes twitched. You're acting smart when you've already seen everything. He remembered when he came out of the royal prison a while ago. He pressed down on Jacques' words, who said it was unfair to the other trainees, as if he was contemptuous. Maybe he was looking forward to this event since then? No, he definitely was. So you planned to make it like this from the beginning. 2 birds with 1 stone? I wanted to give Jacques a shock because he was too arrogant lately, but I didn't know you would kill him. Then you should have stopped me. Didn't you come out to watch? Me? What are you talking about? I didn't see anything. If I did, I would have stopped you. The head instructor said with a pity. What bullshit. Yan spat out a curse as he saw his hateful expression. The gaze he felt when he started interrogating Jacques was definitely the head instructor's. Gloomy and secretive. Who else in this training camp could send such a gaze? Yan hid his inner thoughts and said something like, I see. The head instructor turned his body. Anyway, we'll start the second test tomorrow, so go and sleep. Yawn. He checked that Yan's condition was fine and walked to his office with a yawn. Yan looked at his back and headed to the dormitory. Does he have no intention of telling me about the Revolutionary Army yet? He thought he would ask about that, but it ended more blandly than he thought. The next morning, the instructors were standing at the edge of the central hall, holding signs with the words East, West, South, and North. The trainees felt the tension rise as they realized that the second test was about to begin. From today, you will leave for the battlefield and carry out your assigned missions. Some of the trainees tilted their heads at the head instructor's words. Battlefield? Fighting place? Can we leave this place? The head instructor smiled as if he noticed their questions and continued. Yes, from today, you will go outside. You must have been suffocated to death by staying in the training camp all this time, right? Some of the trainees brightened their eyes at that. Roman was one of them. The head instructor chuckled as he saw him. You can try to escape if you think you can. By the way, this time, not only the instructors, but also the elites from the special task force will be watching you. Roman's expression twisted. He didn't know how great the elites of the special task force were, but judging by how confidently he spoke, he must have been well prepared for escape. The battlefields you will head to are 4: East, West, South, and North. The head instructor explained about them. The Eastern Death, adjacent to the land of the undead and the dead. The Western Weirdness, where strange monsters and mysterious phenomena occur. The Southern Blaze, where all kinds of pirates appear and the hot sun rises. The Northern Cold, where the land is frozen all year round and adjacent to the barbarian tribes. None of them were easy places. A trainee raised his hand. Can we choose the battlefield we want to go to? The head instructor smirked. Yeah, you can go wherever you want. The trainee's face brightened at that. It meant that he could volunteer to go where the trainee he followed was going. This time, Lorna raised her hand. Are the missions different for each battlefield? Yeah, they are different for each battlefield, but don't worry, there won't be any difference in difficulty. Casa, who heard that, spoke to the trainee next to him. Tell the kids to come to the east. He seemed to call his forces to the east. He looked confident in his eyes, as if he had some way. Roman, too, as if he couldn't lose, called Jake, who had escaped with him, and said, We're going to the west. West, west, wouldn't it be better to go to the south or the north? I don't like hot or cold. Jake made a ridiculous expression at that. He was going to the west, where he didn't know what would happen just because of that. He tried to change Roman's mind, but his determination was firm. In the end, Jake made a sad face and went to tell the trainees who followed Roman. And the upper ranks who had allied with each other, the lower ranks who had not yet made a decision, all decided to go to the south. They thought it would be easier to deal with pirates, who were also human, than to fight undead or monsters. Decide well in 10 minutes and go to the place you want to volunteer and line up. As the head instructor's words ended, the trainees gathered in groups and headed to the instructors holding the signs. The east was Casa and his followers, about 80. The west was Roman and his subordinates, about 50. The south were the trainees who did not belong to either of those two forces, about 60. And the north had very few trainees who volunteered, unlike the other regions. The region was characterized by the cold that endangered their lives all year round. The trainees were reluctant to go to the north, as they could lose their lives from the cold alone. Also, the fact that Cruel, who had a vicious temperament, volunteered was one of the reasons why the others shunned him. What are you doing here? What fuck? I said I'm going. You're still vulgar. What? I said you're vulgar. Do you want me to say it again? Lo, Lorna, please ignore him. What? You pig-like thing? Eek! Sigh. Yan sighed deeply as he watched the trainee hiding behind Lorna. It felt like a hard time from the start. The number of people heading to the north was 4, including himself. Cruel, Lorna, and the trainee named Charles, who was stuck next to her, a train station near the training camp. The trainees arrived quickly thanks to the gate they took. They looked around and muttered, Is this place unused by anyone else? Yeah, it's kind of eerie. It was quiet for a place that operated one of the Empire's finest products, the train. There were only rails and chairs to sit on, and no ticket booths or other amenities. And most of all, there were no other passengers besides them. Whoosh! The trains that stopped at the station honked their horns. It meant they were about to depart. Most of the trainees looked at the trains with curious faces. Most of them were seeing the train for the first time in their lives. One of the instructors who led them shouted, From now on, you will split into east, west, south, and north. The east was platform 1. The west was 2, the south was 3, and the north was 4. Unlike platforms 1, 2, and 3, which were crowded, platform 4 was deserted. The instructor who led them from the front took out 4 train tickets from his pocket and handed them to each of them. You just have to get off at the station written on this ticket. When you arrive at the station, a special agent will be waiting for you. Just follow him. Yan checked the ticket he received. There was the departure and destination, and a counterfeit-proof character, and the seal of the Transportation Bureau that seemed to be made by magic. Gillimling Station, Beowulfing Station, Beowulfing? Cruel's face twisted. He had a hunch when he heard the North, but he didn't expect to go to Lorna's family's side. Damn it! He had poured out all kinds of insults to Lorna. If the Beowulf family found out about this test would be quite painful. Cruel turned his head to Yan. What, got something to say? He bit his teeth at Yan's calm question. It's because of that bastard that I volunteered for the North. He volunteered for the North as soon as Yan did, hoping to kill him when they were alone. But he would be lucky if he didn't die by the Beowulf Knights before he could do anything to Yan. Lorna had been called the forbidden flower of the North Wall since long ago, and that fact was well known even by the Dwight family, who had a central position. Whoosh! A train entered Platform 4. The large and black-painted train was so majestic that anyone who saw it for the first time would be intimidated. Wow! Charl opened her mouth and looked at the train. Clang, clang. The train started to slow down with a screeching sound. Click. A small door opened between the trains and the conductor asked them, "Are you the customers boarding?" Cruel stepped forward and handed over his ticket. Click. Yes, confirmed, have a nice trip. The conductor took the ticket and confirmed it, then punched a hole and returned it to Cruel. Seeing that, Charl, Lorna, and Yan boarded the train in order. The conductor checked their tickets and shouted to the front, "All aboard, departure." At the same time, the train honked its horn and left the station. They were assigned to the third class. It was a place where they had laid shabby chairs in the cargo compartment, so it looked miserable. Cruel sat down in his seat and grumbled, "I can't believe I have to sit in this garbage-like place." He glanced at the other trainees. Lorna and Charles sat together by the window and stared quietly at the outside, and Yan sat them to them and closed his eyes. He, peace and quiet. Cruel took out a small knife from his pocket. He didn't want to risk breaking it by taking out the sword on his waist. Then he pulled up his mana and wrapped it around the knife. It was a sword aura that had a definite shape, not the wavering one from 2 years ago. Cruel checked Yan's breathing again, just in case. It was steady, and he breathed thinly and long, as if he was asleep. Now's my chance. Cruel stabbed the knife he was holding toward Yan, who was sleeping without knowing anything. His target was the carotid artery in his neck. Evil. As he almost reached the end of the artery, Cruel's eyes filled with ecstasy. It was then, clack, the knife that was reaching out stopped abruptly. It was because Yan, who had opened his eyes, grabbed his hand. "What are you doing?" Cruel's face hardened. Damn it! He had been trying to pull his hand back by pulling up his mana, but it was as stiff as a rock. Yan smiled at him. "How many punches do you want?" An hour later. Yan leaned his chin and looked at the scenery outside the window. And next to him was Cruel. "Ah, ah!" He groaned in pain with something like a cloth in his mouth. His face was like dough, swollen all over, and there were many places with bruises. He had been beaten by Yan for an hour with his mouth shut. Someday I will surely. Cruel thought he would get his revenge someday, but then, this bastard still not sober. Whack, he lost consciousness by Yan's fist. Chapter 31. Yan knocked out Cruel with one blow and looked out the window with a languid face. It's the same dream for 2 years. Just when he took a nap, Yan dreamed of his childhood. In a garden full of purple wildflowers, he lay on the lap of a woman. "Sleep well, my baby." The woman sang a lullaby and stroked his cheek. The tania flowers in the field, the birds in the sea, they all fall asleep. He tried to look at who the woman was, but the shadow of the hat that blocked the sun hid her face. Smelling the fragrant sea breeze. "Sleep well, my baby, sleep tight." Every time he tried to turn his head to see the woman's face, he inevitably woke up from the dream. Let's go home as soon as possible. An hour had passed since the train left Gillimring Station. "Why are you leaving him alone?" Maman asked Yan curiously why he spared Cruel. "Someday he'll be useful." "Useful? He's the kind of guy who'll stab you in the back before you can use him." Maman didn't like Cruel, as he had a history of being betrayed by someone he trusted. Yan chuckled at Maman's expression. "Who was the one who tricked me with the magic he promised to teach me?" Maman shut his mouth at his words. After a long silence, Maman said defensively, Back then, we didn't have enough trust and mutual exchange." "Never mind. Take a look at his bracelet." "Bracelet? Why do you want me to look at his bracelet? It's just a normal, Mammon stuttered. Magi, he learned magic? Yan nodded. Before he learned the breath of the divine dragon, it was only a guess. But now that he was sensitive to mana, he could clearly feel the presence of magi implanted in Cruel's bracelet. Mammon examined Cruel's bracelet and exclaimed, "Wow, the magi hasn't taken root in the bracelet yet?" Mammon's words were the best diagnosis of Cruel's current condition. If one learned magic, magi would inevitably follow. Magi had the characteristic of amplifying humans' negative emotions. And so, it would take root in the bracelet and the brain and corrupt the personality. If the magi eroded the bracelet, the brain, and the marrow, he would become a Mane who only craved for power and desire. He seems to have learned magic for quite some time, but he hasn't completely lost his personality yet. That means he has some talent and quality. I don't know if his original personality was clean or not. It meant that Cruel's innate talent and quality suppressed the side effects of magi as much as possible. I see. I can understand why you want to use him with that kind of quality. So how are you going to use him? I'm tired of doing everything by myself these days. Even if you take out all the magi from him, his changed personality won't easily revert, right? Mammon's words made Yan smirk. It was no big deal for him to modify the personality of a chick. Bang! The train stopped at the station with a powerful whistle. This station is Avalon Station. Avalon Station. Yan's eyes sparkled at the familiar name. Avalon? Avalon was the capital of the Empire, the Imperial City. It was the place where Yan had burned before he died in his previous life. Yan's gaze went to the station outside the window, and beyond that, to the tall buildings. A sight that was incomparable to other places. In other countries, they still used wood or stone to build at most 2-story buildings. But in Avalon, they used a material called cement to make buildings that were over 5 stories high. Besides, the well-maintained roads and the lakes and landscaping made by magic added a different charm. It's not for nothing that it's called the capital. As Yan quietly looked at the view of Avalon, the outside of the train became noisy. He turned his head and saw several people surrounding an old man with gray hair. "Imperial teacher, can't you stay a little longer? Why don't you give a word to His Highness the Crown Prince before you leave? If there was anything uncomfortable, please tell us. We'll fix it right away." The men around the old man spoke with restless faces. "Yeki, His Highness's learning is already complete. There's nothing to teach, so why do you keep telling me to stay in the Imperial City?" The old man scolded them and turned his body coldly and got on the train. Imperial teacher, Imperial teacher, Imperial teacher, just stay with us." Despite the earnest pleas of the men, the old man got on the train and found his seat. Yan smiled slyly as he watched him from behind. He's still the same, the picky old man. The teacher of the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Imperial teacher, Prince Wigger. He was an old man of commoner origin who had not learned magic or martial arts, but his status in the Empire was very high. He had built his status only with his scholarship, and the Emperor respected him so much that he bestowed him the title of Count. He was also a person who could have a great influence on the Empire, as his disciples who admired him were scattered in the upper echelons of the Empire. It was him who took out Kasa, the son of the enemy of the Ifrain family. The influence could even rescue the eldest son of a family that committed treason. Yan coveted that influence. He looked at the back of Wigger. Gray hair, black suit. He remembered the last of Wigger he had seen in his previous life. "Your Majesty, in caring for the people, if the ruler cannot understand their pain, that is hell. Why don't you know that? Open your eyes, open them. You are His Majesty the Emperor." From the moment the rebels called themselves revolutionaries, from the moment the people started to support them, "Your Majesty, no, you can no longer be their father." What is that power worth? To ignore the suffering people? Where did the wise past go? Come to your senses, Emperor, please, please. In his previous life, Wigger had given a bit of near-scolding advice to the Emperor who did not pay attention to the state affairs, risking his neck. No, it was a scream, because the people's hearts had already left the Empire. But the Emperor did not heed Wigger's advice, but rather ordered his execution with displeasure. The last words that Wigger had shed tears of blood before he died were still strongly engraved in Yan's mind. "Yuhu-hu-hu, the 1,000-year-old empire is falling apart. How grateful I am, Emperor, that I can't see the empire that our ancestors and countless heroes built crumble with my own eyes. Yuhahaha, patriot. This was the only word that could describe Wigger, who had shed tears of blood and was executed for the sake of the country. After Wigger's execution, his disciples who had received his teachings, the noble and upright nobles and officials, went down to their hometowns and their territories. And they never returned to the imperial city until the day they closed their eyes. Later, the empire crushed the revolutionaries in the Armenian Rebellion, but the people's hearts did not return. Anyway, that was a later story. Now, if I use the old man Wigger's conviction well, I can make him a useful card someday. Yan didn't care much about the people's hearts, but Wigger was different. He was a person who would exclude anything that could shake the security or the people's hearts of the empire, even if he had to use methods that he hated. The revolutionaries, who considered Wigger a thorn in their side, would attempt to kidnap him. And then I'll rescue him and make a connection with him. His influence and network would be a great help in clearing the obstacles in his way. Yan looked at Wigger getting on the train and turned his gaze behind him. Some of the crew members were following Wigger. Eagle eye. As Yan used magic to enhance his vision, his pupils narrowed. Then he saw the two crew members who were chasing Wigger fiddling with their fingers slightly. He snickered at the sight. They were already infiltrated by the revolutionaries before I got on. By the way, the revolutionaries' sign language? It's been a long time. The revolutionaries used sign language that only they could understand when they talked during the operation. And Yan had already learned the sign language of the revolutionaries. Yan's eyes went to the crew members' fingers. The order came from above. The kidnapping of the imperial teacher will start in the tunnel before arriving at Hammerin Station, an hour later. Keep your presence hidden until then. I'll watch the imperial teacher. Pass this message to the members under your command. The crew members, or rather the revolutionaries, who heard the mission details dispersed to their respective areas. And then they shared the instructions they received with sign language with other crew members who seemed to be their subordinates. Yan stored the contents of their conversation in his head. In an hour, the tunnel. There was no need to get more information from here. This was more than enough. Yan repeated the process of making and erasing and making plans again in his head. An hour passed like that. Yan smiled contentedly as if he had come up with a satisfactory plan. And then he stretched out his arms and legs, thwack. He slapped the back of Cruel's head, who was unconscious next to him. Ouch, what the hell? What is it now? Get ready. What are you talking about? What kind of preparation? Cruel asked with a distorted face. The villains are about to show up. What? What does that mean? Yan slowly got up from his seat. His gaze went to Lorna, who was looking out the window. She looked so calm that he almost forgot how she used to nag him to fight whenever she saw him. Is she troubled by the thought of going back to her family? That was when. Beep. A smooth male voice came from the speaker in the train. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We will enter the tunnel shortly. Please do not panic if the car shakes and fasten your seat belts. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery outside the window darkened and the train shook violently. As the train shook hard, Cruel remembered what Yan had just said and got up. Villains? What villains? If you're going to talk, do it properly. Yan cut off Cruel's words. This train is in the hands of the enemy now. Enemy? His gaze was still on Lorna. She looked as if she had no interest at all. But he couldn't let her stay like this. Lorna had to play a big role here, as a bait to attract their attention. Yan grinned slightly. Revolutionaries. As soon as he uttered the word, a cold chill swept through the train. The one who caused the chill was Lorna. She, who had been looking out the window until a moment ago, was now staring straight at Yan. What did you just say? Lorna got up from her seat and walked towards Yan. Yan smiled at her. He had stored the information of the strong ones inside and outside the Empire in his head as a special mission leader. And that included Sword St. Lorna. He knew a lot about Lorna now. Why she, who lacked nothing, ran away from the north and participated in the Dragon Knight project. Why her face hardened whenever the story of the Duke of Beowulf and the Grand Prince came up. Why she was desperate to win the first place no matter what. What did I say? It was all related to the revolutionaries. Soon after, clank, clank, the train started to shake violently, and the outside of the window became dark. As the train entered the tunnel, The revolutionaries began to move. Chapter 32. A man in a crew uniform was walking around the trains, calming down the passengers. Is the train always this shaky? Is there an accident or something? No, it's just because we entered a snow-covered track for a moment. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Is there anything else that bothers you? The passengers seemed to relax at the crew's words and sat back in their seats, either sleeping or reading books. After settling the confusion of the second-class passengers, the man adjusted his uniform and opened the door to the third class. The third class was like a cargo hold compared to the second class. Unlike the first and second classes, there was no pleasant air made by magic, and the passengers' clothes were mostly nothing to look at. But the man smiled and went inside, apologizing to each passenger for the inconvenience. After calming down all the passengers in the front, the crew moved to the back. Huh! A young man was glaring at him with a dissatisfied expression. The crew changed his expression and approached the young man. Hello, sir. I'm sorry for the inconvenience on your trip. We're currently passing through a snowy area, so... The young man cut off the crew's words. Are you one of those revolutionaries, you bastard? Excuse me. Revolutionaries? The crew asked back, widening his eyes. No, then forget it. The young man, cruel, snickered and said, The guy who was here just now went to stop your plan. I guess you don't care. At that moment, the crew's eyes flashed. He turned his head slightly and looked at the passengers in the front. It was a long trip, so they should be sleeping, but some of them were chatting. Seeing that, the crew took out a pouch from his chest and threw it towards the passengers in the front. A white powder came out of the pouch and filled the third-class car with a faint haze. Then, ahaha, is that so? I was like, why are you acting like that? Why am I so sleepy? The voices of the passengers who were chatting gradually faded and soon snoring sounds were heard. The crew looked at that and turned his head again. The face of the crew, who had a nice impression until then, became expressionless. He then asked Cruel, Who are you, and how do you know us? Cruel Dwight, the one who will become the lord of the Dwight Count's house someday. Dwight Count's house. A noble, huh? The crew muttered quietly and unbuttoned his uniform. There were countless daggers and knives on his waist. The crew said, It's lucky to see a noble in a place like this. I was a bit dissatisfied with the mission of calming down the ordinary passengers. Cruel laughed at the crew's words. He was telling the truth. He said the villains would break in. I'll warm up a bit. Why do I have to listen to him anyway? Cruel grumbled and got up from his seat. He had a strange knife in his right hand. It looked like a saw and a sword were mashed together. He picked up the knife as if he was possessed by it from the weapons store that opened at the start of the second test. He put it on his shoulder and smiled at the crew, or rather, the revolutionary. Shall we start, you bastard? Lorna and Yan left Cruel behind and climbed up to the train roof through the third-class window. The biting wind scratched their cheeks and their clothes fluttered violently in the wind. When they moved forward a bit, From here, you take care of it. Yan pointed to the passage connecting the second and first classes and said, If it were the usual Lorna, she would have retorted what he meant. But now, whether she knew the situation was urgent or had another reason, she just flew toward the passage without saying a word. Clang! Lorna opened the window and entered the intercarriage passage. She volunteered for the northbound train to see Yan's true skills, who was the first place. But she was troubled when she saw that the destination was Beowulf territory. She had a headache thinking about showing her face to the house she had left. Those things are now strangely calm. Then she suddenly had a strange thought. How did he know that the revolutionaries would appear? But before she could conclude that thought, two men blocked her way. They were wearing crew uniforms and looked like the crew who controlled the place. Sir, it's dangerous now, so please wait until the announcement comes out and then come out. If you're not in a hurry to go to the bathroom, you can just wait a little and come back in about 10 minutes. They stopped Lorna's steps with a bewildered face. But in Lorna's eyes, there was a sharpness. The crew must have been locked up somewhere, and now the crew are all revolutionaries. They were wearing crew uniforms, but according to Yan's words, they were revolutionaries. She didn't believe it at first, but now she had no choice but to believe it. They all looked like they had surpassed a certain level to be ordinary crew. Revolutionaries. Lorna chewed on the hateful name she heard from Yan. An organization that could never coexist with her. Happy and harmonious. The ones who tore apart the family that seemed unbreakable. Ha ha ha, Lorna, if you do more, this Opa's body won't be left. The source that got his Opa, whom she respected and loved in the past, killed. Crack, a thin red line ran down Lorna's lips. She joined this dragon soldier project to find them with her own hands, but they showed up so easily. She felt grateful and ecstatic. Swoosh. When Lorna drew her sword from her waist, a cold chill swept the passage. Cold, Beowulf's house. The two crew who controlled the passage immediately identified Lorna's identity by the coldness that flew. And then they realized that their identity was exposed and revealed their true colors as revolutionaries. A lion cub of Beowulf. We never thought we'd fall into the hands of someone like you, but there are such miracles. They each took out a dagger from their chest or drew a sword from their waist. Just then, Lorna's mouth, which was tightly closed, opened. "Do you know what you did to our house?" Her voice trembled. Not because of fear or dread. She tried to speak in a calm tone, holding back her reason that seemed to run wild at any moment, but her jaw didn't listen to her. At Lorna's question, the two revolutionaries looked at each other's faces and then, "Kahaha, did you hear that? Heard it or not, this is a naive lady." They laughed and mocked Lorna. Lorna glared at them with a hard face. The revolutionaries also stopped laughing at some point and glared at Lorna with serious eyes. "Hey, naive lady. Then do you know the evil that your house did to us? Before you were born, or even when you grew up eating and seeing only good things, we survived by eating rotten garbage. Who do you think is to blame for this?" They growled, drawing out a red sword. Lorna smiled coldly at their words. The motto of Beowulf is Protection Guard. Beowulf protects the people of the territory even when snow falls all year round and in the frozen land. Did Beowulf do evil? Lorna declared to the revolutionaries. Then you were evil. Beowulf fights to protect, and walks the path of domination, supremacy, to protect. Those who try to harm the North are exterminated, extinction, by any means, and the North is protected by eliminating the aftermath. Even if the target is the emperor of the empire. Don't pick up a sword easily without the intention to protect. Lorna's head was filled with the words she heard from her father and lord, the Duke of Beowulf. He was always a warm and good father, but he was cold and strict when it came to protecting the North. But I don't have anything I want to protect now. There is no brother who was kind and strong, no mother who was gentle in this world. Lorna sneered and raised her sword. A cold chill flowed from her body and swept the passage. At that sight, one of the revolutionaries covered his mouth. Weak, he made a signal as if calling his comrades. Then the door of the opposite passage opened roughly and 10 new revolutionaries poured in. They all held their weapons with a bloody aura and took their positions. Each one of them had a power that was not inferior to the instructors of the special unit. In terms of power, it was a clear disadvantage. But Lorna didn't flinch. Rather, she burned more hatred. "And then die, you bastards." She flew toward the revolutionaries. Squeak! Yan was running fast on the train roof, cutting through the wind. His goal was the engine room at the very front. Old man Wigger must be captured there. Maybe he was still putting up a fight against the revolutionaries with his stubborn attitude. He's the kind of guy who would do that. As he was planning what to do next in his head, Mammon suddenly spoke to him. "Do you really need that Wigger guy?" "Yeah." If he was a special unit leader like in his previous life, or if he had any intention of leaving this empire, he wouldn't care. When I have to face the revolutionaries, there's no better card than Wigger. Wigger's belief and the direction he had to go were overlapping, if not clashing, so it was best to pay off his debt at this opportunity. He could get a concession when their goals coincided, and there would be times when he could use him. I won't be able to use him often, though. Tisk, this world is full of calculating bastards. That's why I hate the human world. Mammon clicked his tongue and closed his mouth again. Yan chuckled and ran straight to the front where the engine room was located. Train engine room. Wigger, who had boarded the train with a stern face until a moment ago, was kneeling with his hands tied behind his back. Around him, there were about 10 crew members, including the engineer, who were also captured. And in front of them, there were 2 men and women standing. Is this human really Wigger? I don't believe it, but... They looked down at Wigger with a puzzled face. The woman, who had her eyes slanted up and looked bad-tempered, squinted and crouched down. Her hand grabbed Wigger's gray hair and pulled it back. "Hey, old man, are you really Wigger?" At that, Wigger met the woman's eyes. Wigger opened his mouth. Hee hee, yes I am. Wigger, please spare my life. TCK, how is this Wigger? Contrary to what they thought, Wigger was very cowardly and treacherous. Chapter 33. The 7th Army Commander of the Revolutionary Army and the 8th in the ranking. The light sword, Electus. His third disciple, Hela, frowned as she saw the imperial teacher, who was laughing servilely. She had expected the imperial teacher to be a dignified and noble figure like a pine tree. But this was the teacher who taught the crown prince who ruled the empire. What is this? Not even a beggar. Are you really the imperial teacher? Yes, I am. Miss Hela turned her head and looked at her fellow disciple, Baris, as the imperial teacher nodded his head several times servilely. Is this really him? He doesn't seem to be disguised, and I don't feel any traces of magic on his face. It was a confirmation. Hela, who had been crouching, sighed deeply and got up from her seat. Then she gave the order to retreat to her subordinates. We have secured the imperial teacher, so let's get out of here at the next stop. Everyone, get ready. Just then, crash, the glass window of the engine room broke, and something flowed in through the gap. A thing that looked like a small dirt ball. Hela's eyes widened as she watched it. Smoke bomb? She realized the identity of the fallen object. Pishiik. A white smoke began to spew out of the smoke bomb like an explosion. Everyone, guard the surroundings. Use your power as you please. If you see anyone suspicious, wipe them out right away. The smoke began to block the sight of all the revolutionaries, including Hela and Baris. Wigger, who had been blindfolded and captured, lay flat on the floor, and a voice came into his ear. Sir, can I help you? He couldn't tell for sure because it was a voice, but he guessed that the other person was young by the tone. Wigger sighed lightly. He thought that even if a young man intervened in this situation, it wouldn't be much help. But now he needed to borrow even a cat's hand. Wigger nodded his head reluctantly. Then another voice came. Then you owe me one. Wigger's lips curled slightly. You're talking about debt in this situation? If you don't like it, forget it. Then try to escape well among them. He's an interesting guy. He didn't know who he was, but he must not be an ordinary guy if he did that knowing his honor or position. Normally, he would have dragged on the response of the voice to see more, but the situation was urgent. If he was dragged away by an unidentified organization, he wouldn't see a good sight. He also had to get out of this situation quickly for the sake of the other crew members who were suffering with him. Wigger nodded his head and another voice came. You won't say two things with one mouth? Wigger laughed at that. Hela, who was next to him, looked at him with suspicious eyes, but Wigger ignored her gaze and opened his mouth. The thing I hate the most is saying two things with one mouth. Hela frowned and grabbed his collar as he suddenly blurted out nonsense. Ugh! Boom! Right in front of her, a fountain of blood burst out with the sound of his breath stopping. Yan smirked as he saw Wigger's appearance. That old man is still the same. Yan knew Wigger as a ruthless pragmatist. He was the type who would take everything out of his way if he could gain even a little advantage. But he wasn't always like that. He understood his honor and position well. Yan entered through the broken glass window after talking to Wigger. The revolutionaries were on alert in the smoke that filled the engine room. But they are nothing but blind men now. Yan breathed quietly and wrapped his body with the yin energy he drew from the second planet of the Mana heart, the moon. Then he disappeared without any stealth technique. In that state, he pulled out a dagger from his pocket and ran towards the presence he felt in front of him. Cuck! The other party couldn't make any sound because he covered his mouth. Yan stabbed his neck with the dagger filled with mana. Blood spurted from his neck with the sound of his breath leaving and added red to the smoke that exploded in the engine room. The enemies reacted quickly. Number 7 is down. Spread the dust. The enemy is alone. Even though a colleague who had been with them for a long time met a sudden death, they would have been in a panic for a moment. The revolutionaries didn't panic or fall into fear and started to use their counter strategies right away. Yan couldn't help but admire them, even though they were enemies. They were not inferior to the elites of the special mission team, who could respond without panic in an emergency. I have to reduce their numbers first. Yan pulled out another dagger from his pocket and held one in each hand. Then he started to move quickly in the smoke. Every time he swung his dagger, a fountain of blood burst out. It was useless for the revolutionaries to have dust protection if they couldn't catch his presence. These pathetic bastards. Hella bit her tongue as she saw her subordinates being taken down like scarecrows. She expanded her aura and drew her sword. Then she swung her sword hard towards the faint presence she felt. Swoosh! Bang! The white sword energy from Hella's sword broke the left wall. Then the smoke inside the engine room quickly escaped through there. However, vroom, clank, clatter, the train started to shake violently due to the pressure difference with the outside. Some of the revolutionaries lost their balance and fell. But Hella stood firmly without falling or stumbling, as she had a good sense of balance. She sliced the bottom of the large iron table that was reflected in the engine room and kicked it towards the side where the wind was escaping. Bang! The table slammed into the hollow wall with a loud noise. The shaking stopped then. Huh, I'm sure I felt something, wasn't it? Hella tilted her head. She had shot the sword energy towards the direction where she felt the presence, but only the innocent wall flew away. She lost her appetite as she saw a young boy who didn't fit in the engine room enter her sight. He was lying flat under the left wall, avoiding the sword energy she shot. What the hell? I felt it right. She twisted her mouth. The light sword Electus? Yan narrowed his eyes as he saw Hella, who smiled slyly at him. He recognized it as soon as he saw the white sword energy. There were few people in his knowledge who could handle such a pure white sword energy. Among them, there was only one who joined the Revolutionary Army, a candidate for the 3 swords of the continent and a user of the brilliant white sword energy. The 7th Army commander of the Revolutionary Army, the light sword, Electus. The sword energy that the woman had just displayed was exactly the same as the light sword's white sword energy that Yan had seen in his previous life. Then, she must be his disciple. It was known that the light sword had several disciples. But something was strange. He hadn't heard that the light sword's disciple had revealed herself here. Ah, did she run away? Then Hella asked Yan, Kid, who are you? Isn't it basic etiquette to introduce yourself before asking? Hella chuckled at Yan's words. Hella, I'm Yan. Hella's eyes went up. She had only answered her name, but she didn't think he would only say his name too. Was he trying to make a joke? He seemed to have noticed her thoughts, and Yan shrugged his shoulders. You only said your name too. Ahaha, you're a funny kid. Contrary to her playful tone, her eyes sank. His appearance was no more than 20 years old. He looked like he hadn't even had his coming-of-age ceremony yet. But he had already taken the lives of 6 of her subordinates. The lowest achiever among the revolutionaries under her was a 6th grade. He killed a 5th grade too. Then he had to be at least that much or more. At that age, a 5th grade? Does that make sense? She was also called a genius or a prodigy when she was young, and she heard a lot of stories that her talent was extraordinary. But when she was Yan's age, she was under her master's tutelage. At that time, she had barely reached the beginning of the 6th grade. No, is there anyone who reached that level at that age in the first place? She smirked, and 2 people came to her mind. One was the current crown prince, who was called the reincarnation of the founding emperor. And the other was a Revolutionary Army officer she had seen by chance a while ago. That kid is at the level of those 2? She couldn't believe it. No, how could she believe it? She knew quite a lot of promising people in the empire. But there was no one named Yan among them. A guy with that level of skill just fell from the sky. It was more rational to think that he had done something. For example, using a powerful artifact or tricking them. As Hella was organizing her thoughts, Baris quietly spoke to her from the side. It seems like the plan will be disrupted because of that guy, so let's attack him together quickly. She was annoyed by the words of her fellow disciple who suggested they attack together. Do you think I'm going to lose to that kind of guy? That's not what I meant. Hella frowned and walked forward. I'll take care of it myself, so you just shut up and take care of the imperial teacher. Yes. Baris shook his head as he saw Hella being stubborn. Then he stood next to Wigger, who was lying down, and watched the situation. Yan stared quietly at Hella, who was walking towards him alone. Judging by the aura from her body, she's a sword. Ah, by your standards, she's about 5th grade. Mammon measured Hella's level. Yan also guessed that much. Clang! He dropped the 2 daggers he was holding on the floor and pulled out a sword from his waist. It was a weapon that the chief instructor had given him, telling him not to die miserably anywhere. Unlike the ordinary iron swords that Lorna and other trainees had received, the blade was black. It was made of a metal called ink iron. It was not enough to be called a treasure sword, but it was not lacking to be called a famous sword. And what he liked most was that it was perfect for using the Black Shadow sword that he learned from the chief instructor. TSSSD. As he stimulated his mana heart, mana began to spread throughout his body. Do you think you can do it alone? It would be better to back off now. Yan taunted Hela, who was walking towards him. Hela burst into laughter at Yan's words. Puahaha, kid, what did you just say? Then she muttered with a hardened face. You really want to die painfully. Yan smiled as he saw that Hela had fallen for his provocation, and he leaned his upper body forward and bent his toes to give him strength. Haste, he uttered a chant and felt his lower body lighten. In that state, bang, Yan became a streak of light and shot towards Hela. Chapter 34. Lorna had been quite neat and tidy until a few moments ago, but now her hair was loose and messy, and her face was covered with dust and bloodstains. Clang, clang, clang. She swung or stabbed her sword frantically, fighting against the revolutionaries. She had been the top performer in the training camp, except for Yan. But at this moment, she was in a predicament. She's a madwoman with a sword. Did the Beowulf Duke teach you that? The revolutionaries jeered at Lorna, who gave up defense and only attacked. But their sword attacks did not stop either. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on her body. Whoosh! She ignored the sword flying from the right and stabbed the heart of the revolutionary in front of her. Blood flowed from her cheek. It was because she did not avoid the flying sword. Lorna scanned the surroundings with fierce eyes, looking for the next prey. Soon, her blue eyes found the one who had scratched her cheek. There's no other crazy bitch like her. The revolutionary muttered as he met Lorna's eyes. Her appearance, bloodthirsty for killing without caring for her own body, made even the revolutionaries who had been through many battles shiver. Huff, Lorna did not stop and ran towards the next prey. Nearby, sword attacks flew at her, but she only dodged the fatal ones and aimed for her target. Clang, she stabbed her sword. But the opponent easily blocked it with the sword and shrugged off the impact. In that state, drop dead, two revolutionaries who were waiting for a chance rushed at her from the side. At that moment, whish, Lorna disappeared from the sight of the revolutionaries. What? The revolutionaries, who had accidentally crossed swords with each other, quickly withdrew their swords and looked around for Lorna. Thud. Then they felt a cold sensation and pain in their stomachs and looked down. Die! Lorna was lying flat on the floor, throwing away her sword and stabbing their abdomen with a dagger. She had dropped her sword and pulled out another weapon as soon as she was caught. You damn bitch. The revolutionary gritted his teeth. He felt a bitter taste of blood in his mouth. He wanted to stab Lorna's back with his sword right away, but his head was dizzy and his arm had no strength. Thud, the revolutionary fell back, rolling his eyes. Lorna spat out the coagulated blood and pulled out a new dagger from her bosom. Only 6 left. She had killed about 4 revolutionaries, but there were still more left. They had shut their mouths, seeing how she had killed them. They seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. She thought that if she kept attacking like before, she might die without doing anything. Are you really the daughter of Beowulf? The man who looked the highest in rank among the enemies stepped forward and asked. He had been watching her from afar, with his hand in his pocket, even when the other revolutionaries ran at her. The short-haired man's exposed arms and thighs reminded her of logs. Lorna gritted her teeth at the man. Shut up. That action of throwing away your sword and stabbing with a dagger is something that a swordsman would never think of. The Beowulf I know is the same. Shut up, before I kill you. Lorna growled, and the man laughed loudly. Anyway, the only thing left between you and us is killing and being killed. The reason why 4 revolutionaries had died so far was partly because of their lack of skill, but mostly because of the difference between Lorna and the nobles they had faced. The nobles' swordsmanship was rigid and conservative. That's why their swords had clear forms and each sword technique had a clear goal. But Lorna was not like that. She was like a weed that grew wild in the wilderness. But she was not just rough like a third-rate mercenary. Her basics were solid, whether the Beowulf Duke taught her himself or not. She was just too free and wild. The revolutionaries must have thought of the nobles they had faced so far, but that was not a good way to deal with Lorna. So he was curious. The noblest of the noble families, the golden leaf of the Beowulf Duke family. Why did she use swordsmanship that only street mercenaries would do? Crack! Lorna had no intention of answering the man's question. She clenched the dagger and scraped up all the mana to the bottom of the tank. SSSSH. A cold chill that started from her navel spread throughout her body. Even though it was not such a cold day, a faint breath came out of her mouth, and her skin turned white everywhere. Lorna shivered and aimed her dagger at the man. The Beowulf family vision. Snow Soul, it was the family's vision that she had never used since she left the family. She didn't care that the Snow Soul would ruin her body since she hadn't trained her cold resistance after that incident. She didn't come looking for the revolutionaries to chat anyway. She wandered around with one determination: to kill them on sight. Lorna estimated how long her body could deploy the Snow Soul. I can only use the Snow Soul for about a minute in this state. She had to kill all the enemies here within that time. She was short on time, and there were many enemies. Lorna's eyes flared up with rage again. Whoosh! Her figure flew through the corridor in an instant. Snow Soul first technique, Lidung, beginning of winter. A white frost bloomed everywhere in the corridor from the cold that Lorna spewed out. That was not all. What is this? My body suddenly? The revolutionaries were flustered by their heavy bodies, unlike before. Lorna ran at them and stabbed them with her dagger. Thud, thud, thud. Arg, ahi! The revolutionaries could not block Lorna's dagger with their dull bodies and died. Her eyes turned to the last man left. He had been watching with his hand in his pocket, even when his subordinates were all killed. Cowardly bastard! Lorna slammed the floor. SSSSH? A storm of coldness swept between Lorna and the man. It meant that the Snow Soul planted in Lorna's tank was running wild. She didn't have enough time to stop and recover, so she ran at the man, and she stabbed her dagger at his neck. Clack! But he had pulled his hand out of his pocket at some point. The tip of the dagger was easily caught by the man's left hand. Bang! A huge wind blew between Lorna and the man due to the enormous energy in Lorna's attack. Cough! Blood poured out of Lorna's mouth. Her blood vessels had burst because she couldn't handle the Snow Soul that she had drawn beyond the limit. And blood dripped from the man's left hand that blocked the dagger, but he didn't show any sign of pain. The man's eyes were surprised. He thought Lorna's level was at best 6th grade. She was a puppy compared to him, but Lorna had wounded his arm. How interesting. Is this Beowulf's Snow Soul? The man opened his mouth, holding the dagger that Lorna stabbed, but Lorna didn't seem to have any intention of answering his words. His big eyes watched Lorna, a hateful look in her eyes, her will to take one more with her, rather than saving her own life. What made that Beowulf girl like that? As far as he knew, there were people who committed suicide after being persecuted by Beowulf, but he had never heard of any mischief that the revolutionaries had done against Beowulf. No, maybe another faction did something. The man had no personal grudge against the Beowulf family, and he didn't feel unfamiliar with Lorna either, even though it was his first time seeing her face. He had heard a lot of stories about her from someone he knew. I wanted to subdue and take her, but that would be difficult. No matter how much he liked her personally, that was a private matter. He would have subdued her if he could persuade her, but it seemed impossible. The disciples of the Mad Sword who came with him had not yet sent a signal that they had kidnapped the imperial teacher. That meant that something unexpected had happened. So it was better to kill than to create another variable. I won't be able to get along with him anymore. The man smirked, thinking of his young friend who always smiled sadly and talked about his sister. He finished his thoughts and punched Lorna's abdomen with his right hand like lightning. Cug! Lorna's eyes widened as she allowed the attack. Clang! She dropped the dagger she was holding and her body flew into the air. In that state, she was grabbed by the collar by the man. It's a pity that I didn't have to kill you if we hadn't met here. The man smiled bitterly and clenched his fist. He had to show some results, even if he didn't bother to save the other revolutionaries, since he had taken the money and came on this train. His fist was covered with black swirls. It was different from the bloody energy that the other revolutionaries emitted. If the revolutionaries' energy was violent and chaotic, the man's energy was predatory and solid. The only kindness I can do is to send you without pain. Lorna sensed her end from the man's action of slowly pulling back his fist. She felt enough power in his fist to turn her flesh into dust. Yet, Lorna's eyes did not show any fear, but were still consumed by hatred. Then farewell. With that, The man's fist stretched out towards Lorna. Lorna's memories from birth to now flashed through her head like a lantern. I am dying now. Her eyes closed slowly. She felt his fist approaching her nose. Clash, boom, a tremendous sword strike flew at the man's fist from the other side. Lorna felt a floating sensation as if she was flying. Tisk, don't let her die. A spiteful voice came from behind. Cruel? How could she forget the voice of that guy who had been bickering with her since the training camp? How did he? She didn't think long. Thud, someone picked her up. Lorna opened her eyes that had closed. What she saw was a blonde and handsome face, and a brilliant golden armor with an eagle on it. Lorna's eyes widened. She knew about that armor. She exclaimed in astonishment. Royal Knights? The strongest knight order of the Empire. It was the appearance of the royal knights who guarded the royal family. Long time no see, Beowulf lady. Lorna stared blankly at the royal knight who smiled at her. Kick, look at that stupid face. She heard a mocking voice. Cruel was still spiteful and rude. One of the royal knights, 7, Kyle, quickly laid Lorna, who had fainted, on the floor and calmed the coldness that was eroding her inside. Then he looked at the man who had fallen far away. Long time no see, you two. The top wanted criminal Black Tiger Amur. Kahahat, you said it wasn't a hard job, but there are more annoying things than I thought. Kyle's face hardened at the man, Amur's words. Are you saying that you are following someone's orders? Well, if you look at the situation, isn't that so? As Kyle glared and drew his sword, Amur snickered. Do you want to have a fight here? I don't mind, but you might be uncomfortable. Kyle's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment. It was as Amur said. There were still over 100 passengers on the train, including Lorna, who had fainted. It was not hard to fight the Black Tiger, but it was inevitable that others would be affected by the aftermath. I'm going to get out of here, so how about we call it even? It wouldn't be a bad deal for you, would it? The Imperial teacher is still on this train, you know. Kyle's eyes sparkled at Amur's words. Take care of your neck. Haha, there are many who covet my neck. I can't promise anything. Oh, tell that little lady congratulations for surviving. Amur broke the train window with his fist and jumped out of there. Cruel laughed at Amur's appearance. Did he just commit suicide? Jumping off a train running at a tremendous speed was an action that even excellent knights could not avoid serious injuries. Kyle shook his head at Cruel's words. He ran away. If it was the Black Tiger, who had reached the 3rd grade 10 years ago, he would survive even if he collided with a train running like this. He wouldn't die just by jumping off. Kyle sighed deeply. Then, clang, aarg, a scream rang out from the front car. It was too far for a first-class scream. The Imperial teacher must be in the engine room. With that, Kyle put aside his business with Amur and headed for the engine room. His mission was, lately, the Imperial teacher seems to have a lot of worries. Scoundrels will attack the train. Rescue him before he dies. To rescue the Imperial teacher before he dies. Chapter 35, Engine Room. Mammon clicked his tongue as he watched Yan's view change constantly. He's flying around, huh? Don't talk to me when I'm busy. The situation in the engine room had long turned from one-on-one to one against many. Barris, who saw Hela being pushed back relentlessly, finally intervened with his subordinates. The revolutionaries who joined the fight fired bullets at Yan and swung their swords without sparing their bodies. Yan dodged those attacks swiftly and looked for gaps, and a moment later he saw the feet of 2 revolutionaries who were swinging their swords at him get tangled. An opening? Ilsun's eyes flashed. Then he quickly pulled out a few daggers that were stuck in his thigh and stuck them in his hand. Yan's hand flashed and 3 daggers flew like rays of light. Swoosh! ... cough. The daggers pierced the heads and necks of the 2 tangled revolutionaries. With a sound of watermelons bursting, the bodies of the dying revolutionaries collapsed weakly. Even after that, Yan reduced the number of revolutionaries whenever he found a gap. Hela, who was watching the situation, gritted her teeth and tried to get up from her seat. Let go of me. You can't. Have you forgotten our goal? How do you expect me to get the Imperial teacher if I don't deal with that bastard? Hela tore off Barris's arm that was holding her and ran forward. She raised her mana and ran towards where Yan was slaughtering. Die! A white sword energy shot out very quickly towards Yan. It was a swift sword that reached the extreme, worthy of a disciple of the light sword. Whirl. But Yan twisted his body in the air and easily dodged the white sword energy. Damn it, again? Hela clenched her teeth with anger. Yan smiled as he looked at her. No matter how fast the sword was, it was no threat to him as long as he knew where it was going. But that guy is more troublesome. Yan's gaze turned to Baris, who was looking at him from beside Hela. He was constantly looking for his gaps, even though he was in a situation where he could draw his sword at any time. He had a calm and composed face, unlike Hela, who seemed to like to run wild. Then I'll have to make him run wild. Yan, who dodged the white sword energy in the air, did not land on the ground. Instead, he stuck to the wall behind him. He looked like a spider. And then, thud, Yan's foot pushed the wall hard. His body flew at a fast speed towards Hela. You bastard! Hela lifted her lips as Yan suddenly abandoned his fighting style and chose close combat. Baris, who realized something, tried to stop Hela in a hurry. Kill him? But it was too late to stop Hela, whose pride was hurt. Yan, who was flying, stuck 3 daggers with his fingers at her waist. Ha ha ha. You think that'll work? Hela laughed at Yan and raised her sword with white sword energy. She was confident that she could easily block the daggers that Yan threw, but Yan was not aiming for her. First, the wall. Swoosh, crack. The 3 daggers passed by Hela and Baris and stuck to the wall. Hela frowned slightly as Yan's daggers stuck to a strange place, but she didn't question it much. She thought he had lost his strength after fighting her and the revolutionaries. Then Baris shouted, "Don't let your guard down." "I know." Hela ignored the daggers and spewed out her momentum towards Yan, and when their bodies overlapped. Clang, the swords collided. A shockwave burst out from them and messed up the inside of the engine room. You lost your strength? Hela bared her fierce teeth. The strength she felt from Yan's sword was much weaker than before. Yan smiled at her. No. Then he turned his feet vigorously and rotated his whole body. The rotational force lifted Hela's sword naturally. The gap that was exposed. Yan's eyes flashed. As his feet touched the ground, he rolled his feet again. In an instant, he approached Hela and stabbed his sword at the gap. Chang, where do you think you're going? But he was blocked before he could go far. Hela quickly retrieved her sword and blocked Yan's strike. Was it because of the recoil? Screech, Yan's body was pushed back. Hela, who easily blocked Yan's move, blinked her eyes. She gathered her mana with a gleam in her eyes. Then, the white sword energy that was already bright became even brighter. It was so bright that it interfered with his vision. Die, brat! Hela held her sword with both hands and ran towards Yan. Her sword began to draw beautiful trails. It was like a dancer dancing. White sword energy light dance. Dozens of sword energies changed and shot at Yan. Baris, who was watching from the side, swallowed his saliva. I heard that Hela's achievement had increased, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Light dance was a skill that only the outstanding ones among the disciples of the light sword could learn. Once that unfolded, Yan's death was a foregone conclusion. Baris and the revolutionaries stared blankly at Hela's light dance. Yan looked at Hela with sunken eyes. Light dance. It's been a while. It was a light dance that anyone else would have been unable to block and would have been killed, but it was a different story for Yan. Is that all? It was disappointing from the perspective of someone who had fought directly with the light sword. Yan's pupils moved quickly and counted the sword strikes that burst out of Hela's sword. 30. That was what Hela's light dance skill level was. If she had done it properly, she could have thrown over 100 strikes. Yan took a breath and stretched his right foot forward. Then he stomped on the floor. Boom! Shadows began to pour out of the floor with a terrifying momentum. It was the trademark of the chief instructor, who he had seen when he escaped, Black Blade. He was able to learn it after 2 years of tutoring. Countless black blades stretched out towards the light dance's white sword energy. Clang, clang. The black blades and the white sword energy collided. The white sword energy had a much more fierce momentum than the black blades. But the black blades poured out endlessly and blocked the white sword energy's path and stopped it. That was not all. Each black blade contained the white sword energy's counterattack. A fight between extreme speed and overwhelming numbers. The outcome was not easy to decide. Hela, who had unleashed the light dance, could not catch Yan and could not hide her impatience. Why won't you die? As time passed, her face became more and more pale and dry. It was because she had burned not only the mana she had accumulated, but also the life force that she should not touch. And soon, Hela's body became like a mummy. The white sword energy, which had been going strong, faltered for a moment due to the lack of mana supply. Flash! Yan did not miss the gap that appeared for a moment. He rushed towards Hela at an incredible speed, and then, slash, he slashed Hela's neck like lightning. Hela, tusk! Yan clicked his tongue. He didn't really want to kill her. It was annoying to leave a grudge, but he wanted to avoid making enemies with the light sword. Yan's eyes were cold. Since it's come to this, I can't spare anyone. The mana that flowed out of the mana heart wrapped around Yan's body. Suddenly, a chilly air circled the inside of the engine room. The revolutionaries and Baris, who were staring blankly at Hela's corpse, shivered. Dark dragon attack ascending dragon, Yan stomped on the floor before they could come to their senses. Bang, spider web-like cracks appeared on the floor. Then, Yan's body became a dark streak and attacked the revolutionaries. Thud slash, ah, goo gaw. Baris, who saw the revolutionaries die in an instant, came to his senses in a hurry. But before he knew it, a dagger was shining sharply at his throat. Yan looked up at Baris with cold eyes. Please spare me. At that, Yan checked the back of Wigger, who had a fish-eyed expression. He turned his body in a direction that his eyes could not reach and took out a pendant from his chest and held it out to Baris. Tell me everything you know about this symbol. Baris looked at the pendant's symbol with trembling eyes. His eyes widened. The symbol of the beginning. The symbol of the beginning? Yan's face brightened. He finally got some information about the symbol, but his joy didn't last long. Baris's face turned redder and redder. Yan's eyes were disappointed. Tusk! He was under a curse, even though he was a disciple of the light sword. Soon, his blood would rush to his head and burst like a watermelon. He clicked his tongue and stabbed the dagger into Baris's neck. Gah! Baris stared at Yan with bulging eyes. Thud! He soon lost focus and fell backwards. At the same time. Crash! Someone broke the locked engine room door and came in. Kyle frowned as he looked at the scene in the engine room. It was different from what he had expected. Who is that young man? A young man in black clothes was sitting on the corpses of the terrorists who had caused the terror. Hey! The young man raised his hand and smiled. He didn't seem to be talking to him. The young man's gaze was behind him. Kyle turned his eyes slightly and looked at where the young man's gaze was. Wow! Cruel, who had been active in the third class, was reluctantly lifting his lips and raising his hand. Were the young man and the third son of the Dwight family acquainted? The third son of the Dwight family, Cruel, was a participant of the Dragon Soldier Project. Then, Kyle's eyes sparkled. Are you a participant of the Dragon Soldier Project? At his question, the young man lifted his butt off the corpse and dusted his hands as he got up. Yes, nice to meet you. Royal Knights, the seventh night. Kyle tilted his head at the young man, Yan's words. Do you know me? At that, Yan pointed to the golden armor with his finger. There was a number 7 engraved on the place he pointed. At that, Kyle smiled awkwardly. I forgot because I haven't worn it for a long time. You don't usually wear it, do you? His Majesty's orders are once or twice a year at most. Oh, I see. After finishing the small talk, Kyle brought up the main point. Did you take care of all these scoundrels? As you can see. Kyle stood still and looked at the corpses of the scoundrels inside. There were 13 of them, and 2 of them were still faintly feeling the energy, which meant they were at least 5th-level experts. Kyle recalled Lorna's performance in the connecting corridor. Even young Master Beowulf barely managed to deal with 10 6th-level knights, and that was while exerting her strength that she couldn't handle. But this young man? His breathing was slightly rough and he had minor cuts, but there was no sign of a fatal wound. Kyle lifted a smile on his face. I heard that young Master Beowulf was the best gem in the training center, but there was a pearl hidden. Thank you for looking kindly at me. Senior? Yan's cheeky words made Kyle chuckle. Ha ha ha, what senior? It was not condescending or mocking. Kyle liked people with spirit, and Yan's answer was enough to please him. Can't we say that the Special Forces and the Royal Knights are the same in that they run around for the sake of the Empire? At that, Kyle burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so you called me senior. You're a funny guy. Thank you. Kyle reached out his hand to Yan. What's your name? Yan shook Kyle's hand and answered. My name is Yan, as the two of them made a new connection. A sound of breath passing came from somewhere. Who helped me? It was the voice of Wigger, the Imperial teacher. Then, Yan and Kyle both came to their senses and walked towards Wigger, who was lying in the corner. Kyle drew his sword and cut the rope that was tying Wigger's hands. Slash. Without even putting mana, the rope was easily cut like paper. With his hands free, Wigger took off the blindfold that was blocking his eyes and got up. Beyond Kyle, a young man was smiling. That's him, the guy who was negotiating with him by telepathy, even in a situation where every minute and second was urgent. Not only that, but he put his finger on his lips. Heth, what, keep quiet? He seemed to be telling him not to talk about the debt he had erased. Wigger spat out a hollow laugh, and Kyle put his hand on his back and checked his condition. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. That's a relief, but what about the crew over there? Yes, of course. At the Imperial teacher's words, Kyle sent energy to the crew who were unconscious behind him and replenished their vitality. Wigger watched Kyle do that and turned his head to face Yan. He heard a telepathy in his ear. You can pay me back later. Hess, I seem to have been bitten by a terrible debtor. Kyle turned his head at Wigger's words. What did you just say? It's nothing. I want to rest soon. Do you know how long it will take to get to the next station? At that, Yan answered. We'll be at Beowulf Ridge in about 30 minutes. At that moment, bang, bang, screech. Rattle, rattle. A loud noise came from the second-class side, and the train started to shake violently. Yan twisted his face and turned his head to the window. Behind him, flames and black smoke were rising from the lower part of the train in the second and third class. Not only that, but the passengers who were on board were also confused and ran towards the engine room. I didn't hear anything like this. There was an explosion inside the train. And this was an incident that did not happen in his previous life. Chapter 36. When Yan and the Royal Knights met. Amur, the black tiger who broke the train window and escaped, stood still by the track. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Those revolutionaries, they asked me to deal with the special forces, but they had a monster on board. Amur was unrivaled in explosives and assassination. That's why he was expensive. He charged at least hundreds of gold coins for even a light request. That's why the revolutionaries hired him with a lot of money. They got the intelligence that the special forces had intervened in their plan to kidnap the Imperial teacher without any warning. Then they found out that one of the special forces was Lorna of Beowulf. It was not hard to recognize her. Her appearance and talent matched what his friend had told him. But his friend's sister was involved in the contract he had arranged with the organization. What an irony. So Amur hesitated to join the revolutionaries who were bleeding and falling out. To kill Lorna or not? Well, I'm lucky. If the Royal Knights hadn't shown up, he would have stained his hands with his friend's sister's blood. Who? Amur's cigarette smoke filled the air, but I have to show them that I did something. He took a few more puffs and rubbed the snow on the track. Amur twisted his lips and put the cigarette in his pocket and took out something else. A dull black object with a round button in the middle. It was a remote detonator that he had developed himself. She'll survive somehow with this. Even if the train derailed, Lorna, a mana user of that level, would save her own body. Click. Amur smiled as he pressed the button. Shall we go and get the rest of the money? He turned his body. Bang. Boom, a huge explosion sounded from the train that was running along the track in the distance. Bang, boom, clank, clatter, screech. As the train shook violently, Kyle hardened his face and looked out the window with Yan. He saw the fire burning in the other train cars and muttered in a low voice. Amur, that bastard is really. Yan's eyes widened at Kyle's words. Amur, do you mean the Black Tiger? Do you know about him? How can I not know such a famous person? True. Yan felt his mind snap as he heard the name Amur. The Black Tiger Amur. He was a well-known assassin in the continent, and his personal strength was also said to be in the 3rd rank. I wonder why such a strong man sells his body for mere wealth. Yan's eyes settled on Kyle, who was biting his tongue. He was also called a money demon because he was so fond of money. Other people might not know where his huge money went, but Yan knew why he was so obsessed with money. It was not yet known, but Amur was a general of a small kingdom. He was a hero who sold his skills to somehow save the bankrupt kingdom. Anyway, the Black Tiger was involved in this train incident. As far as Yan knew, there was no talk of the Black Tiger appearing in this train incident. No, if he had appeared in his previous life, the imperial teacher's kidnapping would not have failed. The royal knights were strong, but the Black Tiger was also a formidable fighter. And if he had been with the disciples of the Sword of Light and the revolutionaries, he would have succeeded in kidnapping the imperial teacher, let alone the lives of the royal knights. Then Yan realized the difference between his previous life and now. It's because of me. In the Dragon Soldier project of his previous life, no one volunteered to go to the north, which was widely known as the Frozen Land. Who would volunteer to go to a place where they could lose their lives just by the environment? Even Lorna would not have thought of going to the north if it were not for him. So, in the end, the revolutionaries mistook us for special forces and hired Amur. If the revolutionaries used the imperial teacher, who was the teacher of the crown prince, they could not only stab the prestige of the empire to the ground, but also make the people support them. That was the position of the imperial teacher. I'm glad it's over with this. Then the train shook again from side to side. Screech, clank, clatter. Yan went to the front of the engine room and looked out the window. He could not see the track in the direction the train was going. This meant, it's derailed. It seemed to be a chain reaction caused by the explosion. But since the third-class car with the power source exploded, it would not go far and stop in its place. It was fortunate. There was nothing but a vast snowfield around here. Maybe the traffic bureau would come to rescue them quickly when the train stopped. Yan sighed with relief and moved his eyes to the map hanging next to the window. His eyes widened. According to the map, if he went in the direction he was going now, he would fall off a cliff. Yan's head spun quickly and calculated the time it would take for the train to reach the cliff. Exactly 15 minutes. If he went on like this, the train would fall off the cliff and crash before it stopped. Yan shouted right away, "Engineer, engineer!" But when there was no answer from behind, Yan turned his head nervously. Then he snapped at the crew. "Where's the engineer? The front is a cliff." At his words, the crew, as well as Wigger, Cruel, and Charl, turned pale. "What?" Kyle walked up to where Yan was standing. Then he looked at the scene outside the window and laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha, this is something. He had a different vision as a royal knight. He could see that huge distance with his naked eye. Yan approached the crew as the engineer did not come out. In the meantime, one of the crew members grabbed a person in an engineer's uniform and shouted, Engineer." Yan quickly pulled the crew member away and put his hand on the engineer's neck. He felt the pulse for a moment and clenched his teeth. He was already dead, and he felt the energy of the white sword in the dead engineer's body. The disciples of the Sword of Light had killed the engineer first in case this failed. They planned to kill all the passengers, including the imperial teacher, by derailing the train from the beginning. And all traces of their involvement would disappear in the train that crashed below the cliff. "Damn it," Yan cursed roughly and got up from his seat. He sent a message to Wigger. You really shouldn't forget the debt. You have to do something suspicious against the Royal Knights from now on." Wigger nodded with a strange look at Yan's force. "Kyle, sir, this is not the time to look at the snow. What answer would there be? First of all, I have one question for you. What would he ask in this situation where the train was shaking?" Kyle looked at Yan with an irritated eye. He understood the situation clearly and showed that look. "If it's nonsense, I'll take the imperial teacher and get out of here first. I'm sorry for you guys." At Kyle's words, Yan's forehead veins bulged. "FCK, I don't want to get out of here either." He was just doing this because he was afraid that the debt he had erased from Wigger would disappear. Wigger would be locked up in his mansion and blame himself if he killed more than 300 passengers because of him. That would make it very difficult to get his active cooperation. That didn't fit his plan at all. Yan asked Kyle, who was looking at him, "There is a way to save all the other passengers." "There is such a way?" Kyle asked back with a skeptical face. Yan spoke quickly. "Since you are a royal knight, you have reached the realm of superhuman, right?" The realm of superhuman meant the realm of at least the 4th rank. Kyle's eyes twitched slightly at Yan's question. The realm of the royal knights was confidential information, but he decided not to doubt. "Yes. From now on, I will lower the speed of the train, and when I give you a signal, please stand up the train with all your power." "Why don't you just stand up now?" "I can't be sure that I can safely stand up the train because it's too fast. I have to slow down to stop it for sure." "Okay," Kyle answered with a cool tone, but Yan thought that was enough. Kyle, who was famous for his reputation among the royal knights, would surely move as he wanted. Yan ran into the cockpit right away. Can I use it properly since I learned it a long time ago? The way to control the train was taught by the special forces to prepare for emergencies. Yan had learned it shortly after joining the special forces, but he had never used it before, so he looked for the engineer, but he was dead. What can he do? He had to do it himself. Yan desperately recalled his memory and looked for the brake. This is it! A square pedal that was much larger than the other devices. It was made so that anyone could easily press it in an emergency. But pshh, pshik. Even though he pressed it hard with his foot, only the air came out of the brake, and the speed of the train did not decrease. Damn it! It was even faster than before. Is this why they blew it up in the snowfield? Because it was running on snow and ice. The speed of the train increased. Yan stood up in the shaking train and regained his balance. The engine room was a mess. Cruel was holding the safety bar with a twisted expression at the entrance of the engine room. Charles desperately hugged Lorna, who had fainted, so that she would not hit anywhere. The other crew members were crying, thinking that they would die soon. Yan passed them and headed out of the engine room. Where are you going? Kyle shouted in front of Wigger. The engine room was noisy with the noise of the train derailing and the crews crying. Yan grabbed Cruel's neck, who was holding the safety bar, and shouted, "The brake is broken. We have to turn the emergency brake installed in each train car." Emergency brake, a device that can brake manually. The emergency brake was a device that parked by driving a pillar into the ground using the principle of a lever. It was originally a device made to prevent movement during parking. But there is no answer other than this if the brake is broken. How do you know that? I had a brief training at the Dragon Soldier Project Training Center. Kyle thought, do they teach that at the training center? And then nodded. They were in charge of all kinds of missions in the Special Forces, so they could do that kind of training. Do I have to go with you? No, please watch the situation here, and if something goes wrong, escape with the Imperial teacher. Okay. As long as the Imperial teacher lives, he can get anything, whether it's debt or whatever. Let go of this, Yan shouted in Cruel's ear, who was struggling. Come with me if you want to live, you bastard. Let go of this. And Kyle, sir, you have to follow me when I give you a signal. Okay. Yan received Kyle's confirmation and ran out of the engine room with Cruel. Chapter 37. Squeak, thud, 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 thud. What, I can't hear you. The noise from the train was louder than expected. Yan gave up on answering and dragged Cruel out of the engine room with force. Turn this clockwise all the way. Even if you have to use mana, you must. Yan pointed at a round handle-like thing and shouted. Cruel blinked his eyes and nodded his head after a moment. Yan turned his body after confirming that Cruel was turning the handle properly. This train consisted of 4 cars, including the engine room, and there were absorption brakes installed in the 3 cars excluding the engine room. He left the engine room to Kyle and the first class to Cruel, so the remaining ones were 2 cars, about 10 minutes until they fell off the cliff. He had to turn the 2 absorption brakes and signal Kyle to stop the train within that time. Yan immediately went into action without thinking. 8 minutes! He broke through the confused passengers with a fierce momentum and got out of the second class. The corridor was full of corpses of the revolutionaries, and broken windows were crudely covered with wooden boards. It must have been where Lorna fought. Yan saw an absorption brake that looked exactly the same as the one he saw in the first class. He immediately grabbed the handle and turned it clockwise. But it didn't turn easily, probably because it wasn't well-oiled. Thud! Yan's arms swelled and the handle started to turn. Some passengers chased him with angry faces and shouted at Yan, who was turning the handle. You're a train crew, right? Kayak, a corpse. What's going on here? Please tell us what happened. Is there a fight going on here? The passengers screamed or made a fuss when they saw the corpses in the connecting corridor. It was a mess. All kinds of complaints and insults flew at Yan. Squeeze! Yan's hand tightened on the handle. There were too many eyes to watch, so he couldn't use magic recklessly. Damn it! He wanted to kick them out right now, but every second was urgent. Squeak! Yan ignored the angry voices of the passengers and focused on turning the handle. Bang! Before he knew it, he turned the handle of the absorption brake to the limit. The device of the absorption brake made a sound of rooting on the ground, and the speed of the train decreased a little. One done. Yan ran straight to the third class, leaving behind the roar of the passengers. 5 minutes. The inside of the third class was so hot that it was hard for ordinary people to bear, probably because of the explosion below. But the passengers of the third class couldn't go out easily because of the class gap between the second and third class. Yan shouted at them, "Move to the corridor right now, unless you want to be cooked like pork." They were scared, but they didn't want to die cooked. The passive passengers rushed to the connecting corridor with anxious faces at Yan's words. The third-class passengers who were bloodthirsty for survival and the second-class passengers who chased Yan collided with each other. Yan pulled up mana and stomped on the floor as the obstacles around him disappeared. Whoosh! Yan ran at a gust-like speed toward the last absorption brake. The absorption brake of the third class is outside. The last absorption brake was installed on a balcony that could only fit one person. Yan reached the end of the third class before he knew it. There was an iron door with a warning sign that said no entry except for authorized personnel. Clang! Yan raised his mana and tore the iron door off. Then he grabbed the handle that was installed there. Then he let go of his hand with a start. Exit! The absorption brake of the third class was so hot that it was affected by the explosion. Yan took off his top and put it on the handle and put his 2 hands on it. A burning sensation was transmitted through the clothes that wrapped the handle. Yan pulled out a stream of mana and used magic. Freeze, a magic that freezes objects. Yan's magic aptitude was not high enough to lower the handle to normal temperature, but at least it's manageable. He bit his teeth and started to turn the handle. He couldn't avoid getting burns on his hands even if it cooled down. The hot heat felt like it was tearing his palms, but if I delay even a little, there's no answer. But the handle didn't turn well. There was a magic called grease that made the friction 0, but Yan was not skilled enough in magic to do double casting. Squeak, squeak. Hey! Yan stimulated the sun in his mana heart while operating the freeze magic. His eyes were full of blood. It was not easy to do 2 tasks while getting burns on his hands, even if it was not as difficult as double casting. Whoosh! But the result was successful. Mana rotated around his body and vitality rose. It was much easier to turn the handle than before, but he couldn't relax with that. If I put too much force and break the handle, that's another worst-case scenario. Yan concentrated his mind and turned the handle carefully so that it wouldn't break. Squeak, squeak, then the handle started to turn smoothly. 1 minute. There was only about 60 seconds left, but he couldn't turn the handle recklessly because of that lack of time. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 30 seconds. Now he didn't have time to run to the engine room and tell Kyle to do his best. Sweat beads started to form on Yan's forehead. Whirl, whirl. 15 seconds. Bang, squeak. The absorption brake turned all the way, and the device connected to it slammed into the ground. The train was still not slow, but it was noticeably slower than before. Judging by the speed, Cruel seemed to have fully activated the absorption brake as well. 5 seconds. Yan pulled out mana from both the sun and the moon. A tremendous amount of mana entered his veins, and he felt a pang. He squinted his eyes and endured it and concentrated his mana on his neck, just like that. Ziggyam! He focused all his mana on raising his voice. A loud scream echoed over the vast white snowfield. Yan, who had finished his work, collapsed on the spot. Rattle, rattle. The train started to shake more violently than before. Maybe the engine room had reached the front of the cliff with a lot of curves. Did Kyle not hear? He thought so at that moment. Whoa. A golden pillar suddenly rose from the dark sky and lit up the surroundings. Yan looked up. Numerous swords of chi floating high around the pillar. Each of the swords of chi had a threatening aura and a majestic dignity. Fortunately, he heard. The identity of those swords of chi was the final technique of Kyle, the Royal Knight's 7th Knight. Imperial Guard, it was the last shield to protect the Empire, the Emperor. The swords of chi, which were too many to count with the eyes, stuck to the ground to prevent the train from moving. Squeak, crash, crash, the train collided with the swords of chi and stopped in place with a loud noise. Imperial Guard was a technique that dropped the swords of chi around the caster to kill the enemies, but swords of chi stuck in the ground can also be used as obstacles or cover. There were cases where they actually used it like that. Clang! Fortunately, there was no chain explosion, and they didn't fall off the cliff. Yan closed his eyes slowly as he watched Kyle's final technique, Imperial Guard. I'm exhausted. With that thought and the determination to get his debt from Wigger no matter what. Kyle stopped the train, and within an hour, several people walked through the snowfield. Quick, check the passenger's condition. Yes, yes, we're going to investigate why the train derailed. Follow me, yes, yes. The security force that was in charge of the Empire's security, and the Transportation Bureau that was in charge of the train, gate, and road. Both the security force and the Transportation Bureau came with more than 100 people, but, Your Highness, are you all right? The difference was that the Transportation Bureau had the highest-ranking official, the Transportation Director, personally visit. What's the fuss? I don't have any injuries. Wigger got up from his seat, tapping his waist. The current Transportation Director was a disciple that Wigger taught 30 years ago, so he didn't show any displeasure at his rudeness. And as Wigger said, there was nothing that looked uncomfortable. Kyle protected him even when the train was shaking. Wigger met the Transportation Director for the first time in a long time, but he didn't have much conversation. This all happened because of me? If he had followed the Emperor's words and not left the palace, this wouldn't have happened. The villain's target was him, but something brushed past his head. Wigger turned his head to Kyle and asked with an urgent face. That rude? I mean, young man? He was a very yellow guy, but he saved his life and prevented a very big accident. But even though the Transportation Bureau and the security force arrived, he was nowhere to be seen. Kyle smirked and pointed somewhere with his finger. Huh! Wigger's gaze followed Kyle's finger. There was a young man lying on a stretcher. His palm was reddish, not to mention purple, as if he had burns, and his upper body was full of scars. Still, he seems to be alive. His breathing was steady, so he didn't seem to be in a critical condition. He's an amazing young man, Kyle said from the side. At that, Wigger's eyes sank deeply. As Kyle said, that guy was definitely amazing. He looked like he was not even 20, but his strength, wisdom, and decisiveness surpassed his peers. Should I say he's in a different league? The charisma he showed when he stopped the train was something that not many nobles could show. It was something that had to be born, not learned or acquired. Wigger pointed to Yan so that the Transportation Director could see him and said, If it wasn't for that kid, your head would have been dangling. The Transportation Director wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and tilted his head. Yes, didn't you check the passengers properly and just check them roughly and this happened? Wigger said like a machine gun. And did you do the regular train inspection properly? If that guy hadn't run with sweat on his feet and braked when he derailed, I would have crossed the river of hell by now. It was a wrong statement in a way. Even if the Transportation Director was the final approver, he couldn't be responsible for or check everything. But the Transportation Director smiled awkwardly. He realized Wigger's intention. Yes, we will serve him very well. You better, I'll be watching. Yes, yes. Wigger took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen from his pocket after telling him. Then he wrote something using the floor as a desk and folded it neatly and handed it to the Transportation Director. Give it to him when he wakes up. Yes, you're not going to see him yourself, Wigger chuckled at the Transportation Director's question. The Emperor himself sent the Royal Guard, and if I make him wait longer, what will happen? At that, the Transportation Director's face turned pale. Kyle smiled awkwardly from the side. Wigger tapped the Transportation Director's shoulder a few times and left with Kyle. Yan opened his eyes the next morning. You should have just died. Cruel grumbled at Yan. Yan laughed at Cruel's appearance and got up from his seat. He felt no pain from head to toe, no matter what kind of treatment he had received. He would have been fine even if his veins had swollen up from using mana too hard. Are my veins fine too? That meant he had used expensive medicine. Wigger must have nagged the Transportation Director a lot. Yan smiled bitterly and asked Cruel, What about the others? They've been awake and up for a long time. Really? Then. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door and came in. He was a middle-aged man who looked about 50. He seemed to be a normal person, as he didn't feel any mana from his body. Nice to meet you, I'm the Transportation Director, Billio. Oh, yes, nice to meet you, I'm Yan. Cruel, I am. Cruel answered awkwardly, as he was not used to polite speech, and Yan answered politely. The transportation director didn't seem interested in Cruel and stuck right next to Yan and asked him various things. If he had any injuries, if he could explain what happened, where he belonged. Yan answered the transportation director's questions without showing any displeasure, slowly one by one. As for the train knowledge, he said he was interested in such things and learned by disassembling toys himself. So that's what happened. When the story was over, the transportation director bowed his head. Thank you. If His Highness had been hurt, I would have had to take off my clothes and take responsibility, but this is all thanks to you. He said that and took out 2 envelopes from his pocket and handed one of them. Yan took it and the transportation director smiled slyly. Take a look. Oh, yes, thank you. What was in the envelope was not paper or documents, but a badge, a red badge with a train drawn in the middle. Yan opened his eyes wide. It's a badge that allows you to use our transportation bureau's train, gate, and road for free. It's a sign of my gratitude. Yes, I'm more grateful. What are you talking about? It was the best benefit to be able to use expensive transportation, means such as trains or gates for free, not to mention roads. He didn't think of such things and did the job. The reward was more generous than he thought. The transportation director also handed him another envelope. This is not from me, but from His Highness. He told me to give it to you. He left the room, telling him to look at what was in the envelope by himself. He even dragged Cruel out with him. Yan took out what was in the envelope, 2 pieces of paper. He unfolded one first. Wigger owes a debt to the person who has this paper. His Highness Wigger. A short explanation and a signature that seemed to be written casually, only the size of a palm. Puhaha! Yan couldn't help but laugh at the content. He taught many people difficult things, but he didn't like complicated things himself. And he picked up the other paper. You must have woken up by the time you read this. I don't know what you were thinking when you saved me, but I will pay the price properly. If you need anything, come and see me, and if you don't like it, use that paper. Most of the guys will do you a favor. P.S. Use it only once. The content in the paper was a letter to him. There was nothing but a simple explanation of the debt. That's like Wigger. But the power of this short paper was not simple, even though the content was simple. His Highness had a close relationship with most of the upper class. He thought of the information of the upper class he could contact with this opportunity, and folded the papers carefully and put them in his pocket. Well, that's the end of the train incident. Shall we go buy some fur coats now? The place he had to go from now on was very cold. It was time to find a weapon, the land of extreme cold. Beowulf, that is. Chapter 38. Yan and 3 other trainees were able to use the gate provided by the Transportation Bureau. It was difficult to move right away. They had to find mana and magicians who could use the transfer magic to enter the gate. Please come here by 9 p.m. At the words of the gate manager, Yan and the trainees left the Transportation Bureau. This was a small city called Villian, which was tens of kilometers away from Beowulf. Don't be late later. Lorna said that and disappeared into the market with Charl. Cruel followed them after glancing at Yan once or twice. Yan looked at their backs and sat on a wooden bench next to him. What should I do to pass the time? When Yan was yawning, Maman spoke to him. Do you remember Kane or Kyle that you saw then? Why? I felt the energy of Hwangryong Yellow Dragon from him. Hwangryong, Yan tilted his head. It was a similar sound to Hwangryong Black Dragon that Maman had told him before. Hwangryong was the second planet moon of Yan's mana heart, and it was the origin of Amryongong Dark Dragon skill. That meant Hwangryong was a skill and a mana organ. This time, the word Hwangryong appeared. What is Hwangryong? It is one of the powers that your Shinryong's breath and mana heart can exert. Power? The mana heart that I made can contain 6 kinds of powers. Black, red, blue, green, yellow, and brown. Yan nodded his head. I get that black means shadow and darkness, negative energy, but yellow is metal attribute, I guess. It is the peak of metal attribute skills. At Maman's words, Yan recalled Kyle's final technique that he saw yesterday. The golden pillars and swords that lit up the night sky, which looked like at least 1,000. That's Hwangryong. It was indeed majestic and overwhelming compared to other skills. And above all, that sword. Unlike other swords made of energy, it clearly blocked the train. Usually, swords of energy have no mass and can only cut and pierce with force. because they have no solid frame. Mammon confirmed Yan's thoughts. That's right. When you reach the realm of metal attribute mana, you can make swords that have the same mass and hardness as real swords. Then, can you feel H. Wangryong from other metal attribute skills? You orc-headed bastard. Then, if you learn any stealth skill, is it the same as learning Amryongong? At that, Mammon ran wild in his head. Did you put ink in your eyes? Are you ignoring the mana heart that I made? Yan chuckled and calmed Mammon down. Okay, I get it. After all, feeling the dragon energy from anything is different from just having an attribute. Yan was satisfied with the new information he got and tried to get up. Then, something flashed through his head. Wait, Mammon had mistaken Amryongong for Hukryong in the past. And this time, he said he felt the energy of H. Wangryong from the Royal Knight's final technique. If he said that based on the attribute, he would have said that after seeing other people's skills. But Mammon had only made that evaluation for Amryongong, the Black Shadow Sword of the Grand Master, and the Royal Knight's final technique. Only 3 things, and the Black Shadow Sword was closely related to the lower skill of Amryongong Dark Shadow skill. Yan's eyes sank. Is this a coincidence? It smelled too fishy to be a coincidence. All 3 were visions related to the Empire, but it was too much to confirm a hypothesis with this much of a clue. Anyway, I have to collect more clues and think about it later. Yan sighed and got up from his seat. By the way, I can wear some different clothes for the first time in a while. Lorna and Charles were having a quarrel at the clothing store at that time. Lorna, this is really the best. What you're holding is a fur coat that only old men would wear. The fur coat that Lorna was holding had no charm point except for its warmth. A bulky black fur coat. Seeing that fur coat, Charles raised her voice as if she had been pretending to be quiet. I'm fine with this. No, absolutely not. Wearing that is an insult and a disgrace to Lorna's appearance and cuteness. Charles was so excited that she even hit the fur coat that Lorna was holding with a stick. Why do you wear such crude clothes? The training center gave you enough money, so do this. If you need more, I'll share my money with you. Lorna frowned. She couldn't understand why this trainee named Charles was so interested in her clothes. Not only that, why are you following me around? Do you think I'll do something for you if you do that? Then wake up. Even with Lorna's harsh words, Charles smiled. No, I never thought that. Then why? Just because I like you. What? Lorna didn't seem to remember, but Charles almost died from the attack of the ancient Lick in the Blade Mountains. It was Lorna who blocked that attack with her whole body. Charles had grown up as an orphan since she was young and had never received anyone's protection. Her childhood was dark itself. She had to eat garbage from the trash can when she was hungry, and she had to hide and sleep under the newspapers that people threw away when it was cold. She hated the children of her age who walked with their parents' hands. Those children were different from her, they were not in danger on the street, and they had someone to protect them. Then, when she was led by a special agent to the training center, she thought it was better. At least she didn't have to worry about food and sleep. But the training center was more difficult than the street. The strict control and hard training made her weak mind exhausted. I went into the Blade Mountains thinking that it didn't matter if I died. There were no trainees who would include her in the group who were weak and timid, so she wandered around alone. She thought she would die if he met a monster. Then, she felt it when he saw the lick that appeared on the first day. Oh, this is my end. I lived so hard, but I'm going to die so vainly. But unlike what she thought she had given up, she was already screaming. It was then. Lorna appeared and saved her by grabbing her collar. She knew that it was an act of trying to save someone who was in a dangerous situation, not herself. But she was protected for the first time, and she realized. She didn't hate the children who were excited with their parents' hands. She was jealous. She found the light in Lorna's appearance who saved her, a very bright and noble light. Wasn't it the light that the children of his age and their parents showed? She vowed then. Even if Lorna pushed her away, she always wanted to stay by her side and see more of her light. Do whatever you want, but don't block my way. Lorna said that to Charles, who was smiling at her and turned her head sharply. She couldn't say anything harsh. How could she spit on a smiling face? And she didn't hate Charles' personality. By the way, this fur coat really suits you, except for this part. Yan bought a comfortable fur coat and walked around the street. Then he saw someone passing by in front of him and opened his eyes wide. What are you doing here? Why do I see this kid here? It was cruel. He had nothing to do after buying the fur coat, so he wandered around and killed time. Yan put his arm around Cruel's neck. Ah, please don't do this. Cruel tried to shake off Yan's hand with disgust, but what is this? Not a rock. Why doesn't it come off? He couldn't get rid of it easily. Yan chuckled as if he found Cruel amusing and tapped his head with his other hand. You're still 100 years away from getting out of my hand. He didn't do this because of familiarity. That's quite a fun thing to do. This was an act of relieving the magi that accumulated in Cruel's dangian. In fact, he could relieve the magi by just touching him and blowing his energy, but if he goes berserk, I have to break his neck right away. Even if he was eroded by magi and went berserk, he could easily kill him as long as he held his neck. Wuong, Yan sent a stream of his energy through his arm into Cruel's body. Hey, let go, Cruel screamed loudly. He seemed to not feel Yan's energy because of the wound to his pride and the heavy pain in his neck. Yan closed his eyes and sang a song while looking for Cruel's dangian. Yan's energy rushed towards Cruel's dangian, and there he saw a black lump of energy. Look at this guy. He had taken out the magi with his fist on the train, but what happened in the meantime, the magi had grown bigger again. Yan's mana rushed towards the magi. He gave strength to his arm that was holding Cruel's neck. Crack. Ouch, it hurts, you bastard. Endure it. You crazy bastard, why are you doing this? Ping. Yan confirmed that his mana pierced the magi and let go of his arm. Cruel roughly shook off Yan's arm and distanced himself. Did you have a grudge against me? Cruel gritted his teeth and asked. He couldn't understand it otherwise. He had made one mistake to Yan, but he had paid it back by putting a leash on him then. Yan laughed at Cruel. If you were my enemy, you would be dead by now. Then why? Because it's fun? You crazy bastard. Cruel wanted to grab Yan's collar and lift him up right now. But he knew that the gap between Yan and his skills was huge. He couldn't win no matter what he did. He might taste more humiliation than when he had a leash on him last time. In the end, Cruel turned his head and walked away from Yan quickly. You could have extinguished the remaining magi. Why didn't you? Maman asked. Yan had erased the magi's lump that was planted in Cruel's dangian, but left the rest alone. The rest is his choice. Yan smiled meaninglessly. Then, hey, 974. Oh, your name was Yan, right? How do you like Lorna's clothes? Someone recognized him and pretended to know him. Yan turned his head and saw Lorna and Charles, who had supported the North with him. Charles had a smile that reached his ears and Lorna had a stiff expression. Pretty. When Yan answered, Lorna's face turned red like a tomato. And then snap, she turned her body and went back to where she came from. Heh. Charles looked at Lorna and laughed strangely, and then he followed her with a trot. Let's go together, Lorna. Chapter 39. Cruel, who had escaped from Yan, wandered around the streets with a swagger. Then, he finally couldn't stand his frustration and screamed out loud. How on earth could he surpass Yan? Suddenly, Cruel felt a strange sense of discomfort. He was sure that he had volunteered for the North not to surpass Yan, but for something else. Could it be that he was tamed by Yan's actions? Shiver. Damn it, I'm getting goosebumps. What am I thinking? Cruel shook his head vigorously and started walking aimlessly again. His eyes went to the clock hanging on the town square. The clock hand pointed at 5 o'clock. There are still 4 hours left. Should I train in the meantime? He had already memorized the darkness technique that he learned at the training camp, and the only thing he could train with was the family's secret technique. I can't waste time. I have to train to beat that bastard. Cruel hardened his mind and looked for a place where no one seemed to be. That's when it happened. Ha, next time I'll pay, okay? Hey, you liar. I've already paid for the drinks more than 10 times. PL, please don't fight, customers. A noisy sound pierced his ears and entered. Cruel's gaze went to the source of the sound. Moonlight Tavern. Cruel's brow furrowed slightly. As expected, you can't find any culture in the commoners. He had heard from his tutor that such taverns were frequented by mercenaries and commoners who lived by the sword. If it were the old days, he would have passed by with contempt. But now, he was curious. Maybe if I observe the commoners' lives, it will help me when I inherit the territory. Cruel rationalized himself and opened the door of the Moonlight Tavern. Creak. Welcome, customer. As he entered, there were no chairs, only 6 tables. On those tables, bottles of liquor were rolling around, and there were snacks that looked unappetizing. Cruel's eyes went to the corner of the tavern. 2 or 3 men who looked like mercenaries were lying on the bare ground, snoring. Their faces were flushed, probably from being drunk. Then, a girl who looked his age came up to him with a menu. She whispered in a small voice, "I'm sorry, the mercenaries are here, so the atmosphere in the store is a bit chaotic." The waitress's face turned slightly red, as if she was embarrassed by the appearance of the tavern. What would you like to order?" That's when Cruel looked at the menu. They were all names he had never heard of when he was in the family. "I'll order everything here." "Yes, then. What?" The waitress lifted her head. Her eyes sparkled, as if she was overjoyed by the visit of a big spender. "Yes, I'll bring it right away, so please wait a moment." "Heh, Amy, you finally got a big fish." "Shut up, Tom, sir. How can you say that to the customer?" "Pew-ha-ha, Amy is the boss, right? Tom, listen to Amy and keep quiet." "What, you pig bastard?" Cruel watched the mercenaries and the waitress talk. They were messy, chaotic, and disorderly. They had no culture and they were vulgar, but something feels weird. On one hand, he didn't mind the noisy atmosphere. He would have hated it if it were the old days. That's when someone approached Cruel. "Chin, hey, you're a new face here. Are you from out of town?" Cruel's eyes darkened at the sight of a man who suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. He didn't like it when someone touched his shoulder without permission. "Get off." "Huh, why are you so cold? This is how we get friendly." Cruel looked at the ruffian who ignored his words. He had run to the tavern as soon as he finished his mission, and his head and armor were covered with blood. His beard was scruffy, and his teeth were yellow. In a word, he was dirty. The ruffian chuckled. "Are you scared by this blood? Tusk, you're a rookie with no guts." Cruel's brow furrowed. "Hey, furball." What? Did you just call me a furball?" The man snickered and straightened his upper body at Cruel's words. The other mercenaries, who were sitting at the other tables, burst into laughter. They found it amusing that Cruel didn't back down and responded confidently. The difference in physique between the man and Cruel was huge, but Cruel didn't look intimidated at all. He couldn't be. He could tell by the amount of mana that the man had barely learned a third-rate skill. Just a country bumpkin mercenary. He seemed to have some strength, but he had been one of the top students at the training camp where they gathered talented people. And this lowly mercenary dared to grab his shoulder? That was absurd. Squirm. Cruel pulled off the man's hand that was holding his shoulder. And then, whack. He swung his right leg like a whip and kicked the man's abdomen. Thud. The man's body flew in a parabola and fell to the ground vertically. The tavern fell silent at that moment. The waitress who was bringing out a tray full of dishes also had a stiff expression. Cruel smirked at the atmosphere. "I don't fit in here." So he decided to pay and leave. "Wow, did you see that? That furball bastard flew away in one hit. Ha, hey kid, how about a drink with us?" Another fight broke out. The silence turned into an explosion in an instant. The mercenaries were ecstatic at Cruel's sight, and the waitress went to the kitchen with a tired face to get a medicine box. Cruel was confused and couldn't adapt to the mess. What is this?" Then, the men came to his side with wooden beer mugs and forced them into his hands, pouring liquor over them. Ha, this is the price for showing us a fun scene." Cruel took the beer mug full of liquor with a bewildered face. Other men also came one by one. They laughed heartily and brought snacks to Cruel's table. Cruel held the beer mug as if he had turned into a stone and stared blankly at them. "What are you doing?" "Hurry up and drink." The men next to him urged him to drink. "Is this liquor?" Cruel looked at the liquid in his beer mug. The color was a weird yellow and it smelled strange. The only liquor he had ever tasted was champagne, whiskey, or wine at events. But this beer was so inferior and smelled weird compared to the liquor he had drunk before. But still, "I'm curious about the taste, so I'll try a little bit." Cruel tilted the beer mug slightly and took a very small sip. His brow furrowed. He wasn't angry or anything. It was just, "This is liquor." It tasted awful. He wondered if these bastards had brought him something inedible as revenge. The men laughed again at Cruel's sight. "Ha, I was like that too." This, brother, you learned liquor wrong. Hey, furball. Show him how it's done." At that, the man who had been kicked by Cruel got up from the ground with difficulty. He walked over to the opposite side of Cruel. He filled a beer mug as big as his arm with liquor and poured it into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, the man's throat kept gulping. He drank for a while and then, burp, he let out a loud belch. He looked at Cruel and grinned. "You're a rookie, so you can't handle this. Just drink slowly," he said with a look that said, "This is what adults are like to a child." Cruel's competitive spirit was triggered. He grabbed the beer mug he had put down and drank it like the man. Gulp, gulp. As the strong carbonation flowed down his throat, he felt a refreshing sensation. It felt like his stomach was cleared. And that wasn't all. When he tasted it a little bit, it was a weird taste, but when he drank it like this, it tasted quite savory. Thud, ka! Cruel emptied the beer mug like the man before, and the men's eyes widened. Cruel, who seemed to be drinking for the first time, pulled off a beer one-shot that only a heavy drinker could do. I won't be underestimated, you hear me? Hiccup. His awkward words and hiccups, and the liquor that dripped down his throat. Cruel had always cared about his dignity, but at this moment he looked like a drunkard. Ha, this is the appearance of a new drinker. Amy, bring a beer, no, a whole barrel. Let's drink and die. Before he knew it, the table was full of dishes that Cruel had ordered. Cruel grabbed the leg of a roasted whole pig that was steaming and stuffed it into his mouth. This is delicious, too. It was nice to eat without the complicated and annoying dining etiquette. He always ate in a suffocating atmosphere, but now he felt his stomach was cleared. You must have had a hard time, huh? You drink so sweetly? As soon as he heard that, something dripped down Cruel's cheeks. What? Hey, why are you crying all of a sudden? Why not? I'm touched by the taste of Amy's roasted whole pig. Is that so? Well, this roasted whole pig is the best here. Cruel poured more liquor into his beer mug and drank it all at once. Then he raised his arm and glared. He didn't know why he was crying. He had no sad things. His tear glands were broken and tears kept flowing. Why? He remembered the scene where his father treated him harshly. Or maybe he remembered his mother who had passed away. If not that. Is it because I feel comforted by these guys and it hurts my pride? He knew that wasn't it. He had been running hard because he thought he would die by his brothers if he couldn't become the Lord. That's why he had swung his sword without resting for a single day and volunteered for the notorious Dragon Soldier Project. So, when he heard from others that he had suffered, his emotions exploded. He wiped away his tears endlessly, and the men around him looked at him quietly. Tap, tap. They patted his back and smiled slightly. Kid, you had a hard time, huh? Let it all out. You have to work hard from tomorrow. Cruel, who had shed all his tears, felt embarrassed and grateful to them. He didn't know if it was because of the alcohol, but he felt that they were comforting him for the hardships he had gone through. Waitress, bring all the liquor you have in storage. I'll pay. So he decided to loosen up and drink happily for today. Cruel's hearty words made the men around him cheer. The tavern became even more noisy. 3 hours later. The Transportation Bureau of Villian. Did you drink? Yan asked as he saw Cruel staggering towards him. Yeah, I drank. What are you gonna do about it? Wanna hit me again? Cruel's face was flushed and he yelled at Yan's face. Yan smiled at Cruel. You finally calmed down a bit. He must have lost his mana and his temper. If he had left Cruel alone, he would have still glared at him and burned with resentment. Yan turned his head. But his eyes went to the 2 classmates on his left. Why did you run away earlier? And why did you change your clothes? Charles had a sullen face, and Lorna ignored Yan's question with a snort. She was wearing a rough black fur coat now, but you were wearing pink earlier? Shut up. Okay. Lorna didn't want to remember that. A little later, the gatekeeper from the Transportation Bureau came to them. Everything is ready. Please follow me. So Yan and the other trainees followed the gatekeeper. He arrived at a secret room. Inside, there were magicians and a door-shaped artifact that they had seen in the first test. The gatekeeper explained about the place, as if he was bothered by Lorna's stiff expression. The gate you will take is the one that the high-ranking officials and nobles use. They like special treatment? Lorna's expression didn't soften at the gatekeeper's explanation. She wasn't making that face because of that reason, but because of where she was going. The gatekeeper signaled the magicians to start. Whoosh. Whoosh. A huge amount of mana swept through the secret room, and the door-shaped artifact began to emit a blue light. Please enter. It's connected to the Beowulf territory. At that, Yan nodded and stepped into the gate. Behind him, Lorna, Charl, and Cruel entered the gate in order. As they had entered the Blade Mountain range before, their vision turned white, and a cold that cut their skin covered them. Welcome. I'm Hans, the butler of Beowulf. Beyond the gate was a white room. An old gentleman with neatly combed hair and dozens of knights in black armor filled the room with stern expressions. Jan could tell the man's personality by his first impression. The gentleman who introduced himself as Hans was a grumpy person at a glance. Yes, nice to meet you. A lady? He seemed to have seen the wrong person for the first time. Chapter 40. The North Sea. Also known as the Ice Sea, it was a place where powerful monsters were so abundant that they could be stepped on by the feet, and it was designated as a forbidden area by the Empire. There were rumors that sea dragons lived there, and that it was connected to another dimension. On the glacier of the North Sea, where all kinds of strange rumors were mixed, a middle-aged man with a blank expression stood. He was oddly wearing nothing on his upper body. His whole body was full of muscles that seemed to burst, and his abdomen had clear abs that did not match his age. And, behind the middle-aged man, the corpses of huge monsters that he had only heard of in legends formed a mountain. He'll like this much. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at the blue bead on his palm. That's when it happened. Boom! A ship came from afar, cutting through the cold waves and approaching the glacier where the middle-aged man was standing. A sailor who was looking around on the deck shouted at the middle-aged man, "Your Excellency, an urgent message." The middle-aged man frowned at the sailor who interrupted his training. "What urgent message? Can't you see I'm training, you brat?" Despite the middle-aged man's scolding, the sailor took a coat and jumped from the ship to the glacier. He did not show any reaction to the corpses piled up on the glacier and approached the middle-aged man. "The young lady has returned?" At that moment, a crack appeared on the middle-aged man's expression. His mouth curled up and his eyes twinkled, as if he was trying to hold back a smile. "He's still the same," the sailor thought as he handed the coat to the middle-aged man. "Let's go back now. You never know when the young lady will leave again." I've got enough gifts, so I'll stop here." The middle-aged man put on the coat and jumped onto the ship. The sailor looked at him with a strange look. "By the way, where are the Frost Knights? Didn't you come with them?" "I don't need them hanging around when I'm getting gifts. I just sent them back to the main house." "Oh, I see." The Duke of Beowulf snorted and shouted loudly. "Home to Beowulf." Boom, he was the Duke of Frost, the head of the Beowulf family and the guardian of the North, the Beowulf branch of the Transportation Bureau. Jan and the trainees were bewildered by the sudden change of the butler and the knights. "Missy, do you know how much we looked for you? When you disappeared, those rangers went down to the south and caused trouble." The Beowulf's retainers showed no interest in the other trainees and only looked at Lorna. Lorna made a disgusted expression as she saw them. "Stop it, I'm not a child." The white-haired old butler hands passed by Jan, who was standing in front of him, and approached Lorna. "You've grown a lot since you left." Hans breathed in as if his throat was choked. "I'm so glad you look fine, Missy." With a voice that seemed to shed tears any moment, Lorna asked in a faint voice, "Were Hans and the others okay?" At that, the faces of the knights, including Hans, brightened up. They nodded their heads with a warm smile. "Of course, we were always waiting for you, Missy. By the way, you're a sickly." A trainee of the Special Task Force." Just then, a cold chill swept through the room. Jan's eyes turned to Hans, who was introduced as the butler. Really? He's a butler. He wouldn't be out of place as the head of a kingdom's knight order. Mammon snorted as if it was absurd. The source of this cold chill was Hans. Jan quietly looked at Hans and recalled the information about him. A person who reached the 4th level, the realm of the superhuman, but was satisfied with his position as the butler of the Beowulf family. And the former commander of the Beowulf Knight Order. Hans looked at the scars on Lorna's neck and hand that weren't there before with cold eyes. They were wounds from fighting the revolutionaries during the train incident. "That damn task force leader." Another cold breeze swept through the room. He heard that Lorna had been active in the train incident that had been noisy this time. It was natural for the beautiful and talented Missy to be active, but to have such ugly scars because of that. Hans thought he wouldn't let the task force leader go if he saw him later. "Butler, where's the Lord?" At her question, Hans immediately lost his momentum. He smiled awkwardly and answered, He went to the North Sea for training. I'll send a messenger with the urgent news that you visited. Why tell him that? Lorna, who was blowing cold air, made Hans smile bitterly. You still resent the Lord. It was because the conflict between the mother and daughter was still there. It was all a misunderstanding. But the Duke of Beowulf didn't want Lorna to know the truth. He didn't mind being hated by his beloved daughter. Hans changed the topic before Lorna's mood got worse. It's very cold, so let's go back. The chef said he's going to show his skills after a long time, so you can look forward to it. That's how they were going to leave with Lorna only. The trainees, except her, tried to follow the knights. Clack! The knights blocked their way. Hans said coldly behind them, "You don't have to follow us." Then where are we supposed to stay? We were also trainees with Lorna. Cruel and Charles protested, but Hans just snorted. They were sent by the task force for their own needs, so why should they treat them? And they only sent 3 people to support them in subduing the barbarians of the north. It was a shameful level to call it support, even though they were accomplished. They didn't have the luxury to take care of those guys in this North Wall. They came to the branch of the Transportation Bureau because of Lorna. It wasn't to welcome the trainees' visit. If Lorna wasn't in this group, they would have had to go back without doing anything against Beowulf's coldness. We didn't ask for support, nor did we say we would accept guests. You are just intruders. At that, Jan smiled bitterly. The butler's words were likely to be true. The Northerners, who were exclusive to outsiders, wouldn't ask for help unless their families were involved. Maybe they would even exclude the option of asking for support until they die. That's how Hans and the Knight Order were going to leave with Lorna with a warm face, unlike when they saw the trainees. But Lorna just stood still. Then she uttered the words that made the hearts of the Beowulf's retainers sink. If they don't go, I won't go either. What? What do you mean? You have to go home, Missy. You don't know how much the Lord looked for you. I don't care. Lorna didn't budge even with the rage of Hans and the Knight Order. She had a reason. She didn't come to the north to meet her family and rest. I didn't come to get special treatment. I came to do my mission. At her words, Hans finally raised his hand. He quietly turned around. It was the direction where Jan was standing. It was you, the one who provoked the Missy. That guy has a good sense. Hans realized why Lorna was so stubborn by looking at Jan. Lorna, who had a strong competitive spirit, wouldn't stay still when she saw such a hidden dragon. Jan smiled bitterly. He thought he hid his mana well, but Hans seemed to notice it vaguely. Old Ginger is spicy. Hans glared at Jan and turned his body and shouted, "The Silent Knight Order will escort the guests back to the main house." It was a shout that was thick with annoyance and displeasure. They decided to ride horses to the Beowulf Duke's castle. Jan, Cruel, and Charles had no choice but to ride behind the knights because there were no spare horses. Why is she the only one getting special treatment? Woo! Lorna was riding alone on a white horse with a majestic mane. Cruel grumbled, and the knight in front of him glared at him with a scowl. "You're an outsider, so it's only natural. Be grateful that we gave you a ride." Tusk! Cruel clicked his tongue and turned his head. Jan took in the scenery that flowed around him rather than Cruel's act. It's amazing. He knew some information and personality about the Northerners in his previous life, but he never visited the North. Even those who looked like ordinary citizens were training with swords. And next to them, the women were repairing and tanning armor and weapons. It was like watching a well-trained army. Aren't you uncomfortable as a knight? It was a problem that could be interpreted as the citizens not trusting the Lord and the knights who protected them, even though they were training. They have something to protect too. But the knight just chuckled and didn't show any sign of discomfort. We do protect the Beowulf family and the territory, but they train to protect themselves and their families. Barbarians and monsters often appear in the north. Oh, I see. Jan nodded his head and recalled the sense of responsibility and readiness of the Northerners at the knight's words. And if it really becomes an emergency, we'll have to borrow even a cat's paw. We might ask them for help. The Northerners are definitely different. It was something that couldn't be thought of in the Imperial Center. No. There would be no knights who thought like this in the East, West, or South. 10 out of 10, 100 out of 100. They wouldn't look kindly on the commoners' training, but they were different. Hey, Gavin, when you train, it's more important to use all your strength with a precise posture than to swing it around unnecessarily. Even while riding horses, the knights shouted and looked at the commoners' postures. The commoners waved their hands at the knights. They felt the warm-heartedness of the northerners that didn't match the harsh cold. After a while, "We're here." They arrived at the Beowulf Duke's castle. Cruel and Charl were stunned and looked up at the castle. The tall and pointed spires that seemed to pierce the sky, and the outer walls made of only white and blue. And the snow that covered the surroundings gave a strong impression of winter. Even Jan, who had seen all kinds of beautiful and unique buildings, was amazed. In front of the castle, Hans smiled warmly at Lorna, who was riding a white horse. "Let's go home, Missy." That's how they arrived at the Beowulf Duke's castle. Jan and Cruel unpacked their luggage in a room that looked like a dusty warehouse. "Don't you think this is too much?" Cruel, who usually hated talking to Jan, couldn't accept this discriminating situation. "Is this what they call a room? Our family's servants live in much better places than this." Cruel grumbled, but he still unpacked his luggage. Jan didn't respond to Cruel's words. He had to calculate and plan his actions for the future. After a little time passed, "I wonder where the warehouse is in this castle." When Jan opened his mouth, Cruel flinched. He felt a chill from his mischievous smile. Jan didn't care about Cruel's reaction. Cruel narrowed his eyes. "Warehouse. What are you talking about all of a sudden?" "I have something to get." Jan smiled. The thing that Jan was aiming for was something that the Beowulfs didn't know its value and just left it in the warehouse. So getting it wouldn't be a hard thing, as long as he didn't get caught. Chapter 41. Dragon Slayer Sword Escalon. What Jan was trying to steal from Beowulf's warehouse was a divine weapon of a destroyed dynasty. If the emperor had not found it by chance when he visited the north for inspection, it would have been rotting in Beowulf's warehouse for 100 years or 1,000 years. The emperor exclaimed when he discovered this sword. There was a king who was called the Dragon Slayer in the past. He made 2 divine swords from the corpse of a dragon and tried to unify the continent, but he eventually lost to the founder and died. I happened to find one of his swords, but the other one was nowhere to be found. But that sword is stuck in the warehouse of the Beowulf family. What an ironic thing. One of the 2 swords was well known to Jan. He died by that sword. Dragon sword, nailing. Nailing was one of the best swords in the continent that could cut even mana with its blade. It was the emperor's favorite sword. And if it was its twin sword, Escalon, it would never be inferior to nailing. Jan drooled from his mouth. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. "Your meal is ready, please come out." It was a maid of Beowulf. At her words, Cruel jumped up from the bed. He felt like his stomach was turning upside down because of the booze he drank heavily. He thought he needed to eat something to feel better. Jan also got up from the bed and went out of the door. The maid bowed her head slightly and silently led them to the dining room. "Are all the servants of this family so quiet?" Cruel grumbled. Then, the maid who was walking ahead of them glared at him. "What are you looking at? If you don't watch your mouth, I'll tell the knights." Cruel snickered at her confident attitude for a mere maid. "Hey, Miss Maid, I'm a noble, you know." "I don't care." "What?" "We are Beowulf." Her face was expressionless, but her words had strength in them. She was proud of the family she was working for. She said what she had to say and moved on. Cruel laughed as if he couldn't believe it. Have the nobles lost their authority these days? Now even a lowly maid can talk back to them. Bang. Ouch. "Why did you hit me?" Cruel rubbed the back of his head and glared at Jan. "Shut your mouth, you're making my ears bleed," he said and walked ahead of him. Cruel grumbled again. "I'll show you when I get to level 5. When they arrived at the dining room, Lorna and Charl were already sitting in their changed clothes. Lorna was sitting at the head of the table, and next to her, the butler Hans was looking at Cruel and Jan, who had just entered, with a displeased face. "Why are you so late? Hurry up and get ready. The lady can't eat without you." As Hans spoke stiffly, Cruel's face slightly heated up. The maid before and the butler now, they were not respectful at all, even their tone was cold. Does Beowulf deliberately treat the nobles like this? He thought. Yes, I'm sorry. But Jan, who was right next to him, bowed his head to Hans and sat down right away. Cruel's mouth curled up slightly. He thought that Jan was nothing but a commoner after all. If he crushed Hans with his authority here, Jan wouldn't dare to treat him lightly anymore. Ahem. 3 of the trainees sat down, but Cruel was still standing. He glared at Hans with a very uncomfortable face. You bastard! At the sound of Cruel's mouth, everyone's face except Jan's went blank. Yan barely held back the laughter that was about to burst out. Crazy guy? If he knew that Hans was a superhuman of level 3, he wouldn't have acted like that. Should I have told him beforehand? No, he deserved it. He removed most of the magic, but the arrogant way of thinking of the nobles seemed to be rooted in his head. Maybe this was a good opportunity to fix his mentality. What did you say? Hans, who had heard the curse, was also flustered and stuttered. Cruel poured out words like scolding him. How dare you, a mere butler, disrespect a noble? Did the Duke of Beowulf teach you to do that? How dare you, a lowly butler, rush a noble? And finally, he hit the climax. If you don't kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, I'll cut your throat. Hans, who had been cursed by Cruel, who was younger than his grandson, lost his words. After a brief silence, Hans opened his mouth. Do you have a title? I'm Cruel Dwight. I don't have a title yet, but you've heard of the Dwight Count family, right? Dwight Count? As Hans asked, Cruel nodded his head vigorously. Hans looked at the ceiling for a moment. I'm Hans Maringer Count. He said his full name and title. Clank. Cruel's face, which had been spitting out all kinds of words with confidence, cracked. Liar, I've never lied since I was born. Hans Maringer Count, am I your friend? Then Cruel remembered that the Duke had the authority to grant titles to his subjects, up to Count. Cruel's face turned pale, and he backed away, babbling, Sorry, my eyes are dark. That's because. It's okay. Hans smiled gently and spoke respectfully again. Cruel almost regained his color, but, let's have a serious talk later. Oh, I have to send a letter to the Count of Dwight too. At the thunderbolt-like words, Cruel's face turned black. The food was really delicious, as Hans had confidently said. And this is a cake that the chef made after all kinds of research. Hans pointed to a 3-tiered cake. The cake was decorated with whipped cream and strawberries, and in front of it, there were words congratulating Lorna's return. Wow, it looks just like Lorna, Charl clapped her hands and said from the side. In the middle of the cake, there was a portrait of Lorna drawn with syrup. Lorna touched her forehead and shook her head. Charl picked up a piece of cake with a fork and handed it to Lorna. Please try it quickly. You have to repay the chef's sincerity. Tusk. Lorna took the fork from Charl and put the cake in her mouth, even though she clicked her tongue. Hans's eyes widened as he saw that. He thought Lorna wouldn't even touch the cake. But she tasted it as soon as Charl handed it to her, even though she looked uncomfortable. What's the relationship between those two? Then Hans's face was shocked. Could it be that the lady finally made a friend? Lorna didn't have a good relationship with the children of the nobles around the territory. They were all political or greedy for favors. Hans's face was warm as he saw Charl eating the cake. He had a better eye for people as he got older. In his eyes, Charl felt different from the noble children he had seen before. Hans licked his lips. If you ever have any trouble, knock on Beowulf's door. At the sudden voice, Charl's eyes turned round like a rabbit. Hans looked at him with warm eyes. The trainees followed Hans somewhere after finishing their meal. Where are we going now? Don't you need weapons to fight? At Hans's words, Cruel tapped the sawtooth sword on his waist. This is enough. This is enough. Hans stopped in front of a door and chuckled. Then can I take a look at that sword? Yes, whatever. Cruel took off the scabbard from his waist and handed it to Hans. Swoosh. Hans took out the sawtooth sword from the scabbard and started to examine it closely. He touched the blade with his finger, bounced the sword edge, and so on. After looking at the sword for a while, Hans shook his head. It's a good sword, but it's hard to use here. What? Cruel frowned and Hans waved his hand as if to say don't misunderstand. I didn't say that because the sword is inferior. I just said it's hard to use in the north. Hans rolled his finger and bounced the sword edge again. Ting! A clear sound rang in their ears. Although it's a sword made by a skilled blacksmith with good iron, it's no different from a glass shard in this place where the temperature is very low. Iron is strong in hot heat, but weak in cold. It could endure up to a certain temperature, but the north was much lower than that. It was normal for the spit to freeze before it hit the ground. If you used the sword that you used in the warm center in the north, it would break in no time. That's why your weapons, including this sword, are hard to use in the north, because they are ordinary iron. Hans turned his body and put his hand on the handle of a big door. So I'll rent you some weapons that you can use in the north. Creak. The big door opened, and the smell of oil and iron blew into the trainees' noses. The trainees, except Lorna, opened their eyes wide at the sight that appeared inside the door. Are these all swords? There were countless weapons organized in the warehouse, which was big enough to compare with the imperial arsenal in the training center. The only thing that was unusual was that they all had a dark color. Hans explained the reason. They are weapons made of metal and iron that are strong in the cold. The metal has a dark color, so the weapons made of it also have a dark color. Cruel smirked and entered. Charles and Jan also followed Cruel, looking at the swords piled up on both sides. The lady is, you're going to use the sword you used before. Yeah. Hans spoke to the trainees who were going ahead. Choose the weapon you like and gather at the main gate in 30 minutes. Jan was delighted to enter the warehouse more easily than he thought. Ha, this is quite tempting. Next to him, Cruel was rubbing the dark sawtooth sword on his cheek like a madman. Charles was carefully holding each weapon and choosing one with a serious face. Where is a scallon? According to what he heard from the Emperor, it was definitely in here. But he couldn't see anything that looked like the legendary sword. They were all well-forged weapons, but none of them looked like a scallon. Jan stopped at a place while scanning the warehouse. Could this be it? Unlike the shiny swords that were well-maintained, a rusty and corroded sword was left in a corner of the warehouse. Jan raised his eyebrows. It didn't look like the legendary sword that the Emperor praised as the Dragon Slayer sword. It looked like an antique that had been stuck in a cave for hundreds of years. But there was no way that an antique with no history would be lying around in this duke's warehouse. So, there must be something. Jan slowly bent his knee and touched the sword, the moment his hand and the sword's grip touched. Zap. You are not worthy. A dizzying pain and a voice that he couldn't understand echoed in his head. Jan looked blankly at his burnt hand and the antique-like sword. X-bomb? Something seemed wrong. Chapter 42. Jan's eyes lit up with a double-edged look as he stared at the antique-like sword. What a damn piece of junk. How interesting. It doesn't seem like an ego-sword, but it's a weapon that chooses its master. Jan spat saliva on his palm and rubbed it. His eyes were filled with venom. Let's see who wins. He reached out his hand again toward the antique-like sword. Zap, you are not worthy. Ugh. A stronger rejection reaction than before covered Jan's palm. The tingling sensation turned into a sharp pain that reached his shoulder. Jan was not one to blink an eye at any pain, but this was not in the category of any. The pain was enough to turn his mind white. I can handle this. But Jan was not at the level of giving up with the target in front of him. He bit his teeth hard again, and then he reached out his hand again toward the grip. Crazy. Are you blind by greed? I didn't see that. Tusk Mammon knew that Jan had volunteered to go north to find a scallon. Mammon sneered in his head, but Jan didn't care. Zap, you are not worthy. A much more powerful spark came up his hand. But Jan clenched the grip harder with the momentum to break it. Crack. One thing he realized in the pain that numbed his mind. It's heavy. It was not just heavy, it was stuck to the floor as if it was one with it. Whoosh. Let's see who wins. Jan pulled up his mana. Thud. His arm began to grow and the sleeve he was wearing burst. Zap, you are not worthy. Ugh! Jan's eyes turned red and the sparks from the sword started to hit his whole body over his arm. As a result of wrestling with the sword for a long time. Damn it! Jan let go of the grip and snapped. I don't have time to go now, but I'll take it with me next time I come. Jan gritted his teeth and made a vow that was not a vow. No matter how legendary the sword was, how could a mere sword do this? His arm and shoulder were still tingling from the sparks from the sword. Jan turned his body away from the sword without looking at it. And then he picked up some swords and daggers that he could use as substitutes and wore them on his waist. Cruel came over to his side, holding his nose, and asked if he had chosen the weapon he would use. What's this smell? The smell of gunpowder vibrated in the warehouse full of oil and iron smells. Jan was annoyed by the rising irritation and wondered if he should squeeze Cruel's head once. He turned his body sharply. Why are you like that? Cruel frowned at the sight of Jan, leaving him with a glare. But he couldn't help shrinking his body. The trainees who had gathered weapons from the warehouse headed to the main gate of the Beowulf Castle. There was a knight squad riding black horses in formation. Whether it was because of their presence or Hans, Cruel, who had become meek, asked Hans with difficulty. What do we have to do? It's a barbarian hunt. You have to bring back 10 tribal flags that each tribe puts up. Huh? The northern part of the empire was known for the constant invasions of the barbarians. But Cruel, who was a central noble, and Charles, who only knew a little about the word barbarian, tilted their heads. The north had never lost to the barbarians once. And weren't they literally barbaric tribes? At Han's words, a slight disappointment and relief crossed Cruel and Charles' faces. Yan licked his tongue inwardly as he watched them. They'll come to their senses when they get hurt once. Barbarians. The empire despised and ignored them as barbarians. But that's because Beowulf has been strong for generations, so they couldn't show their strength. For example, in the kingdom that was not far from the northern part of the empire, they prepared themselves and fought every time the barbarians crossed the border. Why, it's nothing. They were as barbaric as they were belligerent. And the chiefs who led them were strong enough to make Yan uncomfortable. And by now, their king? Just before Yan's thoughts ended, Hans opened his mouth. I guess you people from the center don't know the fear of the barbarians well. He muttered in a low voice. Why the north is known to be harsh, why the northerners are cold. You'll find out this time. At that, Charles and Cruel swallowed their saliva. Clap! Hans clapped his hands loudly and refreshed the atmosphere. There's a saying that hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Black Armor Knight Commander. A middle-aged man in black armor bowed his head. One of the 3 knight squads in the Beowulf ducal house, the Black Armor Knight Squad. It was a famous knight squad for having all the knights ride black horses and wear black armor. It was the lowest in the knight squad ranking of the Beowulf ducal house, but it was not inferior to the representative knight squad of any earl house. Yes. Show them a demonstration of hunting the barbarians with the guests. You might get hurt. At the Black Armor Knight Commander's words, Cruel snorted. If I get hurt by those barbarians, I wouldn't have such a shame. At that, Hans looked at the trainees, including Yan. Lorna looked full of ambition, Cruel had a confident expression, and Charles had a nervous face. But I don't know about that guy. He couldn't figure out Yan's inner thoughts. Anyway, I'll find out what kind of guy he is when I hear from the Black Armor Knight Commander later. When Hans gave a hint to the maid who was standing quietly next to him, she handed each of the trainees a bag. I packed some emergency food and things you need to survive, but I hope you don't have to use them. The trainees, including Yan, took the bags and put them on their backs. The Black Armor Knight Commander, who was in formation next to them, ordered his men to put the trainees on the horses and shouted, Black Armor Knight Squad, all troops will march. And so, the second test began. Barbarians. It was a word that meant and despised the minority tribes living on the border of the empire. But that word would soon disappear, because a king who would unite them into one alliance would appear. Warrior Alliance Kingdom. They ignored it as a kingdom made by the barbarians themselves, but this Warrior Alliance Kingdom would become a powerful nation that threatened the empire in the future. They must be slowly absorbing the barbarians into the alliance. The king of the barbarians, Vila, the strongest creature on the ground. One of the 5 enemies that threatened the empire in the future. A tremendous physique and strength. And the ability to instantly destroy the opponent's skill after seeing it only once was nothing but terror to those who had visions. Yan had also failed to assassinate him when he was a special commander, despite spending a huge amount of money and manpower. But at this point, Vila's existence was not big, so there was not much information or records about his past in the special squad. That's why Yan didn't know exactly where Vila was now. I hope I don't run into him. The Black Armor Knight Commander, who was at the forefront, shouted, Everyone, gather up. At that, the knights tied their horses and gathered around the Knight Commander. Yan and the other trainees followed the knights. The place they arrived was in the middle of a mountain range covered with snow. The Black Armor Knight Commander blocked the blizzard with his arm and checked the number of knights. And then he explained the hunting operation. There are 10 barbarian villages that the rangers have searched around here, so we'll split into 10 groups and surprise them. The group leader will be in charge of the order. At that, the Black Armor Knights moved smoothly. Cruel and Charles lost their way and fidgeted, and the Black Armor Knight Commander said with a blank face, Guests, join the group you want to join, and the lady, please come with us. Yan joined the third group. The reason was nothing. The barbarian village assigned to this place was the farthest tribe from the current location. He thought he would have more opportunities to explore the area because the distance was quite long. Me too. Me too. Cruel and Charles followed Yan, who was trying to join the back of the third group. Cruel's face was quite stiff, as he didn't know it would be this serious, and Charles' face was gloomy as she couldn't follow Lorna. That was when. I'll join the third group too. Lorna declared that she would join the third group with the trainees. The Black Armor Knight Commander looked at her with a bewildered face. Lady, it would be much safer to go with us. No, Lorna's eyes were on Yan. I'm going to the third group. At her appearance, the Black Armor Knight Commander sighed deeply. He had watched Lorna grow up since she was young, and he knew that her stubbornness was not ordinary. He wondered who she took after. Yes, I understand. If anything happens, please be sure to fire a flare. The Black Armor Knight Commander handed a flare to Lorna and the third group leader. The face of the third group leader who took it felt a determined determination. The Black Armor Knight Commander got on his horse and shouted in a loud voice. Let's go. If anyone gets hurt, I'll make them run 100 laps around the training ground, so get your mind straight and come back. Yes, yes. And if you ever face a chief, run away with all your might. The leader of the third group was a knight named Sabo. He was a 5th grade beginner who would become the Vice Knight Commander if the current Knight Commander retired. I hope you don't underestimate the enemies because of the name barbarians. Sabo spoke to the trainees, especially to Cruel. Their level of civilization is nothing compared to the Empire, but their strength is not to be ignored. Not to mention the chiefs have tremendous power. HMPH, Cruel snorted at Sabo's words and did not show any sign of agreement. From his point of view, the barbarians were nothing but uncivilized brutes. How strong could they be with their strength? And you will see some cruel sights, so brace yourselves. Charles and Lorna nodded. Cruel still had a somewhat rough expression. He probably thought Sabo considered him a rookie. Let's go. At that, the knights and the trainees, including Yan, got on their assigned horses. Charles, who had not learned to ride, clung to Lorna's back. Let's go. Sabo led the knights and the trainees and started running through the blizzard. The cold pierced through the fur clothes and pricked Yan's skin. If he had not worn fur clothes that were hard to move in, he would have suffered from severe frostbite due to hypothermia. Even at this moment, Yan's hand holding the horse's reins was trembling. He had magic to warm his body, but there were 10 knights next to him who were sensitive to mana. It was not a situation to use it recklessly. All you can see in Beowulf are mountains and snow. A knight next to Yan spoke to him out of boredom. It seems like that. As the knight said, they did not see anything like a village even after riding for more than 10 minutes. Only mountains and snow covering the soil were full. Damn, I should have brought a fur glove. Cruel, whose hand seemed cold, held the horse's reins with one hand and put the other hand in his pocket. You'll get used to the cold and it'll be bearable. Another knight advised with a snicker. His expression made Cruel's face flare up again. It was as if he was mocking him, saying, "Why didn't you prepare? You have more work to do than me." Charles buried her face in Lorna's back and shivered her hand holding her waist. On the other hand, Lorna did not have any reaction, as if she was used to the cold that seemed to cut her skin. Yan asked the knight who had spoken to him something he was curious about. Do you know anything about the rusty sword in the warehouse? If it had been hidden, he would not have asked, but anyone who had entered the warehouse had seen it at least once, as it had been neglected. Oh, you mean that weird sword? The knight laughed and Yan's eyes flashed. They tried to throw it away, but it was too heavy and no one could move it. Even Hans, the steward, tried to lift it with both arms, but well. You know the result, right? If they had succeeded in moving it, Yan would not have seen the sword. The knight continued. It's definitely a strange sword, but who would wield such a sword? Oh, come to think of it, I heard that the Duke used that sword. But he didn't put it away. No, he just put it back in its place and ordered us to leave it alone. Anyway, the only person who can lift it is the Duke, so we can't throw it away. The Beowulf Duke had already tried a scallon? No, judging by the order, he must have known about it. But he just left it in the warehouse. Without using it, anyway. Did you feel any terrible pain? Pain? The knight shook his head and recalled. I don't think I felt anything like pain. Maybe you gripped it so hard that your palm tore. Yan made a grotesque expression at the knight's words and turned his head. That damn sword gave me that kind of pain? Yan slightly lifted the corners of his mouth and thought of another hypothesis. Or maybe the Knights of the North have some qualifications? He didn't know which hypothesis was correct, but neither was bad. Well, it doesn't matter why. Chapter 43. Thud thud after the conversation between Yan and the knight, there was no more small talk. It was because the cold air started to pierce their lungs as soon as they opened their mouths. After a long time, "Halt!" Sabo, who was running at the front, quickly grabbed the reins of his horse and said quietly. The knights all stopped their horses in place with Sabo. "Have we arrived?" Charles whispered and asked from the side. Yan looked at Sabo, who was looking around, and answered, "It seems so." Huff! Charles took a deep breath and clenched her fists. It was his first time experiencing such a real battle, so she showed her determination. Sabo kept looking around and stopped at one point. Yan looked at where Sabo was looking. A village? It was more like a clan than a village. The houses were barely enough to withstand the cold, and they were crowded together. It's awkward to call them houses. Maybe they should be called huts. Anyway, there were barbarians wearing animal skins all over the place. If they wore proper clothes and had proper houses, they would be no different from a normal village. Yan didn't take his eyes off the place and asked Sabo, "Is there one leader for each clan?" "Yes, the guests are in danger, so please just watch from above." Sabo raised his arm at a right angle and clenched his fist. Then the knights on horseback slowly gathered around him and formed a formation. Whoosh! He. Sabo swung his arm forward with force, and the knights drove their horses at a tremendous speed towards the barbarian clan. Charge, attack, help, I don't want to die. Danger, knights, knights. The barbarians spat out short imperial words, as if they were not good at communicating with each other, and started to run away. The knights chased after the barbarians. It was impossible for a human to outrun a horse. Quack, ahe, puff, puck, squeak. Every time the knights swung their swords, the barbarians fell down with a dying breath and a scream. Seeing that, Lorna, Charles, and Cruel's faces hardened. "What is that?" Charles stuttered. The sight before her eyes was too cruel. Then, "Hoo-ha, cuck, cuke." The barbarian men stepped forward to evacuate the women, children, and elders. Their individual strength ranged from 9th to 8th grade, but squeak. They couldn't resist the sword with sword energy and fell down. It was too much to face the mock-up Knight Order, which was composed of all 6th grade or higher. The knights who slaughtered the barbarian men didn't stop there. They drove their horses into the interior of the clan. Kayak, hoo-ah, the woman who tried to protect the child had her throat cut and sprayed blood. The barbarian elder who leaned on a cane had a sword stuck in his head and spat out his last breath. It was a massacre. Charles looked down at the tragedy unfolding in the barbarian clan with trembling eyes. Is this a knight? The knights he knew were the apostles of justice who protected the weak and were loyal to their lord. But this is not a knight but a devil. The barbarians struggled to escape from the knight's swords. The knights chased the barbarians to the end and took their lives. Cruel was also shocked. It was his first time seeing such a slaughter scene, as he was from a relatively peaceful imperial central noble family. He felt his face burning and his breath rising sharply. Yan looked at Cruel quietly. The magic is reacting to the blood. Mammon diagnosed Cruel's condition accurately. Yan nodded. It was inevitable because of the nature of the magic that craved blood. I don't like it. He had removed 90% of the magic he originally had, but he still reacted to the blood. It meant that removing the magic was meaningless. Disappointment crossed Yan's eyes. He thought he was a useful guy, but he couldn't overcome even a fingernail-sized magic. The next thing he saw after Cruel was Lorna. She closed her eyes tightly, as if she hadn't seen anything. Her personal strength was beyond the level of a weakling, but in other aspects she was still a weakling. She had no firm belief. She had no center. He was about to judge her like that. Yuang! A baby's cry rang out from the clan. At the same time, Lorna's eyes opened wide. She rose up and shot towards that direction. Clang! The knight's eyes widened as he swung his sword carelessly at the baby. It was because the one who blocked his sword was someone he didn't expect. Miss! Lorna was conflicted as she blocked the knight's sword. Should she save this child? Should she stop the knight's sword? But she couldn't bear to watch the crying child die in front of her eyes. Lorna opened her mouth with difficulty. Please, spare the child. The knight's eyes darkened as he heard that. What Lorna was doing now was a mistake that the newbies who joined the Knight Order often made. It was an unacceptable problem, even for Lorna, who received the love of the North. No, why? It could make things harder for the Lord's subjects in the future, because of this one child. The knight twisted his sword and swung it again at the baby. Clang, miss, but Lorna blocked his sword again. No matter how genius Lorna was, she was not at the level of beating a knight who had rolled and rolled in real battles. But Lorna's status prevented the knight from showing his full skill. The knight was also one of the people who liked Lorna. Go back up right now. Then spare this baby. No. The knight and Lorna's opinions did not narrow. The knight shouted in frustration. This child could become the chief of the barbarians and cause great damage to the Lord's domain later. That's possible, but please don't interfere if you understand. This is tyranny, even for you, miss. The knight gripped his sword harder and a blue light flickered on the blade. It was sword energy. He skillfully brushed off Lorna's sword and slashed down at the baby. Bang. Damn, my arm is going to fall off. The one who blocked the slashing sword energy was Cruel, but it seemed hard to block it perfectly as he held the sawtooth sword with both hands and his arms trembled. And behind Cruel, Charl had already held the baby in her arms. The knight spat out a sneer and asked, "Do I have to take it as you are interfering with the event of the Beowulf Duke?" Cruel twisted his face. The power and pressure he felt from the knight's sword energy was different from the sword energy he had experienced in the training center. He was Cruel, who had been active against the average instructors, but he was pushed back by a single member of the Mockap Knight Order. Is this the skill of the Duke's Knight? Anyway, I can't stand to see a baby get hurt as someone who will soon become a lord. Yan, who was looking down from above, smiled at that. He thought he was a fool, but he spat out such a cheesy line. Not bad, although a bit slow. He seemed to have not overcome the magic completely, but he seemed to have overcome it to some extent, seeing him spouting such words. Wow, I thought he was a fool by his looks, but he had some brains in him. That's right. Yan smiled satisfactorily and walked towards the trainees who were confronting the knight. That's when it happened. Zweek. A huge something flew quickly to where the trainees and the knight were confronting. What is that? Cruel, who was facing the knight's sword, was startled and backed away. Charl and Lorna, who were holding the baby, and the knight also got out of there. Quang! A loud noise and a large hole appeared where they were standing. The snow-covered and frozen ground flew away, and the soil that looked shaky was exposed. A tree! Lorna spat out the identity of the thing that flew. It was a giant tree that looked like it was over 10 meters long, shot like an arrow. They almost became the tree's fertilizer and looked for the direction it came from. Quaia! A loud roar came from afar. It was like the fear that the ogres shouted. Sabo and the knights who were slaughtering the barbarians and the trainees turned their heads to the source of the sound. Orc, Cruel frowned as he blocked the sword. A huge one was glaring at them from afar. Cruel mistook him for an orc. The huge one was bulky and had no hair, but instead had strange tattoos on his head. The knight who was fighting with Cruel confirmed his identity and quickly withdrew his sword. He said in a serious voice, "For now, I'll postpone the matter of that baby." Huh? The knight aimed his sword at the bald huge one and raised his sword energy as if he was facing a life-and-death enemy. The knight said in a low voice, "Kaimun, one of the 20 chiefs of the barbarians, so run away." Run away? Lorna glared at the knight and he took a breath and said, "We could be annihilated if we're careless." There was no knight who was injured while raiding the barbarian clan. The knight mentioned annihilation, even though there were about 10 knights. Lorna looked at the knight with disbelief. The knight smiled faintly. "You can't get hurt, miss." Chapter 44. Yan's eyes widened as he saw the bald giant. A great warrior? He was called a chieftain now, but after Vila united the barbarian tribes and established a kingdom, he was known as a great warrior. 20 great warriors. The bald giant in front of him was one of the great warriors that Yan remembered, since he had devised all kinds of strategies to kill Vila. Great warrior Haber. When Yan was a special squad leader, he had seen him fight on par with a 4th-class knight who was called a superhuman. He must be at least at the edge of the 5th class by now. Yan shouted at Sabo, who was staring at Haber from afar. "Shoot the signal flare right now." Sabo fired the signal flare. either because he heard the urgency in Yan's voice or because he knew that the enemy was the chieftain. Squeak boom, a bright red flame exploded in the sky with a loud bang. Haber looked at the ruined village and the dead tribesmen and let out another roar. Cry. Then, thud, he kicked the ground hard and charged towards the direction where Cruel and the knight were standing. It felt like a train was coming at them with a tremendous force, and Cruel had no idea how to avoid it. Only the knight, who had more combat experience, reacted to Haber's movement. The knight swung his sword, which was imbued with sword energy, as soon as Haber entered his range. Clang! A deafening noise that was hard to believe was made by a weak sword and a sword with sword energy colliding echoed. The snow that was piled up between them burst out due to the aftermath of the fight. Cug! The knight let out an uncomfortable groan. Cruel, who saw the situation from close by, opened his eyes wide. The sword that the knight swung could not cut Haber's head. The sword with sword energy could not even scratch his skin. Was the bald giant's body made of steel? Cruel spat out a curse at the unbelievable sight. Shit! Haber glared at the knight with his bloodshot eyes and punched his abdomen. Thwack! The knight's waist bent like a letter C. Then Haber twisted his body around his left foot as a pivot and swung his blood-stained foot at the knight's head. Clang! The knight's body flew through the hut and landed far away. Boz! Lorna shouted the knight's name. But the knight's face, who fell with the hut, was half buried. His chest seemed to be slightly shaking, so he might not have stopped breathing. Lorna bit her lips and then poured mana into her sword. She aimed at Haber with her sword, which had a slightly dark light and the sword energy of the dark shadow. She was not the only one. Is this bastard even human? Cruel also gripped his sawtooth sword tightly and glared at Haber with a serious face. Charl also had a stiff expression and was ready to rush in at any moment. But Haber did not seem to be in a defensive position at all. His bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings, as if he was looking at a flock of sheep as a wolf. Haber stomped the ground and ran towards the knights who were gathered on one side. The knights tried to form a defensive line to block Haber's charge, but Haber ignored the sword swings with sword energy and punched the knights' hearts, abdomens, or faces. The knights could not withstand his blows and fell one by one. You won't be able to avoid a hard time against that bald guy. Mammon chuckled in his head. Yan's eyes sank. The barbarian great warriors were different from the knights, as they used various weapons besides swords. Axes, whips, fists, swords, blades, greatswords, clubs. As far as Yan remembered, the bald giant, Haber's specialty was Bado, fighting. That is, his whole body was a weapon. And instead of a crest, he had a tattoo called a gimmon, which he used to wield mana. In Haber's case, the tattoo on his head was the gimmon. While most knights used a crest and a mana road, that is, a bloodline, to manifest mana externally. That gimmon thing made the skin and muscles react to mana and achieved explosive physical enhancement internally. It might look like a combination of hard body technique and body enhancement of the 9th class knights, but they are different. How could the body enhancement, using the mana road, and the enhancement by stuffing mana into the skin and muscles be the same? Yan bit his lips. It was a completely different situation from the disciples of the Mad Sword, who knew the clear and exploitable weaknesses beforehand. The great warrior in front of him was a pure fighter. He had to win with pure skill, without any luck. He was the most difficult opponent for Yan right now. And the fact that his skin has such a deep red color means that he has reached a level where it is hard to cut him with any sword energy. There was only one answer. Avoid close combat until the Black Armor Squad leader arrives. As he was making a plan step by step, shiver, he felt a chill down his spine. Yan immediately ran towards Lorna. Haste, he used magic as well as the light body technique. He used 2 skills at once, and it felt like his head was burning. But fortunately, he was able to grab Lorna's collar in time. Squeeze. What are you doing? He rolled on the ground with Lorna without giving her a chance to answer. Clang! A huge hole appeared where Lorna had been standing. Above it, Haber was pounding his fist into the ground, steaming all over his body. Get a hold of yourself, you almost died. Yan got up, leaving Lorna with a dazed face. Then he pulled out a sword from his waist. Whoosh! It started to ring from the mana heart, and the sun and the moon resonated. Swoosh. Krrr. A wolf with black fur appeared, waving its mane. He even summoned the black shadow wolf which he had been saving. But he still could not relax. The enemy was such that this was not enough to win. No, could he even survive? I might have to reveal my magic. Haber walked out of the hole, grinding his teeth. My family, my tribesmen, they're dead. There was no energy visible on the outside due to the nature of the gimmon, but an unknown pressure crushed him. Haber looked at each of them who surrounded him, as if he would engrave them in his eyes. So, you too, die painfully. As soon as Haber kicked the ground, Yan shouted, "Get down!" At his words, Cruel quickly lay down on the ground. SSSSH, Haber's fierce kick tore the air above him, when Cruel raised his head. Haber was in a posture to crush Cruel, who was lying down with his foot with a malicious face. Black Shadow Wolf? At Yan's shout, the Black Shadow Wolf melted into the shadow and appeared in a flash at Haber's shoulder. GRRR. Even though the Black Shadow Wolf bit his shoulder, Haber did not seem to care and grabbed the Black Shadow Wolf's mouth. Crack, snap. The Black Shadow Wolf, which could turn into a shadow at any time, could not escape from Haber's hand, which contained mana in his arm. You, bastard. Haber wrapped his other arm around the Black Shadow Wolf's neck and then he slammed it into the ground. Boom, the snow-covered ground cracked. The Black Shadow Wolf, which fell on it, turned into a black mist and disappeared. Meanwhile, Yan, who had carried Cruel on his shoulder and moved away from Haber, bit his tongue. He couldn't even last a few seconds. This was a complete monster. He had not many ways to deal with him, as he had not recovered his old strength. Chapter 45. A small cave that barely avoided the snow. Haber was gasping for breath inside it. Vile and despicable imperial bastards. He clenched his back with his hand and cursed the knights and trainees in his tribal language. The dagger that Yan had thrown was stained purple where it had pierced him. It would have been nothing if it was a normal dagger, but they used poison. The dagger that Yan had shot had poison on it. At this moment, Haber's breath was rough and his head was spinning. If he had continued to fight there, the poison would have spread throughout his body and killed him. Haber twisted his waist and began to neutralize the poison gas with the mana in his blood and muscles. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. They had used a very strong poison. It was then Haber's body twitched. His sharp and sensitive senses detected another presence in the cave besides himself. Did you run away this far? You didn't get very far, did you? A young man's voice came. A familiar voice. He had been fighting with him until a while ago. Haber opened his eyes with difficulty, but his eyes trembled uncontrollably. Cowardly, despicable. Imperial bastard. Haber stopped neutralizing and pushed himself up from the ground. Yan shook his head as he saw him. He had made a crude poison with a few ingredients he had gathered on the way, but it was not weak at all. But he was already recovering this much without any antidote. I don't want to fight, just tell me a few things and I'll let you go. Let me go, me, you? Haber gritted his teeth. The guy who had lost to him 4-1 just now was saying he would let him go. He couldn't even laugh. Yan watched Haber quietly and asked something else. Do you know about Villa? At that moment, Haber's eyes sank. Let's make a better world together, Haber. It was the name of his benefactor who had saved his tribe from the cold and hunger 10 years ago and who was now called the Great Chief. Snort. Haber snorted. Yan shrugged his shoulders at that. He could see that he already knew by that reaction. Where is that guy now? Before Yan could finish his sentence. Bang! Haber, who was covered in blood, charged at him. He was not even in the state of transcendence, but he showed such a sight, which meant he was pushing himself. Did he make up his mind to die? He didn't know if he had decided he couldn't run away anymore, or if it was his loyalty to Villa, or his explosion over losing his tribesmen. He couldn't tell. No, did they all explode at once? Yan leaped back and stretched out his hand. Stone wall. As Yan chanted, mana was sucked out of his mana heart. Then mana began to weave a magic circle on the ground. Boom, the ground rose up. A thick stone wall that looked thick at a glance. A stone wall that was at least as thick as an adult's body, so a poisoned Haber couldn't easily break it. Crash. Contrary to Yan's thought, Haber broke the stone wall very quickly. He broke it so easily. Yan clicked his tongue at the sight of Haber charging like a bull. Haber, who had broken the stone wall and came out, kicked the fragments in the air and shot them at Yan. Yan drew his sword from his waist and knocked or deflected the flying fragments. Every time he knocked out a fragment, his palm felt like it was tearing from the force in it. Eventually, he had to avoid the ones he couldn't block. Bang, 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 bang. The fragments that Yan avoided hit the cave wall with a loud noise. Yan jumped on the fragments stuck in the cave wall and ran along the wall. Haber followed him with a fierce momentum. Yan took out a few daggers and threw them at Haber with his fingers. Whoosh! With a strong gesture from Haber, the daggers fell weakly. But that's enough. He had thrown the daggers to distract Haber's attention for a moment. As soon as Haber swung his hand, Yan put strength in his feet. Crack! One of his legs sank into the wall. It looked like a mistake at first glance, but it was an action to use the wall as a support. Yan pulled out a faint gray sword thread from his sword and swung it at Haber, who was rushing in. Haber's eyes widened slightly and crossed his arms in an X shape. Clang! A metallic sound burst as the place where Haber was standing collapsed. It was a blow that took into account not only Haber but also the terrain. It's not enough, but it was enough to buy some time. Yan immediately drew mana from his mana heart and resonated it with the moon. Whoosh! A black ripple rose on the sword. It was the precursor phenomenon of the Black Shadow sword. Black Shadow sword first formed Nasty, the black net that poured out of the sword wrapped around Haber, who was rushing in with blood. The process of the shadow swallowing Haber was very smooth. But Yan felt his head spinning for a moment. It was dizziness caused by Haber's strong resistance inside. And not long after, something strange happened to the black net that wrapped Haber. A red hand popped out of the black net. And then, zzz. The Nasty was torn in half with a sound of tough leather ripping. In the meantime, Haber revealed himself with his eyes full of blood. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Haber was also bleeding from his hands and arms, and purple spots that looked like symptoms of poison began to appear all over his body. Yan wiped the blood from his mouth and prepared his next move. In the meantime, why don't you try using what I taught you? Isn't that enough destructive power to send that guy to hell? Mammon chuckled in his head and asked. Yan bit his lip. Mammon was talking about the grand magic. It was the magic that Mammon, who claimed to be the peak of magic himself, had taught him after modifying it to suit Yan's physique. But Yan hesitated to use that magic. First of all, it took a long time to cast that magic. And I don't know what this bastard did to it. He couldn't easily try that when he remembered the things that Mammon had done to take over his body when he learned magic from him before. More than anything, it didn't seem necessary to take the risk when he saw Haber's physical condition. If he just dragged the time. Cry! Yan hardened his face and regretted his careless thought. As time passed, he should have suffered from the symptoms of poisoning and mana deficiency. But Haber, who staked his life force and life, became more violent and crazy than before. Yan avoided Haber, who clung to him persistently, and widened the distance while waving his hand. Papapak, the 3 daggers that Yan threw flew towards Haber's forehead and eyes. Ting. But it was impossible to pierce Haber's skin, which was enhanced by his body. Haber sneered at Yan's meaningless action and started to stick closer. Eventually, Gwack! Rat, I got you. Yan's clothes were caught by Haber's ferocious grip. If he slammed him to the ground like this rat would die with his whole body shattered. Haber thought so and grabbed Yan's clothes and twisted his waist. Then something caught his eye. A blue magic circle engraved on the ground. Yan smiled as he was grabbed by the neck. Then he reached out and blew his mana into the magic circle. Ice Thorn! The magic circle began to rotate and cause a phenomenon. Zezerezek. The ice thorns that sprang from the magic circle pierced Haber's thighs, abdomen, and shoulders. He couldn't even strengthen his body because it was an unexpected attack. Quagic. The ice thorns pierced Haber's body. Ujuk. Blood flowed down the ice thorns. Haber endured the pain and gritted his teeth, but his grip on Yan's neck weakened. Puke! Yan kicked Haber's body and somersaulted in the air. Then he stepped on the wall of the cave and drew mana from his mana heart. The mana passed through the sun and the moon and amplified several times to fill Yan's body. Mammon laughed as he realized what Yan was trying to do. Caught. You finally accepted my help? Shut up. Yan ignored Mammon's nonsense and focused his mind. He drew a very destructive image in his mind. A destructive lightning that could put that violent warrior to sleep. Your imagination is poor. Mammon licked his tongue and something changed in Yan's hand. A white magic circle was created on Yan's hand and rotated very fast. Yan clenched it and white sparks flew. Pajagic. He couldn't tell if it was pain from the burn or headache from the magic calculation, but agony surged. Blood dripped from his nose, but his eyes were still calm. And then, white thunder, he threw the magic in his hand like a dart at Haber. A white lightning that looked extraordinary flew at Haber with a threatening momentum. Pajajijic, the white energy grew bigger as it flew. Quah! It soon grew big enough to break the ground. Haber's eyes caught the white lightning flying at him. There was a light of resignation in his eyes. He didn't know what he had done, but he was not in a state to block that destructive lightning. The poison had already dyed his whole body, and he had burned all his remaining life force. Great Chief, please make a good world. Haber finished his last wish and, Quajijic. He gave his whole body to the white lightning without resistance. A large hole was pierced in his upper body, and the inside was completely cooked and smelled of char. The ice thorns that had pierced him also melted. Haber's body, which had nothing to support it, slowly fell back. Kung, he lay on the ground with a heavy sound. Chapter 46. Haber's eyes were fixed on the ceiling of the cave as he lay on the ground. Thump, thump. He heard Yan's footsteps approaching his ear. Was he coming to mock him, or to celebrate his victory, or to finish him off for good? He didn't care much, but there was something he wanted to ask. Why do we have to die? They, whom they called barbarians, the nomads, were just struggling to survive. They never invaded the empire to expand their territory. They did raid the upper-class carriages a few times to survive, but they did not take life lightly. But those imperial bastards slaughtered them without leaving a trace. Why? Why did they have to die? Yan sat down casually next to Haber. Just as you fought to live, Beowulf fought to protect. It's also true that there are barbarians who invaded his domain. He wiped his nose roughly, leaving bloodstains on his face, and his fur coat was long gone. Haber let out a bitter laugh at Yan's answer. They were dying because of other nomads. But he understood. If he were in their shoes, if he were the defender, would he have left them alone? No, he probably would have done the same thing. Haber, who had been smiling softly, looked at his condition. He was barely holding on to his consciousness, but he was fatally wounded and could die at any moment. It was a miracle that he hadn't died yet with his upper body pierced. The rage that had filled Haber's head until a moment ago subsided. They were the weak and they were the strong. The principle of survival of the fittest was taken for granted in the nomadic society. He spat out a self-mocking laugh, and Yan's calm voice reached his ear. You were a strong warrior. Are you joking? No joke, I won, but... Haber snickered at Yan's acknowledgement, and then his eyes became serious. Can you do me a favor? Don't worry about the kids. The guy who saved them is quite popular in the Beowulf family, so you don't have to worry about discrimination or anything like that. Haber smirked at Yan's words. Should he be grateful or angry at the cheap sympathy? Yan smiled and reached out his hand. So give me some loot. I have no wealth. Yan shook his head and pointed to the bone bracelet wrapped around Haber's wrist. You have that? Haber's eyes widened slightly at that, but soon they began to tremble. It meant that death was approaching. Promise me what you said. Yan said he knew, and Haber laughed. Take it, it's useless. Now, as he said that, Haber muttered something like a spell, and the bone bracelet came off his wrist by itself. Yan picked up the bone bracelet that fell to the ground and put it in his pocket. The Vila treated those they recognized as brothers as their own lives, and having this bone bracelet meant that he inherited that life. If he ever ran into a Vila by chance, it would be insurance for Yan. The great warriors never forget a favor they received. If I had just let him go, Lorna or Cruel would have been in danger. I don't want to suffer anymore while I'm here. He didn't have to worry about other great warriors or Vila avenging Haber's death. Instead, they are the ones who admit defeat cleanly, and Vila must know this too, so they won't hold me responsible. As Yan sorted out his thoughts, Haber's focus blurred. Please. The kids. Don't worry, the guy who will take care of them has a personality that will at least not let them starve. The sound of his breathing, which had been hissing, was no longer heard. He seemed to have stopped breathing. I hope you are born in a better place in your next life. Yan confirmed that Haber's eyes were closed and got up from his seat. He was an enemy he had to face because of the unavoidable situation, but he was not a bad guy. A strong and honest guy. I should tell Lorna well. He had no obligation to keep his promise with the dead, but he could not ignore the promise he made with Haber. No, He didn't want to ignore it. Yan came out and squinted his eyes at the bright sunlight, covering his eyes with his hand. The fierce blizzard had stopped. He heard a loud shout in his ear. "There he is! We found the trainee!" The Mukap Knight commander, the knights, and the trainees were looking at Yan. Yan smiled at them. His face was a mess, as he had wiped his nose roughly with his ragged clothes. "I'm going to die of overwork at this rate." Yan waved his hand with a tired look. Yan returned to Beowulf's castle with the cheers of the knights. He collapsed as soon as he arrived in his room, and he came to his senses when the sky was dark. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Cruel's face, which seemed full of discontent. "Are you not moving your head? What the hell is this guy?" Cruel glared at him, even though Yan told him to shut up. When Yan's eyebrows twisted, he finally moved his body back, but he didn't stop moving his mouth. "Are you the bastard or the hidden disciple of the Duke of the Four Seas, or something like that?" Cruel couldn't figure out why Yan was so strong, so he looked for the reason outside. If he had learned swordsmanship or magic from the Duke of the Four Seas, who was the peak of the empire, he would have understood that strength. No, then what about Lorna? Lorna was also one of the Duke's daughters, wasn't she? She did achieve overwhelming results at the training center, but so did he. And he never felt the same creepy feeling from Lorna as he did from Yan. But Yan was different. Something about this guy made him feel like he was naturally losing when he stood in front of him. "What nonsense are you talking about? What am I to the Duke?" "It sounds right." Yan snickered at Cruel's absurd reasoning. If he was the Duke's disciple or child, would he be doing this kind of hard work? "You might get beaten up if you keep doing that." At that, Cruel pulled his head and body back like a snake. Yan got up from the bed and stretched. Then someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. "Guests, the butler has a message for you to come to the training ground when you wake up." It was the voice of the maid who had been cold to him at first. Her tone was still cold, but the feeling in it was different. "Training ground? Are they going to teach us something?" Cruel's eyes sparkled. Following the maid's guidance, they arrived at the training ground. There, the Mukap Knights, the butler Hans, and Lorna and Charl were waiting for them. What is all this?" Cruel's eyes widened at the sight of the training ground. There were tables and bottles of liquor and dishes piled on top of them, which did not match the training ground. Hans smiled and answered, "This is a modest celebration for our victory, a banquet, if you will." "Then why don't you do it in the banquet hall? Why do it in this training ground?" Hans shrugged at Cruel's question. "When other nobles come, we use the banquet hall, but when the knights have a victory party, we usually do it in this training ground. They all say this place is more comfortable and fun." Yan's eyes scanned the place. It was a banquet, but some of them had gloomy expressions, especially Lorna. She looked more serious as she grew up here, a look as if she was holding back tears. It must be because of the dead knights. Hans, who noticed Lorna's mood like Yan, laughed and led the trainees to the table full of liquor. Then he handed them a glass each. "This is quite expensive liquor, even though we piled it up like this." "Ah, miss, you've attended this kind of banquet a few times, right?" "Yeah." Lorna was still not in the mood to enjoy the banquet. She fiddled with her glass for a while. Hans looked at her with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, "Mukap Knights, listen up," the Mukap Knight commander shouted in a hoarse voice. "Yes." And the knights responded to the commander's words. "Anyone who doesn't get drunk today and walks back on 2 feet, I'll make them crawl with my own hands." He laughed and said, "Everyone, loosen up your hips and drink up. Let's drink and die. Yeah, let's die." The banquet began with a huge cheer. The atmosphere, which had been low pressure until then, quickly heated up. The knights all chattered and blew their bottles and stuffed meat into their mouths. Among the trainees who were staring blankly at them, the first one to move was Cruel. He seemed to have made a big decision and squeezed into the Mukap Knights and grabbed a bottle. "Ooh, you're a man, but you look young, you shouldn't overdo it." The knights either laughed heartily or worriedly faced Cruel, but Cruel smiled and poured the bottle into his mouth like the other knights. Cruel twisted his face and exclaimed. The Mukap Knights started to laugh and chatter at his appearance. "Wow, you're amazing. Have you been drinking since you were young? This guy will be a great drinker when he grows up." Cruel straightened his shoulders and shouted at the knights' cheers. "Cot, I'm telling you, I'm a genius who was praised by my family." Yan shook his head at Cruel. Then he also picked up a glass and poured liquor and gulped it down. As Hans said, it was expensive liquor, and a sweet grape flavor spread in his mouth. Lorna, try this. It's a really amazing taste. Charles, whose cheeks were red, poured liquor into Lorna's glass. But Lorna just looked down at the glass of liquor and didn't do anything. She looked at the knights and trainees with a blank eye, then she opened her mouth. How can they all do that without any problem? The one who answered her dry voice was Hans, who had come close. Miss, you may not understand them yet, but they are also mourning in their own way for those who went first. Is that mourning? The Mukap knights were pouring liquor like they were living for today. Yes, it's mourning, Hans answered firmly. We are knights who protect the north. Others may say that knights are honorable or noble, but in the end we are always walking on the edge of the sword. Hans spoke with a distant look on his face, as if recalling the past. Knights have no choice but to die fighting. They did their job well. They repelled the barbarians and protected you. They were all great knights. He recited that and smiled. There's no tears at a place to mourn such knights. Do you think they would want that? Rather, it's polite to send them off like this, brightly. Lorna still couldn't understand Hans's words. Send them off with a smile? The ones who had taken care of her childishness since she was young were dead. Hans tapped Lorna's shoulder, who was confused, and pointed somewhere with his finger. There, the Mukap knight commander was pouring liquor into the glasses of Cruel, Yan, and Charles. This is the liquor that the dead Boz gave us, so don't spill a drop and drink it all. Ah, I know who he is. He was a pretty cool guy. The knights burst into laughter at Cruel's drunken words. Yan, who had quietly put his mouth to the glass, also said something. He wasn't just cool, he was a really great knight. He was a great guy. Do you know how much of a jerk he was? Suddenly, one of the knights got up from his seat and walked to the corner of the training ground where the wooden swords were piled up. He rummaged through them for a while and pulled out a wooden sword with the name Boz engraved on it. This is the wooden sword he used, but he said it was mine and even wrote his name on it. The knights laughed and added a few words to the knight's shout. Seeing that, a light came into Lorna's blank eyes. Boz was the knight who had charged alone at Haber. Now his name was the topic of conversation. And that wasn't all. The names of other knights were also coming up one by one. She still didn't know for sure, but she thought she knew what Hans was saying. Lorna poured the glass of liquor into her mouth at once and shouted. Boz was a really cool knight. She screamed as if she was cursing from afar, and the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Yuhahaha, yeah, he was a really cool guy. He must be listening to this from heaven, too. He always came running like a ghost when I talked about him. As if nothing had happened, the atmosphere heated up again. The banquet that started in the afternoon lasted until morning. Chapter 47. The next morning. At the main gate of Beowulf Castle, there were the Mokgap knights, Lorna and Yan, who showed no signs of drunkenness. You look pretty sober. Do you drink well? A knight who had been cold to Yan until yesterday nudged him and asked. Yan shrugged his shoulders. I don't drink that well. Don't be so coy. By the way, miss, you look better than I thought. Considering what happened yesterday. Some of the knights chuckled at the knight's words. It was because of Lorna's furious scream. Lorna's face turned red with embarrassment. She thought it was a shameful sight. The knights smiled happily as they watched Lorna when the Mokgap knight commander and Hans appeared. Attention, everyone! The knights, who had been relaxed until then, snapped to pay attention to the booming voice of the Mokgap knight commander. Yan and Lorna also looked at the Mokgap knight commander and Hans in front of them. Hans was holding a yellow flag with a black palm print on it. Trainee Yan, come forward. As his name was called, the knights made way for Yan to come forward. Yan walked briskly through the gap. As Yan came out, the Mokgap knight commander took the yellow flag from Hans. You did a good job. I should have given it to you yesterday, but I was late because of the banquet. I heard from Hans that you guys need to collect 9 more artifacts. That must be tough. Yan thought to himself as he listened to the Mokgap knight commander's words. Only one so far. The yellow flag was the artifact of the tribe led by Haber, and Hans said that the passing criterion for the second test was 10 artifacts. I have to collect 9 more? If he met 2 or more warlords at once, the Mokgap knights would be annihilated unless he exerted his full power. I'll have to keep an eye on it. He had already erased the possibility of not meeting them by luck. His luck had been bad if not worse, and he could count the times he had been lucky on one hand. Even when Yan was thinking about something else, the Mokgap knight commander's speech continued. It was a boring situation for anyone else, but the knights still listened to the speech with a spirited attitude. After an hour of speech, I'm sorry. Hey, wake up before you go. Charles and Cruel arrived late. They both had hangover faces. The Mockgap Knight commander, who was interrupted by the sudden interruption, stuttered and resumed his speech. Well, I think you all understood enough. Let's get going then. As Jan skillfully handled the horse, a knight next to him spoke to him. You look like a commoner with no family name. Where did you learn to ride a horse? From his expression, it seemed like a pure curiosity rather than an insult. I learned it at the training camp. Jan answered, and Cruel cut in from the side. What did you learn at the training camp? They didn't even teach us how to ride a horse. Did you ever get one-on-one tutoring from the chief instructor? Don't talk if you haven't. Of course, what he learned from the chief instructor was the Black Shadow sword and 2 years of hide and seek, but Cruel had no way of knowing that. By the way, why is she still depressed? Cruel pointed at Lorna. She looked somewhat uncomfortable. Jan could easily figure out what was on her mind. Maybe it's because of what happened yesterday. The massacre that took place under the pretext of subjugating the barbarians. For Lorna, who had received personal tutoring from the knights all her life, the raw scene must have been a shock. The Mockgap Knight commander also noticed Lorna's feelings and moved to her side to talk to her. Miss, you don't have to watch if it's hard for you. I'll secretly get the artifact from Hans. Uncle William. William was the real name of the Mockgap Knight commander. And from the fact that he didn't finish his sentence, it seemed that he had no intention of going back. The Mockgap Knight commander sighed deeply and whipped the reins of his horse. The Mockgap Knights and the trainees began to carry out the subjugation operation by splitting into groups, just like the day before. 4 hours later, the groups that had completed their mission gathered at the rendezvous point one by one. Fortunately, there were no chiefs today. The Mockgap Knight commander counted the number of knights who arrived at the rendezvous point and sighed with relief. There were no casualties. We're lucky today. Jan and the trainees belonged to the group that went the farthest, and they subjugated 3 tribes. As a result, they obtained 3 artifacts. They had 6 more artifacts to collect. Those rookies look pathetic. As Maman said, the trainees all looked shocked. Charles looked pale as if she had seen something horrible, and Cruel was stiffened to the point where he didn't show his usual frivolity. And Lorna. Miss, those children. She returned with a few barbarian children who were about 4 years old on her horse. When the knights slaughtered the barbarians during the subjugation operation, Lorna took the children on her horse. The knights wanted to deal with the children, but they had no choice but to bring them to the rendezvous point because of Lorna's strong attitude. I'll take responsibility. Lorna's words hardened the Mockgap Knight commander's face. He got off his horse and drew his sword from his waist. Then he walked toward Lorna. Get those kids off right now. Lorna hugged the barbarian children at the solemn face of the Mockgap Knight commander that she had never seen before. Don't come any closer, talk from there. You brought barbarian children yesterday, and you promised me that it was the last time. He was talking about the 2 children he brought from Haber's tribe. He gave in once because she was the Lord's daughter and it was her first sortie. It was manageable if it was just 2. But it would be different if she kept bringing children every time she went out. There was a reason why they said that internal enemies were more frightening than external enemies. If they grew up and did not forget their past grudges and took revenge, the damage would be enormous. They could open the castle gate and allow the barbarians to invade, or they could get poison and assassinate the people in the castle. We Beowulf are strong. We're not so weak that we'll collapse because of a few children. But can you guarantee that there will be no victims? If there are victims, can you bear the sorrow of the remaining victims' families, Miss Lorna? Lorna couldn't easily answer the Mockgap Knight commander's words. Miss, don't take the word responsibility lightly. As their conflict escalated, Cruel coughed from afar. If you show the nobilities mercy and spare those guys, it would be a model of a knight. We have to cut off the sprouts that can threaten the territory. There is no room for mercy there. Cr. Crumb. Is that so? Cruel, who tried to weigh in on Lorna's side, had no choice but to back off at the Mockgap Knight commander's firm words. Miss, please get those kids off. If it's hard for you to watch, you can leave for a while. Everyone here knows that it's not your fault. Lorna clenched her fist at the Mockgap Knight commander's strong pressure. She couldn't stand the sight of the children dying in front of her. But the Mockgap Knight commander's words were not wrong either. If she had to choose between one of her own people and 10 strangers whose faces she didn't even know, she would choose her own people. She bit her lips as she heard a sneer. What a waste of time to worry about such things. It was Yan. What did you say? Lorna asked as if she had heard wrong, but Yan just snorted and said nothing else. She trembled with anger as she saw him. In the meantime, Yan opened his mouth again. He didn't speak to Lorna. There's also a way to ask the Lord. The Mockgap Knight Commander turned his head and glared at Yan. No matter how much you've done for the public and how close you are to Miss Lorna, you're an outsider. Don't interfere with the territory's affairs. I'm not taking sides because I'm Lorna's friend, don't you know? Maybe the Duke of Beowulf will adopt a policy of embracing the barbarians this time. Nonsense. The Mockgap Knight Commander twisted his face like a demon and warned him in a low voice. If you sprout any more nonsense, I won't let you off. Yan just shrugged his shoulders at that. At that moment, Lorna opened her mouth. I'll do it. Yes, I'll ask the Lord. No, my father, and I'll accept the result. Lorna's words made the Mockgap Knight Commander close his eyes tightly. He seemed to be swallowing his anger. Judging by Lorna's attitude, she would resist with all her might if he tried to harm the children. If that happened, the precious lady's skin could be scratched. He used to be proud of Lorna, who was called a genius, but he hated her in this situation. The Mockgap Knight Commander moved on without saying a word, nervously holding the reins. A knight next to him looked at the Mockgap Knight Commander and approached the trainees. Please understand the Knight Commander, Miss, it was an unavoidable thing from his position. What? The Knight Commander did the same thing as you when he was your age. He defied the previous Knight Commander's orders and brought a barbarian child to the territory. The Knight Commander's fiancé took care of the barbarian child alone at home. Lorna's eyes widened at the knight's words. She couldn't believe that the Mockgap Knight Commander, who was so firm, had such a past. The knight smiled bitterly and continued. The child he saved then spent more than a year in the Knight Commander's home with venomous eyes. The Knight Commander believed he could educate him. The knight sighed deeply. It was because he remembered that day. But when the Knight Commander went out as usual, the child killed his fiancée and ran away from the house. When the Knight Commander returned from the sortie, I still sometimes remember how sadly he cried. Lorna shuddered as she heard the Mockgap Knight Commander's past. She had attended the funeral of the Mockgap Knight Commander's fiancé when she was very young. The Mockgap Knight Commander, who always showed a cheerful face, cried like he had lost the world and abstained from food and drink for several days. She closed her eyes as she realized why the Mockgap Knight Commander, who always listened to her, came out so strongly and firmly. Yan also understood the Mockgap Knight Commander's situation after hearing his story. And that child grew up and is now changing the barbarians. Changing them? The knight said with a hardened face at Lorna's question. Yes. It's not known in other regions, but you must have heard of it, that there is someone who is unifying the barbarians. Yan's eyes widened at the next words he heard. The great chief of the barbarians, Villa. He was the barbarian child that the Mockgap Knight Commander picked up. Why does the author's name appear here? Chapter 48. Little was known about Villa's origin. Even within the Special Task Force, they only guessed that he was from a savage tribe, but they didn't know exactly where he came from. It couldn't be helped. He never revealed it himself, and there were no documents or records related to him. But he was the savage boy that he saved from the subjugation in Beowulf. Yan glanced at the silent return of the Black Armor Knight Commander. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his head looked complicated. Well, it's strange that he would make such a concession with that kind of past. Lorna also seemed to think so, biting her lips, but still. Well, it's none of my business. If the children of the Haber tribe were also expelled, he would have to take care of them himself. Then I'll have to complain to the chief instructor. As he thought about this and that, he soon arrived at the castle of Beowulf. In front of him, unfamiliar knights appeared. They wore white armor, unlike the Black Armor Knights who were unified in black armor. The Black Armor Knight Commander waved his hand at the one who was standing at the front of those knights. Kian. Long time no see. How was the North Sea this time? The man called Kian chuckled. What do you mean? It's still the Lord's playground. Isn't that too modest for the best Frost Knight Corps in the North? What can I do? It's true. Ha. Yan listened to their conversation and recalled his memory. The Frost Knight Corps. It was one of the best night corps in the Empire, and one had to have at least a 5th-grade skill to join it. It was the strongest military force of the Beowulf ducal family. And the man in front of him, Kian, was the leader of the Frost Night Corps, a strong man who belonged to the rank of superhuman. Really, even if I can use my previous life skills as they are, it won't be easy. Yan's eyes lowered. As expected, there are too many monsters. The Crown Prince, the Chief Instructor, the Special Task Force Leader, Kyle, Hans, and Kian. He had already met 6 strong men who were in the superhuman rank. I need to get stronger soon. Yan vowed to increase his power. No matter how detailed the plan was, the most important thing was his own skill. Kian laughed lightly as he talked with William. Then he felt a strange sense of discomfort and looked at the face of the Black Armor Knight Commander, William. William, who always had a friendly face, had his eyes twitching. His mouth was also unnaturally raised, as if he was forcing himself to smile. Did something happen during the subjugation operation? Kian thought so and looked behind William. There were some unfamiliar people among the familiar Black Armor Knights. They must be the trainees of the Dragon Soldier Project who visited with the lady this time. Huh! At some point, his eyes softened with a gentle emotion. He found Lorna. He saw her and his eyes suddenly brightened. Ah, miss, those kids are. It was because Lorna had 4 or 5 children riding on horses in front of her. A memory flashed through Kian's head. About 30 years ago, William bravely confronted the order of the Knight Commander at that time and brought the savage children with him. Kian smiled bitterly. He realized the situation right away. Is that how it happened? Lorna was deep-hearted, unlike her blunt and cold appearance. She hated the unrest and felt sorry for the unfortunate. Even when she was young, she couldn't just pass by the hungry people in her territory and would give them something. She must have been unable to watch the children die in the subjugation operation. You must be tired, go ahead, we'll patrol around once and go. Kian let them in without saying anything else. By the way, hasn't the Lord returned yet? He said he was going to get something and disappeared. He said he would be back soon, so he should arrive in a few days. With that, William saluted and entered the castle with the Black Armor Knights and the trainees. Kian quietly watched their backs. His gaze was fixed on the black-haired young man, Yan, next to Lorna. William muttered as he watched Lorna and Charles head to their room, holding the children's hands. What do you think? Well, I didn't expect that much. Yan was also surprised by the trainee's actions. He only knew Lorna as a competitive person, but he never expected her to take care of the savage kids, even if it meant confronting the knight she was close to. And you joined in too. Yan snickered as he looked at Cruel. Cruel turned his head sharply, blushing slightly. You, a commoner, wouldn't know such a noble word as noblesse oblige. Noblesse oblige. It meant that the nobility had to fulfill their duties and responsibilities as much as they had power. Yan looked at the back of Cruel's head as if he was amazed. It seems your soul isn't rotten after all. It seems he's not evil to the core. Mammon agreed with Yan's thoughts. What, you bastard? Yan ignored Cruel's anger and looked at William. By the way, why are you making such a complicated face? You said you'd let them be. They're adults now. William still looked somewhat uneasy. Yan tapped the sword hanging on his waist. They say it's refreshing to sweat it out at times like this. William reacted to that. Yan's words seemed to tempt him. That's true. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go sweat it out. Come on, let's go. I want to rest. If you're going to live looking at my back all your life, then do that. Go now. The place they headed to was the training ground prepared in the castle of Beowulf. It was not unfamiliar, as it was the place where they had held a banquet a while ago. William took out a wooden sword from a pile of them in one corner and asked, "Do you want to use a real sword? How can I win with a wooden sword?" The one who answered was Cruel. Yan suggested a duel between the two of them before he stepped in. He had already trampled on his pride, but that was not enough. He thought that his personality would be a little more subdued if he was trampled by someone other than himself. And he also wanted to check the strength of the Black Armor Knight Commander this time. Who? Cruel took out the sawtooth sword he had been using since the training center and took a stance. His usual frivolous appearance and sullen face disappeared, and the face of a swordsman took its place. Seeing that, William admired and glanced at Yan. Wow, I thought that Yan guy was the only outstanding one, but this guy was hidden by his shadow. He had heard that this young man named Cruel was 19 years old. He was quite lacking compared to Yan, who was standing behind him, but he's much better than I was at that age. When he was that age, he barely managed to raise his sword energy. William swung his wooden sword lightly. Woong, woong. A sound that seemed to break the bones if hit by one blow rang out fiercely. William checked the condition of his wooden sword and relaxed it. Then he opened his mouth with a friendly face. Let's start. Tap. As soon as he said that, Cruel stomped on the ground. Cruel swung his sawtooth sword vertically when the distance was shortened. He seemed to cut William's body in half at any moment. But, tang. William didn't even dodge, but twisted the sword with just a slight swipe of the blade of the sawtooth sword that came in fiercely. In that state, he stretched his right foot forward. Then the distance between him and Cruel narrowed even more. It was a distance that was hard to swing a sword. Your abdomen is empty. Puck. William's fist dug into Cruel's abdomen like lightning. Cruel's eyes widened. He thought knights only used swords, but that wasn't the end. William followed Cruel, who was backing away at a fast speed. When you face a panic moment, it's a good action to widen the distance. Cruel swung his sawtooth sword hastily. He had to widen the distance from William, but he disappeared. William, who had been following him from the front, disappeared from his sight. Osick. And then he felt a cold sensation on his neck, and something grabbed his neck tightly. But you always have to keep the blind spot in mind. Your vision narrows. William had grabbed Cruel's neck from behind with his hand. He saw a knee rising quickly to his pupil. Puck, puck. Hey. This time it was a knee kick. His face turned pale because he allowed the vital point. Breath, breath. If he allowed the vital point a few more times, he would faint. William didn't seem to want to end it like this, so he let go of Cruel and gave him some distance. Come on, if you have anything else to try it. Are you mocking me now? Maybe it's a vent, but I'm sure I'm teaching you. I'm explaining one by one what you didn't know. Yan chuckled as he listened to their conversation. It was mocking, as Cruel said, but it was also teaching, as William said. Cruel gritted his teeth and rushed at William again. He had been beaten so badly that his momentum had shrunk, but he didn't show it. In the meantime, he heard a sound of a group of people coming from the side. Oh, William, what are you doing teaching a duel? It's pretty fierce for that. They were not the black armor knights. They were unfamiliar faces. Yan got up from his seat and bowed to them. Knights who wore white armor and had a sharp aura. They were the frost knights he had met at the door. Are you? Yan, I heard about you. You killed a chief. I was just lucky. Haha, luck is also a skill, and the chiefs are not easy to kill with luck. The Frost Knight leader Kian tapped Yan's shoulder and sat down next to him. He watched the duel between William and Cruel with a serious eye. William seemed to have stopped teasing and matched Cruel's level. That's an amazing move. That Cruel guy is the third in the training center, right? Yan stuck out his tongue at Kian's words. He knew the inside story of the training center from the Beowulf ducal family in the north. Lorna might have told him, but maybe the Rangers found out the information. Rangers were the information organization of the Beowulf ducal family. They were not as good as the Special Task Force, but they were not too far behind. They were the information organization of the Four Dukes, after all. Clang, 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 the duel between Cruel and William reached its climax. At a glance, it looked like Cruel was overpowering William. But, you're impressive, but you lack experience. You're too hasty. If you swing like that without breathing, you'll end up exhausting yourself. Unlike William, who blocked with a relaxed face, Cruel swung his sword frantically. But it was not enough to land a hit on William. His strength was slowly fading, and his stamina was starting to decline. Just then, something flashed through Cruel's mind. You only focus on strength and speed. You lack smoothness. It was the advice that Yan, who had killed Haber, had taunted him with. He said I lack smoothness? Cruel's sword began to change as he gritted his teeth. Wow, William, who had easily blocked Cruel's sword, exclaimed. Did you realize something? Something began to fill the empty shell-like sword that was strong and fast but hollow. He started to deflect some of the attacks, and the attacks that were only fierce became a little lighter. And then, Cruel swung his sword with a force that seemed to split William and his wooden sword in half. The same as before, no, even faster and fiercer than before. You're still immature. If he added smoothness to his powerful swordsmanship, he would be much stronger. William thought so and deflected Cruel's attack. and the gap that was exposed in Cruel. He stabbed his wooden sword there. At that moment, "I got you." Cruel blinked his eyes and spat out a strange sound that didn't match the situation. "Huh," William frowned. But his movement didn't slow down or anything. William's eyes widened in an instant. The sawtooth sword flew toward his neck. Damn! He had definitely repelled the sword that came flying with a strong force. Then it was natural that his action would be big and the gap would be exposed if he failed. He thought so and repelled the sword. But why? William soon realized the reason. This fox-like bastard. It was a mistake to think that he had a strong force at the end. Unlike Cruel's face that had exerted all his strength, he didn't give all his strength to the sword. That's why he could react at such a fast speed. If it was the original, I would have lost. William's movement became much faster than before. He showed his true skill. The sawtooth sword touched his neck before he could stop it. He plunged into Cruel's arms, just like that. Clang. William's wooden sword hit Cruel's stomach. Cruel fell back with a thud. Hey. If it had been before, he would have gritted his teeth with anger, but I did it. At this moment, Cruel was able to faint with a very satisfied face. He had seen the slight scratch on William's neck. Yan, who was watching from afar, smiled contentedly at Cruel's performance. He can walk on his own now. He had managed to recall and apply what he had taught him. Kian, who was watching the duel with Yan, clapped and laughed. Kai Kian, ha ha ha, that was fun, come on. Kian got up from his seat and looked down at Yan, who was sitting next to him. Do you want to try one too? Our kids are itching for a fight right now. Yan smiled at that. He had no choice but to ask the Black Armor Knight commander for a duel because he had no acquaintance with the Frost Knights. But he got a chance to duel with the Frost Knights. Yan called out his joy, but he didn't show it. But he didn't answer politely or humbly. It's not my responsibility if you get hurt. A single word of provocation. There was silence in the training ground. And a very short time passed. Kian laughed loudly and turned around to face the Frost Knights. What? Ha ha ha, you heard him, right? Give him a good lesson? Yes, we'll make him a pulp. That's how Cruel and William went back to their seats and Yan came out. He carried a wooden sword, unlike Cruel who used a real sword, and slung it over his shoulder. Who's first? Chapter 49. Yan took a deep breath. He had started this duel because of the information that one of the Silent Knights had told him. Pain? I don't know much about that. The Northern Knights all said that they didn't feel much pain even after catching a Scallon. That meant that there was some difference between Yan and the Northern Knights. Yan thought it was either swordsmanship or the Northern way of mana manipulation. Beowulf's mana manipulation is different from the usual ones. He didn't know the exact details, but he had a rough idea of what it was like, having dealt with all kinds of information in his previous life. It was a method of creating something called Snow Soul in the Dangian and amplifying mana. Come to think of it, it's similar to Mana Heart in some ways. The Snow Soul of the Dangian and the planet of the Mana Heart. It was obvious that there was something to refer to. Yan shook off his excitement and looked ahead. Kid, you have to roll 100 times on the ground with your armor on. What armor? You have to roll naked in the snow to come to your senses. You know what happens if you lose to that brat, right? The Frost Knight's reactions showed that he was the youngest. Yan's opponent, Myro, climbed onto the ground with his armor on, receiving the enthusiastic cheers of his seniors. Can you use mana? What? Myro frowned as if his pride was hurt by Yan's question. You're already rude enough to wield a wooden sword, and you want me to use mana too? Yes. Yan answered without hesitation, and Myro's face turned slightly red. But he didn't show any more emotion than that. He just gripped his wooden sword with both hands and took a stance. Then I'll make you use mana. With that, Myro stomped on the ground. Yan watched Myro's movements and put strength into his front legs. He was ready to jump out at any time. Here I come. Myro swung his sword lightly and charged at Yan. Contrary to Yan's request, he didn't use mana, but his movements were not to be taken lightly. Yan swung his sword silently at Myro's speed, which closed the distance in an instant. Bang! The wooden swords collided. Unlike Yan, who still looked relaxed, Myro scowled. He's very strong. His hand holding the wooden sword was tingling. Myro quickly took a step back and swung his sword up. Vroom! The wooden sword flew towards Yan's head. Bang! It was blocked again. Yan blocked it with a simple motion of lowering his sword. Myro, are you losing? Give me your knight badge and get out of here. Ooh, how embarrassing. The Frost Knights behind him teased him, and Myro's face twisted. I'm being pushed by this brat? Myro clenched his wooden sword and began to unleash the representative sword technique of the Frost Knights. It was a skill called Cold Wave, which contained the blizzard of the north in the sword. If mana was infused, it would have crushed Yan with a strong sword wind and countless afterimages. Fortunately, mana was not infused, so it was not that bad. But still, it was the representative sword technique of one of the best knight orders in the Empire. It was not easy at all. Clang, but Yan still showed no sign of difficulty as he stepped back and parried Myro's wooden sword without missing a beat. Myro stuck to Yan and showered him with sharp sword strikes. Why can't I find an opening when I'm clearly pushing him back? Myro's frustrations started to build up as Yan didn't show any weakness even after he used the representative sword technique of the Frost Knight Order. A fight between a sharp spear and a sturdy shield. A fight of who would tire out first. As the situation of the two became strange, a silence fell among the Frost Knight Order. Who is that guy? Is Myro really going to lose? They teased him, but they thought Myro was holding back. Myro had trained in Cold Wave for over 10 years without using mana. That Yan guy, who hadn't even shed his trainee badge, was not a match for him. Clang, but Yan only breathed a little harder and blocked Myro's attacks faithfully. Seeing Yan like that, Myro got impatient and his continuous attacks wavered slightly. That's when, flash, Yan, who had been focusing only on defense, suddenly thrust his wooden sword between the attacks unfolding in front of him. SHH, Yan's wooden sword touched Myro's neck. I won. A silence filled the arena. They never thought that a mere trainee would beat a Frost Knight, even if that Frost Knight was the youngest and weakest one. Myro, who had lost his senses, snickered. I lost. You're amazing for your age. Yan looked at Myro, who admitted his defeat and stepped down, with curious eyes. He admits his defeat so easily even after losing to a much younger opponent. That's interesting. He saw Cruel, who had woken up, twisting his face in the distance. He must have been satisfied with barely scratching the Silent Knight commander, but Yan, who had beaten a Frost Knight, must have been unpleasant. And the other Frost Knights were all frozen with shocked expressions. I showed my skills to make them use mana, but I got too much attention. Just then, a knight who was one rank higher than Myro jumped up to Yan's opposite side. Next is me. He looked like he was about the same age as Myro, but the pressure he gave off was different. A veil-like aura was pressing on him. Just one knight is this strong. No wonder they're called the Northern Frost. Frost Knight Order 99th Knight Roran. Nice to meet you, Roran. I'm Yan. I don't have a surname. Let's have some fun. Yan lifted his sword lightly and took a stance. Roran, on the other hand, took a proper stance, having witnessed Myro's defeat. His wooden sword stretched out in a straight line, as if he was going to stab Yan at any moment. I apologize for Myro's attitude earlier. He didn't respect you. It's okay. He was talking about Myro not using mana even when he was losing. Yan accepted the apology lightly and took a breath. The cold air pierced his lungs. A very short time passed. Roran rushed towards Yan at an incredible speed. Be careful! Roran didn't spare mana unlike Myro. Roran's sword, filled with sword energy, flew at Yan to pierce him. I can't dodge. If it was a life-and-death battle, he would have dodged and fought from a distance, looking for an opportunity. But now, he was fighting to learn the sword techniques and tactics of the North. The fastest way to learn was to clash with his body. So I'll go for close combat as much as possible. Clang, metallic sparks flew between Yan's and Roran's wooden swords. Yan's wooden sword also had sword energy on it. His hair was blown wildly by the fierce wind pressure. He realized how much power was in Roran's strike. Very good! Yan shouted and pushed his sword to shake off Roran. Then he used mana to enhance his vision. This time, Yan rushed towards Roran. As soon as he reached Roran, he lifted his wooden sword. Roran swung his wooden sword down hard. Clang! Yan felt his grip go numb and quickly turned his body around, burrowing into Roran's chest. Roran's eyes widened. Yan had burrowed into his chest and put his elbow on his solar plexus. Did he aim for this? Roran hastily put strength in his feet to back away. Thud! Yan was one step faster. Roran, who was hit in the solar plexus, gagged and knelt on one knee. He looked like he was leaning on Yan's back. Yan opened his mouth while pressing his body against Roran. Will you continue? Quack, damn it. I lost. Roran spat out saliva and took a deep breath before returning to his place. He didn't look bad or doubtful of his sword. He rather looked relieved to know why Myro lost. Interesting. The Knights Yen knew all valued honor and pride above all. Usually, when famous knights suffered such a defeat, they would either despair or deny the match without acknowledging the opponent. Such a candid attitude. No wonder they're called the North. But he still had a lot to learn about Beowulf's tactics and sword techniques. But there are so many people to fight, I'll figure it out eventually. Yan put his wooden sword on his shoulder as before and taunted the Frost Knight Order. Is there no one next? I haven't even broken a sweat yet. You-ha-ha-ha, look at that guy's temper. Next is me. Me, Deputy Commander, where are you cutting in? Despite Yan's skills, the northern men burned with fighting spirit and tried to jump into the arena. Yan stuck out his tongue at the sight. He sweated more at the thought of fighting to learn the tactics and sword techniques of Beowulf's knights. The Frost Knight Commander, Jin, who was watching the whole situation, didn't say anything. A monster has appeared. He was astonished by Yan's sight of defeating the Frost Knights one by one. The Frost Knights were one of the top 5 military groups in the Empire. A chick who hadn't even finished the Dragon Soldier project was not a match for them, and he doesn't look tired at all. Rather, he was smiling brightly. Of course, his feelings were. Almost 50%. A little more suffering, and this will be over. He was happy to steal most of what he wanted. A wooden structure built on a steep cliff. Inside, there were people with such bulky physiques that they could be mistaken for monsters. They sat cross-legged, and at the highest seat, there was a man who was so huge that he could not be compared to the others. He sat with an angry face. Thump. Haber is dead. And the 22 tribes also died without any resistance. One of the chiefs sitting around said, Yes, it's the work of those black bastards. The huge man clenched his fist. Crimson blood dripped from between his fingers. But the man opened his mouth calmly, without any sign of pain. Does the Duke have a daughter? Yes, she ran away 3 years ago, and now she has returned as a Beowulf knight. She is currently staying in the castle. What about the Duke? There is no news that he has come out of the North Sea yet. Ah, but the white ones that always hovered around him have returned today. Then this is the perfect time to take revenge for the blood. Yes, great chief. There are too many tribes and brothers dying because of them now. The man who was called the Great Chief stood up. Then an overwhelming pressure crushed the room, and the chiefs sitting around him drooled. I wonder what kind of face that damn Duke will make when he sees my daughter's sword. The Great Chief's expression changed strangely from the one he had just now. Something had brushed past his head. The information that the Emperor's sword was hidden somewhere in their castle. The Emperor's sword. A legend passed down from the barbarian tribes that whoever received the choice of that sword would become the king of the world. The Great Chief, who had been looking for its whereabouts for a long time, found out that the sword was stuck somewhere in the Beowulf Duke's castle. If the Emperor's sword was, as the legend said, he would be able to fight even if he faced the Beowulf Duke. Bang! The Great Chief broke the door and ran outside. Below the steep cliff, countless barbarians swarmed like ants. The Great Chief shouted loudly, Today we will hold a memorial service to comfort our brothers who have fallen weakly. The barbarians raised their crude clubs and blades high in the sky and screamed, It's time for revenge for the blood. Brothers, let's avenge our dead brothers. You-wo, woo-o. The sound of the Great Chief and the barbarians echoed over the plain covered with snow. Let's go to Beowulf. When Yan was in the midst of a confrontation with the Frost Knight Order, 61 tribes, a total of 30,000 troops, began to march toward Beowulf. The Great Chief, with Vila by his side,